Chapter 651 Chapter 649, The Dean of Martial Arts is here. Okay, the Dean of Martial Arts is here. Those big men. How arrogant. Yi Tan said gloomily. At this time, the Red Dragon said embarrassingly, Master, those big figures on Lord Os have not come. What? Yi Tan asked, squinting his eyes, and then suddenly understood. Fucking, a group of old foxes. It's kind of interesting. Knowing that he was in the deepest place, he began to publicize how he would destroy the relationship between Deacon Wang and others. Then let everyone in the Osman civilization boil, curse, and have a great hatred of Yi Tan, and then everyone will go to deal with Yi Tan. At that time, the Martial Arts Academy will be furious and purge them. In this way, the big men will be able to muddy the waters of Osman civilization. Then, they have many opportunities to get more benefits. What a strategy. The corner of Yi Tan's mouth showed a hint of murder. If you dare to use yourself, it will cost you. Let's delay it, Yi Tan said coldly. It's the master. Hong Long nodded. He knew that the master had already figured it out, so he didn't say much. In the warships of the Bdo Academy, they gathered nearly 50 Swish Universe-class warships this time, including a Swish Constant Star warship. The offensive power of each warship surpasses the War Fortress and also surpasses all warships below level 6 civilization. There is also the Constant Star battleship, which is a real big killer. When a weapon is attacked, it is estimated that the more than 3,000 battleships of the Osman civilization will be destroyed once. How long will it take to reach the destination? The Dean stood in the command center and said majestically. Some instructors standing on the side shouted directly, Dean, in 1 minute, we will reach the destination. We have passed through the territory of Osfield. Hearing this, the Dean nodded. His heart was very anxious. He already knew that Yi Tan was not Idle Evil Peak, but a Clevel Peak. How could he miss such a talent? What's the situation now? The Dean asked coldly. Dean, according to the video sent by Deacon Wang, Yi Tan Academy is now in danger. There are more than 4,000 warships, and they are surrounding student Yi Tan, wanting to kill Yi Tan student. What? Hearing these words, the Dean directly roared. More than 4,000 warships, how much hatred is this? What happened? Why are there so many warships? To deal with Yi Tan, Speed said. Seeing that there was no time, the Dean asked with a roar. It's such a Dean. Practitioner Yi Tan killed the Prince of Oscar civilization, and at the reception to welcome Teacher Ma Yi, he injured Teacher Ma Yi. Then this matter was exposed and many people stirred up the muddy water. Now, Lord Os will not let Deacon Wang and others leave, telling everyone that Yi Tan offends Deacon Wang, and killing Deacon Wang will upgrade civilization. Hearing the simple answer from the instructor, the Dean's eyes became cold. This was also a simple investigation by Deacon Wang. But the Dean was already furious in his heart. In Osfield, it's time to clean up. The Dean, you have reached the position. At this time, the instructor said urgently towards the Dean. The Dean watched the melee of more than 5,000 warships, and the warships of the Osman civilization constantly entering the war. Suddenly became angry. I, the Dean of the Bdo Academy, the students who came to help me, whoever dares to move my academy will kill me. This sound was directly transmitted to the interior of all battleships. All the people on the battleship were taken aback when they heard this sentence. What? Dean of Bdo? Everyone hurriedly looked in the direction where the sound came from. One by one was surprised. No, a look of horror appeared directly on their faces. It's really a battleship of the Bdo Academy. On the battleship, there is the mark of Bdo Academy. Bdo Academy is here. Suddenly, all the wars fell silent, and no one dared to continue firing. In the third world, it suddenly became lively. What's the matter? The Dean of the Martial Arts Academy is here? Who is the child of the Martial Arts Academy in this? Is it the Prince of Aros civilization? Did you listen to the Dean of the Bdo Academy? Whoever touches their children will kill them. Then it must be that Prince Os is a child. Yes, it must be the case. Prince Os must be a child of the Martial Arts Academy. Ha ha ha, so it depends on Yi Tan's death. And all the big figures became silent, and there was a look of horror on their faces. even though they knew that Yi-Tan was a child of the Martial Arts Academy. But unexpectedly, even the Dean of the Martial Arts Academy was dispatched. How could this Nema be? Isn't Yi-Tan a talented student? How could the Dean be dispatched? Those big guys who messed up the third world had pale expressions on their faces. All of them were a little panicked, and wanted to make the whole clan prepare to leave Osfield. Staying like this will not be destroyed in Osfield, but everyone will die. As for the Lord Osman, his face became pale, and even the people of Aran civilization were pale. Everyone from the Martial Arts Academy is here, who are the children of the Martial Arts Academy. Can actually invite people from the Martial Arts Academy. For a while, the entire battlefield became silent. Everyone didn't know what to say, because everyone was stunned, and no one knew what happened. At this time, Yi-Tan shouted disdainfully, "Dean, why did you come? Your disciples are about to be killed. People from all over the region have been sent to get me. Also, the Yalan civilization, the Kiligang civilization, etc., etc. They all want to kill me and threaten to annihilate the Martial Arts Academy. Also, Deacon Wang was imprisoned by the Osman civilization. Get rid of me, and then we will get rid of Deacon Wang." Quiet, in silence. When everyone heard Yi-Tan's words, they stared at them for a while, looking at them dumbfounded. When did we say these words? Everyone wanted to kill Yi-Tan. It was too fucking. Who said he wanted to kill the Bdo Academy? What is Bdo Academy? Do we dare? Especially the people of Yalan civilization. When they heard Yi-Tan's name, their faces paled. They knew it. The person that her master said was Yi-Tan. They stabbed a hornet's nest. The Dean of the Martial Arts Academy suddenly rolled his eyes when he heard what Yi-Tan said. This Yi-Tan, too bad, knew that he would help him. It was like using himself to kill them all. However, what they did was too much. And it was not too much to kill them. You guys dare to want to destroy our Martial Arts Academy. The sin is unforgivable. Kill. The Bdo master shouted directly angrily. As soon as Os and the others heard it, they shouted in horror, "Master of Martial Arts, this is not the case." Chapter 652 Chapter 650, Kill Without Mercy. You dare to want to destroy my Martial Arts Academy, and the students. Unforgivable sin. Kill. The martial arts chief fraud. Scared that Yalan Wenming and the others, their complexions changed drastically, and they knelt in front of the projection and shouted, "That's not the case, the Dean of Martial Arts. We don't know that Yi-Tan is a student of the Martial Arts Academy." 1,000 guts. I dare not. Yeah, Bdo Academy, we are all blinded by Os. He told me that we are just a thief. We don't even know. When the Dean of Martial Arts heard this, he sneered disdainfully and said, "A little thief. Our Martial Arts Academy are all little thief. Just say this to you, your heart is terrible. You must kill it." When the man heard the words of the Martial Arts Academy, his face was pale, and he knelt on the ground softly. He knew he was not saved. And even Lord Os was sitting on the ground with a pale face. At the moment when the Martial Arts Academy appeared, Lord Os knew that if his affairs were exposed, everything would be unsaved. In the third world, there was an uproar, everyone was stunned. The scene just now has all been recorded by reporters. Seeing this scene, all the people in the third world looked dumbfounded in horror and distorted in horror, their complexions distorted. Inwardly, it feels like whole grains. This isn't Yi-Tan the one who disrupted the relationship between Deacon Wang and our Osman civilization? How could this be? Yi-Tan turned out to be a child of the Martial Arts Academy, and he still seems to be an important figure. One person said in horror, "Yeah, we have been missing Yi-Tan. Everything is a conspiracy and trick on Lord Os. It is he who deceived us and thinks that Yi-Tan is a thief." I didn't expect it to be like this. Just now I spoke the most truthless, and I scolded the Green Umbrella Group. Yi-Tan will definitely know about this. Will I die without a place to bury? Yi-Tan will definitely come for revenge. Hearing a man said that many people in the third world changed their faces and turned pale, and they were the most violent critics of Green Umbrella Company. Everything was said, even the 8 generations of Yi-Tan's ancestors scolded in. They all scolded the Green Umbrella Company. Everyone knew that the Green Umbrella Company was an industry under Yetan. If this were reported to Yetan, it would not be difficult to find them based on their level 5 civilization. Many people panic. They really didn't expect it to be like this. Go to war, kill them. The martial arts team didn't want to listen to their nonsense. As this incident could tell, they assembled so many warships to deal with Yetan. If it were not for the support of the warships of the Freel civilization, the entire Osman civilization would have been able to destroy Yetan. This means that there is no discussion about this matter. Master of Martial Arts, be merciful. Merciful. I really don't know who Yetan is. Master of Bdo, spare your life. Many people heard the 3 words of the martial arts master's murderous or inspiring. All of them collapsed, and the lower body shivered, and a strong smell came out. At first glance, I was scared to pee. The Dean of Martial Arts looked at their kowtows and sneered in his heart. Yetan is the seed of their martial arts academy. They can become a genius at the top of the Clevel in a few days. Dead. Where is this Bdo Academy? If Yetan dies, how can our martial arts academy want to get the support from above? Without Yetan, all this is a dream. You want me to spare my life? Yes, you can ask Yetan if you agree. The martial arts master looked at them coldly with a light of killing intent in his eyes. Those who had collapsed, Yalan and others, heard the martial arts chief. As if they saw hope in their hearts, they knelt before Yetan projection. Yetan had been watching with cold eyes just now to see how the martial arts chief had dealt with it. What Yetan wanted to see was that the martial arts chief could destroy the Osman civilization and also the Aran civilization. All the civilizations that participated in this time will be destroyed. In this case, the Freel civilization will control these star areas, and Yetan can seize all the energy stones in these star regions. In this case, upgrading the base is simple and ruthless. Yetan, please go around us. We really don't know that you are a child of the Martial Arts Academy. If you tell us you are a child of the Martial Arts Academy, how could we shoot at you? Yetan, we really don't know. Go around us, Yetan. Everyone kowtows like garlic. They are really scared. Just want to survive. What kind of existence is the Bdo Academy? That means that if your empire is destroyed, even the 6th level civilization does not dare to be arrogant in front of the Martial Arts Academy. The Bdo Academy is a 7th level civilization and a sign of entering the central star field. However, a civilization that can create a constant star battleship. Someone with a constant star battleship can instantly destroy a planet. Yetan looked at everyone blankly, but the killing intent in his eyes did not fade. In Yetan's eyes, as long as he dared to do something to him, there was no need to stay. Because once you stay, you leave yourself an enemy, and this enemy wants you to die all the time. You don't know who I am, but you fired. For some benefit, you fired at me. You only know that I am a martial artist. But do you know what my other identity is? Yetan said at last. He roared directly. Really, those people of Aran's civilization, everyone's dumbfounded. Their heads slammed like a mallet, making them even more confused. Does Yetan have a stronger identity? Everyone was shocked. If this were the case, didn't they mention the iron plate? My other identity, that is the executioner. Kill them. Yetan yelled directly. In an instant, Yalan Wenming and others stood up in panic, staring at Yetan with narrow eyes. This sentence is very clear. Yetan is an executioner. He is not willing to let them go. When they hadn't prepared, Yetan's battleship began to move. The attacks of those beams of energy, coupled with the impact of the war fortress, directly collapsed the warship that had already relaxed its vigilance in front, and the war fortress rushed towards the battleship where Lord Os was. When the Dean of Martial Arts took a look, he suddenly shook his head helplessly. Yetan had to pull his hand off. In this case, all warships, destroy them for me. Following an order from the Martial Arts Dean, the entire warship group of the Martial Arts Academy began to move. Those attacks were crazy, and every time they attacked, a dozen warships were sieved. The Os civilization battleship following the Freel civilization was dumbfounded at first sight. Damn it, not waiting for anything. Chapter 653 Chapter 651 Master Os who blew himself up. In an instant, the battleships that helped the Osman civilization dispersed in a rush, all adjusted the battleships to the highest level, and fled fiercely. And how could the battleships of the Martial Arts Academy let them go? Although the martial arts chief did not order them to be killed, they still need to be stopped. Because everyone knows that these people are only here to help us civilization, even if they are prisoners. They need to wait for Yi Tan to finish everything and see how he deals with these people. Boom, boom, a battleship became a fire, and how many parts of the battleship floated in space. More and more battleships were turned into fragments and flames. Lord Os saw that his fleet was finished, and that Yalan civilization and others had no combat effectiveness. It can be said that they can no longer afford the courage to deal with Yi Tan. They can't be blamed. Even the warships of the Martial Arts Academy are helping Yi Tan to destroy them. Do they dare to fight back? Yi Tan, you must die. Lord Os stood in front of the projector and screamed crazy inside. Then he slapped a big red button fiercely. Everyone who has been a battleship knows that that big red button is a self-destruct program. Once pressed, the entire battleship will explode in less than a minute. When Lord Os pressed the button, all those who could see the screen hurriedly evacuated the area of the battleship of Lord Os. One by one was mad. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Osman laughed like a mad. He died, and he wanted to take them together. Yi Tan squinted his eyes as Lord Os detonated the battleship, but watched indifferently. In Yi Tan's eyes, Lord Os was nothing but a lunatic who had been driven to desperation. This kind of lunatic, the end of destruction has been decided. Boom. Os gradually blew himself up, and the huge firelight instantly swallowed the surrounding battleships of all sizes. The battleships of Yi Tan and others had already been withdrawn. Those warships who followed Lord Os to destroy Yi Tan saw the shocking fire, all looked at them in shock. If they hadn't left just now, they would have died with us. Os battleship exploded, and those who followed did not continue to attack, nor did they want to attack. Master, all the warships are under control. They can't escape. Red Dragon said calmly, standing beside Yi Tan. Yi Tan squinted his eyes and nodded. These people of Aran civilization are still useful, and those who are controlled by the warships of the Martial Arts Academy will settle the battle with them in a while. The powerful flames quickly disappeared. The warships of Yalan and others did not continue to resist, and Yi Tan did not let the soldiers continue to attack. It just surrounded them all, controlled firmly. Soon, the martial arts team directly connected to Yi Tan's call. In the video, the Dean of Martial Arts saw Yi Tan and he was relieved. Fortunately, Yi Tan was not injured. If there is a shortcoming, all the civilizations participating in this extermination will be destroyed. But then when he saw Yi Tan, the Dean smiled helplessly. Good boy. I'll give you 3 vacations. Look at what you have done. You are still unsatisfied when the Freel civilization is unified by you. Make the Os field upside down. What are you doing? Hearing the bitter smile of the martial arts dean, Yi Tan said helplessly, there is no way. If Prince Os ran to the Freya civilization and cried and called me to kill, I would not bother to come to Osland, find his father to compensate some handsome expenses. When the Bdo Master heard this, his eyes were all raised, and then he smiled helplessly. If this is heard by Prince Os and Lord Os, without opening the coffin board, it is estimated that all the people of Os civilization will not be able to hold down the coffin board of the two. What's the matter? Why should I go crying and crying for you to kill? Still looking for my father for handsome expenses. The Dean of Martial Arts saw that Yi Tan didn't want to say, so he didn't ask. Yi Tan, what are you going to do with these people? Yi Tan squinted. Well, these people killed me first. Killing them all is a bit cruel. However, I recently purchased a mining resource group and need a large number of slaves to mine. All these people should mine. If they don't want to mine, they will take their assets and give me 51% of the shares. If they don't, they can only mine. When the martial arts dean heard that Yi Tan was killing others, It was more ruthless than mining. These come from the 4th and 5th levels of civilization. People have so much property, they need 51% of the shares of each project. This is directly to control the rhythm of all civilizations. Okay, let's do it this way, and let all the small civilizations know that our martial arts academy is provable. The martial arts dean said majestically. He directly agreed with Yi Tan's statement. After all, his original idea was that Yi Tan would kill all these people. Unexpectedly, it was just a replacement of some shares. But Yi Tan was overjoyed in his heart. Adding up so many civilized shares, he immediately became rich again. Every civilization's energy stone will become its own. By then, wouldn't it be easier to upgrade their base? Moreover, there are those civilizations in Osfield too. Yi Tan's eyes suddenly became cold. Although these civilizations said they were helping them to shovel out enemies in their own domain, they also wanted Yi Tan to die. These people couldn't let it go. In one day, the Dean of Martial Arts accompanied Yi Tan, walked a lot of star domains, passed a lot of cutscenes, followed by the Martial Arts Academy. Nyalan and other civilizations obediently exchanged all the assets to Yi Tan. At the end of this day, all civilizations have surrendered except in Osfield. Yi Tan, I will help you solve the problems here, and you can settle the rest with Deacon Wang. The Dean of Martial Arts was about to leave. In the Emperor Star of Osman's civilization, he looked at Yi Tan and said kindly. Yi Tan nodded and said, Dean, don't worry, just leave the rest to me and Deacon Wang. The Dean nodded and said, okay, then I'm going to go back to the house. But Yi Tan kid, don't forget, you only have less than half a month left, and you have to report to the Do Academy. Then Xiaon, I miss you very tight now. Hearing that he was going to the Martial Arts Academy in half a month, Yi Tan couldn't help his head getting bigger. He really didn't want to go to the Martial Arts Academy. After all, he was a man who wanted to dominate the universe in the future, so how could he go to school? If it hadn't been for the 60 billion energy stones, Yi Tan wouldn't have agreed, but now that he can't regret it, the Dean of the Martial Arts Academy helped him a lot this time. Chapter 654 Chapter 652, Summary After the War. Half a month. Dean, can you tolerate this matter for a few days? Yi Tan smiled and looked at the Martial Arts Dean and said. The Dean of Martial Arts hadn't spoken yet, and the mentors standing behind the Dean of Martial Arts directly shouted in unison, no. Yi Tan was speechless. Didn't he just postpone it a little longer? Doesn't it take such a big response to marry your daughter? It's as if I owe you much money. Yi Tan, don't talk about this matter. In our martial arts college, you seem to me as a dean, but you are just an agent of the outer college. The real core of the martial arts college is the inner courtyard, and our outer college only cultivates talents. To transport talents to the inner courtyard, a talent like you has been spread in the inner court. The director of the inner court has already known about your existence. If you don't go for 3 months, if he gets angry, it will be me who is involved in the abuse. What? The dean said painfully. When Yi Tan heard that there was an inner courtyard, he knew that the martial arts academy was not as simple as it seemed. But he hadn't seen Avril Lavigne for a long time, and he didn't know how she was now. Okay, in half a month, I will go to the Martial Arts Academy with Deacon Wang. Everyone said that it was worth it, and Yi Tan couldn't refuse them. At that time, entering the Martial Arts Academy and looking at the situation, if it doesn't work, skip school, otherwise, just graduate quickly. Anyway, Yi Tan is now very confident in his own strength. The May tutors are just level beginners and intermediaries. You can beat it with one punch, let alone other mentors. The Dean of Martial Arts received Yi Tan's promise, and then left with confidence. He was really scared. If Yi Tan didn't go, all his efforts would be in vain. The Dean of Martial Arts left, and Yi Tan returned to his residence. Master, all civilizations have been counted. We have obtained 4 4th-level civilizations and 1 5th-level civilization in this battle. These 5 civilizations belong to extraterritorial civilizations. Only the Nairan civilization manages a star field. Although we have obtained 51% of the Iran civilization this time, for the Iran civilization say, it didn't hurt the root at all. The other civilizations are all advanced civilizations in other domains. Their assets are basically controlled by our hands, and they have become our resource subject countries, and 2 of the civilizations have very rich internal energy veins. Can take a lot of mineral veins for us. Now we only have 1 Osmanian civilization left to be executed, and the remaining civilization issues have been resolved. Yi Tan nodded his head with satisfaction. The remaining Osman civilization, Yi Tan's free use, the glorious and civilized race, has not yet had a place to stay, and now they all live in the base camp of the Green Umbrella Group. But going this way is not a solution at all. Glory's civilization must build their own civilization and develop by themselves. Otherwise, living under the Green Umbrella Group will be annihilated sooner or later. There are only a few poor people. It is a question of whether a race can be maintained. Yi Tan started a meeting, and this meeting was a meeting of everyone involved in killing Yi Tan. The huge Green Umbrella Group meeting room. Thousands of people gathered in it at this moment. These people are basically the mainstay of the Osman civilization. It can be said that as long as you control them, you can control most of the Osman Federation. Sitting in the first place, Yi Tan looked at the gangsters of civilization who didn't know what to do, and smiled in disdain. If they didn't provoke themselves, would they become their own prisoners if they used it? Are you using yourself detained for so long? Everyone, how does the little black house feel during this time? Yi Tan King said coldly. When everyone heard the little black room, everyone's body trembled. The little black room was just a black room. There was nothing but you were locked in it. No one spoke. Every day they faced the black space. This person will go crazy if he takes a long time. Now everyone hears the little black house, and if they don't wrap their bodies, they are sorry for the name of the little black house. Seeing the panicked expressions of the crowd, Yi Tan smiled at the corners of his mouth. He hadn't had any birds in the past few days, so he put them aside. Instead, with the help of the master of martial arts, other civilized matters were solved first. These people slowly solve it. Sitting beside Yi Tan, there is the Freel civilization. There are 7 civilizations, and the glorious civilization. Freeman and others have seen the glorious civilization these days, and knowing that he is the super race that ruled the Freel civilization 500 years ago, everyone can't help bragging. Unexpectedly, the former glorious civilization will become like this now, and the representative of Glory's civilization, that is, the representative elected by Glory race during this time, the Patriarch Asan, the Patriarch of Honor. Asan knows why his great benefactor let them come today, and is to decide the future for them. Therefore, Asan's heart was hot. The Glory races, all staying in the Green Umbrella Group at the moment, all prayed nervously. Everyone, I have already calculated the accounts of other foreign civilizations. You follow Lord Os and kill me together. I can hardly swallow this hatred. Now, what should you do? Wow. The whole room was in an uproar. They all knew that there must be no good thing about Yi Tan calling them this time, but they didn't expect it to be like this. This is a blatant blackmail. Mr. Yi, we didn't even know that you were a child of the Bho Academy. We knew it was wrong. What do you want us to do? You draw a line. Yes, Mr. Yi, you draw a line. We are really wrong. Okay, then I will draw a line. I and other foreign civilizations, that is, the Aran civilization, the way to end it is to let them hand over 17% of all assets. Wow, Yi Tan's words were not over yet, and it exploded directly below. No, how is this possible? 70% of the shares, this is to hand over all our assets. It is impossible. Yi Tan, you are deceiving too much. This is simply impossible. 70%, you are robbing. Everyone cursed one by one and handed over 70%. They had never thought about the 10% share. This is the rhythm of handing over all their assets. Yi Tan didn't speak, squinted his eyes and watched them yelling at them, showing no feeling of anger at all. The 7 civilization kings of Freya civilization all watched with a smile, and they also saw the expression on Yi Tan's face. They knew that Yi Tanxin was actually angry. Chapter 655 Chapter 653, Shock. How is this possible? Don't think that you can be arrogant if you have a martial arts academy. Trample our civilization at will. Yes, 70% of the shares must be handed over. You violate the constitution of the universe. We will sue you. That is, even if you are a child of the Martial Arts Academy, if we jointly file a lawsuit to the Supreme Constitution, you will have to peel off if Yi Tan is not dead. Boy, you are still young and ruthless. You have to consider doing things. Although you are a child of the Martial Arts Academy, but Supreme Civilization, can your Martial Arts Academy provoke? Although we are not citizens, we also have the right to report to the Supreme Civilization. After investigation, it is estimated that your Martial Arts Academy cannot bear the anger of Supreme Civilization. Everyone talked aloud to each other when you said "and I talked to each other." When many people saw it, so many people had plucked up their courage, and they also let go. As long as someone takes the lead, they are not afraid of anything. The big deal: everyone will go to Supreme Civilization to sue. Who is afraid of whom? Looking at the faces of these people, Yi Tan smiled disdainfully, then slammed the table. Stand up and watched everyone drink coldly. I think you don't see the situation clearly, right? Now I just want 70% of the shares. You are not willing to give it. Good. Then where do you go to the Supreme Civilization? Your civilization will kill me, a second-class citizen first. Who is at fault? Come and dry. Yi Tan's words directly suppressed everyone. Many people were surprised that Yi Tan turned out to be a second-class citizen. Even if it is not a second-class citizen, but a first-class citizen, everyone is panicked. What is a citizen? Citizen representative. Yi Tan is a resident of Supreme Civilization and has the privilege to be protected by Supreme Civilization. Just like the Earth, as long as you are a citizen of China, and you are bullied outside, you will definitely be guilty of sinning against China. It's the same reason. When everyone heard this, their hearts were horrified. If this is really reported, Supreme Civilization will send troops. To lead Yi Tan and destroy all of them. Killing citizens and spreading them out will undoubtedly die. The entire conference room fell silent for a while, and Freya Civilization and others looked at the Osman Civilization's sneer. This is the Osman Federation? The civilization that once bullied the Freel Civilization? So unbearable. I'll say it again. Hand over 80% of the shares. If you don't hand it over, you will still die. Don't forget, you are now prisoners, so what if I kill you? Your civilization can still be replaced by someone. Yi Tan's words made them panic directly. Mr. Yi, why is it 80%? Isn't it 70%? Yes, Mr. Yi, did you make a mistake? Everyone hears 80%, can you not panic? All stood up and shouted. Yi Tan smiled grimly at the corner of his mouth and said, procrastination is very kind. 10 o'clock. Everyone saw that Yi Tanxin really hated him. This is to kill them. Mr. Yi, my Lan Hao civilization is willing to hand over 80% of the shares. Mr. Yi, the Electronic Warship Group, want to hand over 80% of the shares. In an instant, everyone agreed. Yi Tan looked at it and smiled disdainfully. Don't you think that you can secretly transfer assets after you go back? I tell you, this is impossible. Now you look at your light. My brain reminds me that all the assets shown above are your assets. If you can't pay me the amount you paid every year, you should know the end. Hearing Yi Tan's words, everyone hurriedly looked at Guangnao. As expected, there was a contract, and everyone was different. The assets and companies shown above have mineral veins. They are all their assets. Even some big people may not remember their own assets. But seeing this list, everyone trembled. Yi Tan even took out their pants. leaving them nothing. These are all their assets, even the companies they have established with their identity. None of this has been concealed from Yi Tan. Many people looked dead and pale and leaned back on their chairs. They knew what kind of horrible existence they provoke. But Yi Tan didn't continue to piss on them, but looked at the glorious and civilized patriarch Hassan. Hassan, I brought your civilization out for you, and I also completed the task assigned to me by Tiling. Now, the road to the future is up to you. I will give you the resource stars under the 3 civilizations. It's a fat land without too much civilization. For your development, it is extremely smooth, and I will buy a large number of slaves to help you recast civilization. Of course, you can find me if you have any questions or difficulties. Your future home will be in the domain of the Osman Federation. Asani heard it and moved in his heart. This arrangement was already perfect. In this way, their civilization could rise quickly. Thank you, great benefactor, I honor the race, and you will never forget your kindness. Arslan directly knelt in front of Yi Tan, kowtow, and shouted respectfully. Yi Tan lifted up Arslan, looked at Arslan and nodded his head with satisfaction. The Glorian civilization is left to you. Don't let me down. Benefactor, don't worry, I will definitely make the glory of civilization and civilization bloom again. Yi Tan nodded in satisfaction, and then looked at the Freya civilization and others. Now the Osman Federation's affairs are almost resolved, and there are some large civilizations that are ready to flee. Soon they will be ruined and destroyed. Go and supervise them. After signing the contract, go to those big civilizations to collect their property. Except for the energy stone, you can share it equally. Hearing Yi Tan's words, Freeman and the others were full of enthusiasm, gearing up. These civilizations, resources and assets of the Osman civilization are rich, but don't want them. If their assets can be obtained, Freel civilization will be stronger. In the remote martial arts academy, all the children, in each class, discussed with each other the major events that happened. Hey, do you know that the Dean is angry this time? And I don't know that civilization provokes the Dean. Does that still need to be said? It must be the Oscar civilization. I haven't seen many children of Oscar civilization. During this period of time, I was suppressed by the mentor. What a pity. Sitting in the D1 level teacher, Avril Lavigne was sitting in a position bored with her cheeks. When she heard the conversation between the two next to her, she suddenly thought of something. The eyes lit up, and the corners of the mouth hung a smile. With this smile, the entire teacher suddenly lit up. Everyone in the college looked at Avril in surprise. The several students sitting not far from Avril Lavigne looked very arrogant. Boss, look, sister-in-law laughed. Sister-in-law laughed for the first time among the students. It is so pretty. A little brother looked at the man sitting on a chair looking at Avril greedily. He was dressed very gorgeously. Avril Lavigne. It's mine. I heard Avril's younger brother said that Avril's friends have not come yet. I've never heard of it. The college can take a leave of absence for 3 months. It must be those younger brothers who like Avril, so they cheated mine. The man finished. His eyes darkened. The little brother on the side rolled his eyes twice and said, Boss, those little brothers are like scumbags. They guard Avril every day. We have no way to contact Avril. Brother, I have a plan. I can make those scumbags one by one to the boss. Lying on the hospital bed, this short time will definitely not be followed by Avril Lavigne. Oh, what way? The man boss asked in surprise with his eyes lit up. Then the two chatted with each other, and Avril Lavigne put her cheeks in her mouth, and said in her heart, Brother Yi Tan, when will you come? I miss you so much. The 3-month deadline is coming soon, and Yi Tan is about to come to the academy. Thinking of this, Avril Lavigne identified a lot of eyes. The Bo Academy is not a Freel civilization, and everyone will let them. In this academy, most of them are senior civilized princes and princesses. They trek arrogantly, and Avril Lavigne and others are in the academy. Without a backer, they can only endure it. Chapter 656 Chapter 654 rectify and place. Yitan had no way of knowing what was about to happen in the Bto Academy. At this moment, Yitan is finishing everything in the Osman civilization. Most of the civilizations in Osfield have already signed that inhumane contract, and 80% of all assets will belong to Yitan in the future. This asset, including their civilization, individual, family, group, etc., as long as you are the leader of the interests, will become Yitan's. So this contract was only resisted by so many people at that time. Once it was signed, Yitan would be like a vampire, squeezing them dry. But there is no way, they have no regrets, and they also have some fortune in their hearts, because the big civilizations that have fanned the flames have been completely wiped out. Those civilizations, before they had time to escape from Osfield, were destroyed by the people of Friel civilization. All the assets were under the control of Yitan, and were divided up with those of Friel civilization and others. And the entire Osman civilization, the entire civilization that once controlled the entire domain, the army was controlled by Yitan. Even all the assets of the Osman civilization were controlled by Yitan. Yitan, probably everything has been solved. In addition, the entire Osman civilization is almost mastered. Our Friel civilization can also start foreign trade. By then, products such as bloodthorn mechas, evolutionary potions, etc., it will be sold in the Os civilization, as well as the Aran civilization, etc. As long as we can control the place, we can carry out foreign trade. That Freeman and others stood in front of Yitan, their eyes gleaming. Their hearts were really excited. Once they were not seen in the Friel domain, no one wanted to let Friel civilization on their planet sell things. Even if they sell things, those with considerable tax deductions are serious. Yitan nodded worriedly when he heard Freeman's words. He knew the conditions of the former Friel civilization. However, if there is an extraterritorial trade this time, the Bloodstab mesh will definitely be on sale. Of course, if the Bloodstab mesh is above the 6th level of civilization, no one can look at it. After all, in the 6th level civilization, there are also quite good mechas, and various performances are above their 5th level civilization. The more online civilization, the more important the performance of the mecha and the level of the warrior itself. In the advanced civilization, the higher the level of the warrior, the more respectable it can be. Every civilization regards warriors as beliefs. After all, this is the only sign that humans can be strong. Well, during this period of time, I will speed up the production of the Bloodthorn mecha on the other side of the earth. Since you mentioned the trade relationship today, then I will tell you about it. The 7 kings and freemen were shocked. Yitan generally wanted to say, give you a good talk. It means that there are plans and plans. During this time, you began to sell a large number of Bloodstab mechas in the Aran civilization, Os civilization, and other small civilizations outside the territory. You can take care of each Bloodstab mecha. Remember, you can use it to trade for things. Our Friel civilization is poor, so you trade things for things. The first choice is the energy stone, and the second is various resources. In the future, we will have more advanced warships and mechas to study, so resources cannot be lacking. Everyone nodded. Indeed, their Friel civilization is indeed too poor. If they can exchange goods, then the cohesion and heritage of Friel civilization in a short time will increase by 100-fold. In addition, we will also sell a large number of war fortresses. War fortress? Everyone exclaimed. What is a war fortress? In the hearts of everyone, the war fortress is a super security barrier, and it is the only sign of the powerful Friel civilization. Although they are all at level 5 and level 4, there is no level weapon that can be used at all, except for this war fortress. Now that the war fortress is to be sold, can they not be shocked? Yes. The war fortress. The war fortress will not take long before the second generation will be produced. This second generation is more than 10 times stronger than the first generation. It is already faintly comparable to the constant star battleship. So the first generation the war fortress must be sold. Of course, it is not a large-scale sale. I want you, everyone in each civilization, to start an auction. The theme of this auction is to auction the War Fortress. 80 of the evolution potions and auctions of these things must be paid for with energy stones. After listening to Yitan's words, everyone nodded their heads understandably. They all knew that Yitan had a problem. That was his love to collect energy stones. When it was auctioned at the Freya civilization, it was also using energy stones. It seems that if this auction would start, it is estimated that all star regions will boil, let alone war fortresses. Just say that the evolution potion diluted to an 80% success rate. Once this thing is auctioned off, it will attract a bloody wind and massacre! Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes, there are disputes, there are weak and strong. The weak want to be stronger, they need to pay a lot of price. Yitan's evolution potion has already developed an level 100% evolution potion. It also belongs to the 3rd generation. In Yitan's hands, there are 3 levels of F, E, G, etc. The G level is taken by ordinary people. Once these 3 medicines are used 100%, it is 3 seconds, directly become an E-level pinnacle. Of course, Yitan didn't want to sell E-level potions at all, nor did he want to tell these people that this thing could not be sold, at least now. If this is sold, some advanced civilizations will surely snatch this formula, which will cause the earth to kill. It is really unnecessary. Yitan, I understand. You made us directly become a caravan. Huang Sheng Wenming Wang said, touching the bridge of his nose with a wry smile. Well, it's almost the same thing. I am responsible for researching new technologies and weapons, and you are responsible for selling things. After all, in half a month, I will be leaving. Before I leave, I must first see yours. I can rest assured with results and stability. Everyone was taken aback for a moment, and then they all focused on their heads and said, Yitan, don't worry. Although we can't create such high-end mechas and evolutionary potions, we are not bad at all in business. Yeah? Hearing what everyone said, Yitan was satisfied. As long as these people work together, it is estimated that they can all walk sideways in the surrounding civilization outside Ozland. But his own energy stone is really lacking. Once an energy stone was not useful at all, now 100,000 energy stones can be exchanged for 10 energy sources. Now Yitan has saved more than 6 million energy sources in total, and there are still 4 million energy sources left. Thinking of this, Yitan couldn't help but feel a pain in his head. With so many energy stones, where to find them? I am still very lucky this time. Find a constant star battleship. Chapter 657. Chapter 655, The Shock of Jiang San. Okay, you go down to make arrangements. Yitan pinched his eyebrows, stretched out his hand and swayed. Everyone also saw Yitan's fatigue, and they all stepped back one by one. Yitan only had the opportunity to take a good rest. Although he hadn't encountered much crisis during this period, his mind was dense day and night. Now it's finally hard to relax. Yitan of course is willing. Master, I checked all the information on the constant star battleship, and all the information in the Osfield, but I didn't find any news of King Meng. Even King Meng is a person who suddenly appeared. Not in history. Hong Long suddenly stood beside Yitan and said coldly. After Yitan heard this, his eyes shrank suddenly. Not in the entire history? Which civilization does this dream come from? There is no introduction at all. Now even Hong Long can find out. It's a headache. Yitan frowned and thought about it. In the end, there was really no way. No longer thinking, let it be. A few people. King Meng had forgotten everything, then there is no need to pursue that forgotten memory. Okay, this matter waits for us to go to the deepest place. After a good investigation, the population of each civilization is recorded in the Supreme Civilization. We will check it when the time comes. Yitan said helplessly. In my heart, I still resisted finding King Meng's life experience. I don't know what it feels like. Anyway, it is very strange. I always feel that as long as I check the news of King Meng will leave him. And he didn't want to let King Meng leave. and in Yi Tan's heart, I was afraid that the seeds of King Meng had already been planted at this time. Understood, Master. Red Dragon stood aside, his red eyeballs flickered, and he lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. Jiang San, I feel that this life is really a failure. Some time ago, when I checked the Mecha Academy by myself, when I was taking the evolution medicine, suddenly the medicine and the gene conflict, which directly caused physical damage. He entered the hospital without becoming a warrior. Although the family has a little money, Jiang San is not reconciled to just eating, drinking, and having fun all his life. He wants to be a warrior respected by thousands of people. I want to drive the mesh in person, hire the battlefield, and fight in blood, but all this seems to be far away from me. My friends who have been playing since childhood have become warriors one by one. Why didn't they become warriors? Boom! Jiang Sanai wanted to get more angry, severely smashed a plaything on his hand, and walked outside. In this life, the mecha dream is about to be shattered. Jiang Sanxi walked to a street where people came and went in confusion. Yang Tan gave a long sigh. He raised his neck and looked at the tallest building. Suddenly he noticed that there was a huge banner hanging on the side of the building, and the huge screen was constantly playing mechas. These mechas are all beast-shaped mechas, and they can also transform human bodies, which cannot help but directly attract Jiang San, a mecha fan. What mesh? It can be converted? Jiang San muttered to himself. After seeing the screen, a line of large characters was displayed on it. Produced by Tamron Civilization, sold in limited quantities, so that your dream is no longer a dream. Tenglong Civilization? Jiang San murmured to himself. This name sounds familiar. Yes, a few days ago, there was a bloodbath in Osfield, and even Lord Os was killed by someone. Isn't it that Tenglong does civilization do it? The name of Tamron Civilization is now known in Osfield, a household name. Last time it was broadcast live in the third world, Jiang San also saw them all and knew the background of Tamron Civilization. Just when Jiang San was silent, suddenly, under that building, a dense crowd of people had already gathered, all crowding crazily. CNM stepped on my foot. Fatty man, you still want to drive the mesh and go away? Put your mother's fat, dead fat house, all weak in this way. Come to participate in this, I rely on, you don't squeeze, okay, my eggs are smashed by you. The dense crowd was crazy. They were all rushing to the Bloodstab mecha. This caused Jiang San to take a sigh of relief. Isn't this that the beast-shaped mecha can be converted to the human-shaped mecha? Will it be all to rust? Jiang San had doubts, even doubts in his mind. In Osfield, Jiang San has seen thousands of mechas, but every mecha has this defect. The mechas that can be seen by Jiang San are those high-end mechas. Moreover, those high-end mechas can't be purchased by ordinary people at all. And now, the mechas of Tamron Civilization are so popular, Jiang San has doubts in his heart, and it is quite normal. At that moment, a man rushed towards the crowd in a panic, and Jiang San hurriedly stopped. Hey, man! What are you doing? The man was pulled by Jiang San, initially a little annoyed, but when he saw Jiang San's gorgeous clothes, he looked at Jiang San with a smile and stretched out his hand. Looking at it, Jiang San understood the rules, and directly took out some banknotes used by the Federation in Osfield from his pocket and handed it to the man. The man saw Jiang San on the road, and gave a lot of money. Of course I am happy to tell Jiang San. Anyway, there are so many people in front, it is difficult to get in. We are all going to buy the mecha of Tamron Civilization. Jiang Sanfa was stunned. If he was really buying the Tenglong Civilization mecha, Jiang San directly raised the question in his mind. Man, the Tenglong Civilization mecha, I also watched that big screen. There is nothing special. That is, animal-shaped mechas can be converted into human-shaped mechas. Apart from this, there is nothing special. Even the mechas of Tamron Civilization have not shown performance. Why are you still rushing so wildly? When the man heard Jiang San say such a big meal, he was also bewildered. He looked at Jiang San Dao with weird eyes. This man, Have you not been to the third world for a long time? Jiang Sanyi was taken aback, and said embarrassingly, yes, it's just that I haven't attended these 2 days. Some trivial matters have been delayed. The man suddenly realized, oh, it turned out to be like this. Then you probably don't know, Tenglong Civilization's mecha, called the Bloodstab Mecha, has all its capabilities, even virtual driving, in the third world last night. Now, and introduced a Star Wars mesh game from Freel Civilization, which contains all the mechas in our OS field. The performance of all mechas is 100% simulated. The Bloodstab Mecha, someone drove him last night and defeated all mechas. When Jiang San heard these words, his eyes shrank and he was 100% simulated. They knew about this, and they directly simulated all the mechas in reality into the game. And the Bloodstab Mecha, the mecha created by the Tamron Civilization, can actually defeat all the mechas. Are you sure it didn't make me play? Chapter 658. Chapter 656. The trembling and excitement of the chairman. Seeing Jiang San's unbelievable expression, the man also gave a wry smile. This man, I heard this news at the time, and it was your appearance. Then I downloaded the game and experienced it myself. Guess what? Jiang Sankson lifted it up, looking at the man with burning eyes. I, a decadent man who once gave up the dream of mecha, didn't expect to drive a Bloodstab Mecha last night and beat the top few of the Star Wars mecha game rankings. Jiang San was in an uproar, seeing the man with such a fanatical expression. That matter would never get away. You mean you can't drive a mesh? Jiang San suddenly questioned. The man was taken aback for a moment, and then said with a big smile, this smile, there was a trace of tears in his eyes. I forgot to tell you that the most powerful thing about the Bloodstab Mesh is not his speed, not his defensive power, but he allows ordinary people to drive the mesh and just lie in the nutrition cabin. You can use your brainwaves to drive the mecha, and the feeling of the brainwaves is integrated with the mecha. From lying in the nutrition cabin, you will feel that you are on mecha. Boom. Hearing these words, Jiang San's head was like a lightning strike. His head banged. A Bloodstab Mecha that ordinary people can drive? Xungtai, is this serious? Jiang San was excited, and directly grabbed the man's hands and asked eagerly. This is of course true. If we don't believe it, we can enter the sales hall, where all the performance of the Bloodstab Mecha is unfolding, and we can choose people to go in and feel it. Go. When Jiang San heard these words, he directly pulled the man towards the crowd. He knew now that there were so many people gathered at the door. It turned out that it was not a support. They are all the same as him, who had given up the dream of mecha because they couldn't become a warrior. Now that the mecha dream has once again germinated hope in their hearts, can they not come? Every man has an organic dream. After squeezing all morning and watching all afternoon, Jiang San's heart trembled, and he personally felt a turn of the Bloodstab Mecha. Already made up my mind, I must purchase the blood-stabbing mecha. This is simply a fetish, the god bestowed on them. To be able to let him, as a waste person, drive a bloodstab mesh and achieve a state of integration of man and machine, this feeling is simply cool and unnecessary. Jiang San came to the purchase front desk. At this moment, there was a rush of people in front of them. They were all like Jiang San. After visiting them in person, they were determined to buy the Bloodstab Mecha. 10 stations for me. 10 stations. Damn you, get out of the way. You'll come first. I want one. The one in the front will show your face too. You roll me behind and let me fight in front of you. I will buy you one for free. A man roared arrogantly. They are queuing up. The front is like a long dragon, and the arrogant man just in front is the third. The man who was scolding just now, his face became gloomy when he heard the arrogant man behind. Everyone saw that he was about to fight, but a majority of people felt that this man would let it. After all, a bloodstab mesh, but what about universe coins that sell for hundreds of thousands, a free one? Who wouldn't want it? Jiang San also watched with a wry smile, and the gloomy man, with blood in his heart, yelled angrily, Dagon, I finally got here, and the number is limited, so why let you give it to you? Even if you buy me 100, I won't let you. When the arrogant man heard this, his angry eyes stared out. There is such a person in the world. But when other people heard it, their hearts were tight. Yes, the number of sales is limited, and everyone is lucky to be able to get ahead. What if you give up a position without his? The people in front are all livestock, and thousands of people buy them, which is a beeping dog. Seeing the mood of everyone, Jiang San was shocked in his heart. He didn't expect that this blood-stab mecha was just a night of propaganda, and it could make everyone so enthusiastic. But the blood-stab mecha is quite powerful. Just as long as ordinary people can drive, countless people covet it. On the Green Umbrella Group building, Yi Tanzing and Freya and other kings gathered together. Boss. The entire Ostrich Star, all eye-catching advertisements, have been bought by us, and all the messages on them are blood-stab mechas. The fat Green Umbrella Company chairman stood beside Yi Tan and said excitedly, "What is he excited about? What are you excited about?" It started selling at 8 o'clock in the morning this morning, and the number of blood-stab mechas now sold has reached nearly 300 million. 300 million. Each blood-stab mesh sells hundreds of thousands of cosmic grades. If this adds up, it will directly become the biggest rich man of the Osman civilization in one day. Yi Tan knew what was going on like this, so he didn't have any surprises. He sat calmly on the chair, as did the 7 kings, and even Freeman looked calm. When the chairman saw it, he was immediately confused. "Why are you so calm? This is a day to become the richest person. With this money, how many planets and slaves can it buy? It is estimated that half of Ostrich can be purchased. Isn't this Nemu excited yet? Why are all so calm?" Beep the dog. Wherever the chairman stands alone, his excited legs are shaking, and the whole person feels about to fly. He runs such a big company and has never seen so much profit. They make tens of billions of profits every year. He has never seen so much. How about the Star Wars mecha game? Yi Tan didn't continue to look at the chairman. Just now, when he saw the chairman's excitement, his calves began to tremble, making the corners of Yi Tan's eyes twitch. Is it necessary to be so excited? Isn't it just a few Jing Cosmos coins? Just so much. Don't you want to get excited? Yi Tan didn't even try to estimate how many universe coins he had. Anyway, Yi Tan only knew that all the mechas of the entire Freel civilization used blood-stab mechas, and how many civilizations and people there were in the Freel civilization domain would be extremely terrifying. It's even more terrifying than the earning. So my heart is no longer interested in universe coins. Yi Tan, we first promoted the Star Wars mecha game with the name of Tamron Civilization, and then we used the game to promote the Bloodsting Mesh. Now the Bloodsting Mesh is so popular, the registered users of the Star Wars mecha are also soaring. Go. Hearing Huang Shengwen's words, Yi Tan was very satisfied, but he had a lot of shares in the Starfighter mecha. Chapter 659 Chapter 659, Go to the Bdo Academy. Okay, now that everything has been arranged, I should also go on the road. Osman Civilization, there are still 8 of you to manage. I don't want any opposition to us. I won't take long. Coming back. Yi Tan sat in the first place and said coldly. Freeman and the others gave a wry smile. Yi Tan, what do you mean by saying this? Will it be back soon? How confident are you? When people go to the Martial Arts Academy, they can't come back within 3 years, and they are basically eliminated by the academy after 3 years. Feelings, you are rushing out. Yi Tan, don't worry, there will be no problems with the Osman civilization. Freeman patted his chest to ensure. Freeman is now radiant and red, he now has 2 5th-level star fields. Who can appreciate this, right? But Yi Tan Kai didn't value these petty gains, and it was useless to master 2 5th-level civilizations. The most useful thing was that he could mine everywhere. No one cares. But people go high and the water flows low. If they master these 2 civilizations, it will be really fucking. Mining is handed over to Freeman, and he will be a force behind it. When your Red Alert Empire becomes the most powerful in the universe, then it will truly dominate the universe. Okay, I'll leave early tomorrow morning. You don't have to give it away. By the way, there is you. Yi Tan suddenly turned his head and looked at the fat chairman and said, you should continue to be your chairman. Question, you can contact me directly, and your main task now is not only to dig out some minerals and resources, but also to dig out energy stones. Dig energy stones? The chairman was completely stunned. Yes, no funds, I can give it to you, no one, you buy, no mining star, buy. You only need to do these things well. Hearing what Yi Tan said, Chairman Fatty immediately stood up straight and yelled at Yi Tan, guaranteed to complete the task. Seeing the appearance of the fat man, Yi Tan smiled at the corner of his mouth, patted the fat man's shoulder, and left. Early the next morning, the entire Osman civilization was still immersed in the carnival of the Bloodstab Mecca, and no one cared about Yi Tan leaving. And they didn't want to care, after all. How ruthless they did what happened last time. They directly gave up the entire Ossing domain to Yi Tan. Who wants to care about this broom star? Let's go. Yi Tan waved his hand at everyone, and took the shuttle directly back to his war fortress. Follow Deacon Wang's battleship closely and head towards the Tanwu Star Territory. The Tanwu Star Territory is a star region governed by a 7th-level civilization. Within the star region, there are 3 7th-level civilizations. They are Hongfeng Empire, Zongdong Empire, and Xuan Empire. There are 4 colleges. Under the banner of the Tanwu Star Territory, there are countless civilizations, and the lowest civilizations are all at the 4th level. There are more than a dozen civilizations at level 6. There are even more than 1,000 levels of civilization, which shows how prosperous this Tanwu Star Territory is. The territory of the star field is also so powerful. At the Martial Arts Academy, when the Dean heard Deacon Wang said that Yi Tan was coming to the academy, he was immediately excited, immediately organized the mentor who went to help Yi Tan last time to meet Yi Tan. And this news also spread directly in the Martial Arts Academy. Hey, do you know? The ruthless guy who asked for leave directly at the beginning of school is coming back. Haha, I knew it a long time ago. But it's really ruthless. This ruthless person doesn't know who it is. It is incredible that the dean can agree to invite him for a 3-month vacation. Who would say no? We ask for a leave, it's hard to die, and we can't get out of the Tanwu Star Territory at all. But this guy, who has been outside, is so cool. Everyone's discussion happened to be heard by Avril Lavigne, who was passing by. When Avril Lavigne heard it, her face became pleasantly surprised. His eyes were as straight as crescent moons, and he was smiling very cutely. He had been following the 7 princes of the 7 civilizations behind him, and now only 6 remained. Sister-in-law, did you hear that? The boss is coming. Side stood beside Avril and shouted excitedly. Haha, the boss is here. The old Fifth's hatred, it's easy to repay. Those smashed. I see how arrogant they are. Huang Saikang also said gloomily. Well, he's here. The old Fifth's hatred will definitely be reported during this period of time. Please bear with me. After all, that person is aimed at me and his background power is also great. Avril squinted her eyes and extended the bottom. Some slight killing intent. Kufeng is smashed. My sister-in-law is right. Before the boss comes, let's not trouble the boss. After the boss has a firm foothold, we are dealing with him. Simply this time the 5th is discovered by us, and we have not suffered much hurt, or I must pinch Kufeng to death. The second child Hong Eli said with clenched fists. In Class B1, Kufeng was sitting in his place, surrounded by his little brothers, who were constantly talking about him at this moment. Boss, good news. Good news. Suddenly, someone broke into the classroom and shouted at Kufeng. What's the good news? It makes you anxious. The little brother didn't have time to breathe, and he shouted directly, Boss, you don't know anything. The person my sister-in-law has a crush on, is coming to the college. What? Kufeng sat up abruptly, and the bursting aura all over his body was immediately aroused. The little brother standing by, all felt this powerful pressure. All of them paled. Okay, it's finally here. Dare to grab a woman with me. I see how he will get mixed up in the academy in the future. Kufeng said with sullen eyes. Class C1 means the top class. Class C. Class C2 means middle class students, and Class C3 means poor students with few resources. The Bleeville is the level of the martial artist, and these Cleeville classes are all the martial artists in the Cleeville. And Kufeng, the reason why he is so arrogant, is precisely because he is a Bleeville peak martial artist. Inside Yi Tan's war fortress, Yi Tan was deeply attracted by all the scenery outside, and they had now reached the Tanwu domain. It was even close to Emperor Tanwu Star. The 4 colleges are on the Tanwu Emperor Star, and the level 7 civilization is also on the Tanwu Emperor Star. The outside is very prosperous, and there are gleaming warships everywhere. Some are super fast, some are slow. You can also see the large parked aircraft carriers floating in the void. On those aircraft carriers, Yi Tan can see that there is a huge blue circle on both sides of the circle, with large equipment. Every time the blue circle is activated, a battleship appears from the blue circle. When Yi Tan saw that thing, his eyes were horrified. He knew that it was a portal. Yi Tan, he will reach the academy soon. At this time, Deacon Wang suddenly came out and said. Yi Tan was taken aback. Is he going to the college? Avril Lavigne, it's been a long time. Chapter 660. Chapter 658. The enthusiasm of the tutor. Yi Tan was fascinated by the scenery in front of him. In this Tanwu Emperor Star, there are super luxurious buildings and some inexplicable units everywhere, and Yi Tan's heart is itchy to see. From such a scene, you can see how bad the Freal civilization they are in is. Although it has now become a 5th level civilization, it is far behind the Emperor Wuxing Star. It has reached the Emperor Star, but Yi Tan's battleship and Tanwu Academy's battleship cannot enter the Emperor Star. This is the rule of every civilization. Immediately, Yi Tan arranged his own war fortress. This time he came to the academy, and Yi Tan only brought a war fortress with him. Why? Because they don't need so many warships at all. They can reach them all with just one portal. So what warships are needed? After Yi Tan and Deacon Wang arranged the battleship, they took a luxury shuttle to the Emperor Star. Why do you want to say luxury? Because this shuttle has high-equipped weapons and jumping functions. You say luxury is not luxury? It can be seen from the small shuttle that this is the power of level 7 civilization. The speed of the shuttle was super fast. Yi Tan was sitting by the window. Before taking a good look at the scenery outside, the shuttle took them to the gate of the Bto Academy. At the gate of the academy, there are already many figures at this moment, and they are all here to pick up Yi Tan. Deacon Wang. When the figures saw Deacon Wang step out of the shuttle, they all shouted in surprise. They came here this time to pick up Yi Tan on the one hand, and grab Yi Tan on the second. That's right, Yi Tan is the first talented person in their academy. Can they not compete? Yi Tan followed closely and walked out. Looking at the huge city wall, Yi Tan couldn't help losing his color slightly. This martial arts academy had actually built a city. That stalwart city wall, as well as the defensive facilities above the city wall, looked terrifyingly terrifying. It is estimated that even if the entire Freal domain is attacked, it may not be able to be attacked. I'm afraid this is a student Yi Tan, a tutor in tights said happily as he walked over. Well, he is student Yi Tan. Deacon Wang stood aside and responded. At this moment, all the mentors looked at Yi Tan. They all wanted to see what a talented genius looked like. Hello, mentors, Yi Tan said with a smile at the mentors. Good. Good. The happy beards of the instructors were all curled up. They had been paying attention to Yi Tan from the shuttle from Yidanxia. From the surface, Yi Tan was neither overbearing nor overbearing, and looked very quiet. Now Yi Tan has a mouth. They knew that Yi Tan was a good student, and at least he made a good first impression. Go. Well, register for you now. One of the older instructors graciously pulled Yi Tan and walked towards the academy. Oh, tutor who? And you an open grab? The dean said, just let us greet him, but didn't let Yi Tan sign up. Besides, isn't your class full? A mentor hurriedly shouted. Fart, my Huzin class is not full yet. Yi Tan, an elite student, must belong to us. Teacher Hussein curled his beard and shouted eagerly, "Don't say anything, Yitan must be in my class." He, no matter what my class says, it is also among the best. Saying that your class belongs to your class? Everyone is fighting against Yitan. Deacon Wang couldn't help but shook his head. Is teacher Ma Feng not here? He is the director of class C1. Why didn't he come? Deacon Wang said, squinting. What do you mean, Deacon Wang? You all say that fat water does not flow to outsiders' fields. You still think of the Hornet instructor. The Hornet instructor is proud and ruthless. People think that class C1 is already the strongest lineup, and there is no need for other students to go to his class. Thinking about the fact that there are so many geniuses in my class, it makes me feel a little uncomfortable. Yes, Master Hornet is so ruthless now. He raises his head when he walks and greets him without paying any attention to us. What are you talking about? Instructor Hornet did not come because the dean did not notify him. So he did not come, but the dean said last time that Yitan is going to their class. But do you know what Instructor Hornet said? Say, what genius, he skipped class for 3 months before he came to the college, such a genius. Don't worry, so the dean didn't notify him. Everyone's words were sour and sour. At the end of hearing, everyone suddenly realized, and there was a look of joy on their faces. As long as the Hornet instructor does not come. Deacon Wang also knows the temper of Hornet's tutor, but he didn't expect Hornet to be so innocent. Yitan once said that if you want to go to the college, you need to be in the same class as Avril. When Avril and others were put into class C1, Hornet agreed it's great. Now that he has changed his mind, it doesn't give the dean any face. This caused some changes on Deacon Wang's face. Looking at Yitan, indeed, Yitan's eyes were already narrowed, and his eyes were slightly angry. Yitan, don't be angry. I'll tell the dean in a moment. I will definitely put you and Avril Lavigne in the same class. Deacon Wang hurriedly said to Yitan. When the instructors heard this, their expressions were a little disappointed. When the dean asked them to come, he told them to draw them in a little bit. If not, don't force it, because when Yitan came to the college, there was a saying, and Avril waited. People are in a class. When these people competed for Avril Lavigne, they were desperate. But in the end he was snatched away by the Hornet instructor with a strong background. There was no way. And now there is no way. Yitan nodded softly when he heard Deacon Wang's words. If he and Avril Lavigne are not in the same class, it's okay. After all, they can see each other every day. But from the Hornet mentor they talked about, this makes Yi the Sky was slightly upset. Very uncomfortable. A mere college tutor is also so arrogant, and he has not been a tutor at all. Yitan and everyone entered the academy. These enthusiastic tutors took Yitan to visit all the buildings in the academy, and Deacon Wang went to report to the dean in the dean's office. So, Yitan still wants to go to the C1 class? The dean squinted his eyes and said. Deacon Wang said, well, after all, Avril and Yitan have a very good relationship. If they are separated, Yitan must be upset. In addition, Yitan's talent and level are both cleaver beaks. If you assign him in class C1, there is no use at all. He should go to class B. But the dean did not answer Deacon Wang's words. No one knew except him that Yitan was the pinnacle of grade B. But the dean didn't want to reveal Yitan's level so early. Chapter 661 Chapter 659, Arrangement. After thinking for a while, the dean raised his head and looked at Deacon Wang and said, go down, tell Yitan, I will definitely let him enter class C1. Deacon Wang nodded when he heard the dean's words. With the dean's words, basically it was done. Although the Hornet had a strong background, it was a 6th-level primary civilization in the Tanwu Star territory. In the eyes of outsiders, the background is very strong, but compared with the academy, it is still far behind. So the Hornet will definitely agree with the dean, unless he doesn't want to do it. Deacon Wang came to Yitan's dormitory. Each college dormitory was a suspended island, and each island was where each student lived. The island is not big or small, just about the size of a small village. It has all the equipment on it, a place for organic karma practice, and a parking place for fighters. In Yitan's island, Deacon Wang was talking to Yitan. "Thank you, Deacon Wang." Hearing Deacon Wang said that the dean would arrange himself in class C1, Yitan put down the stone in his heart. The college must be the largest dean. If the dean is useless, who owns Nima College? It's just a small point. By the way, Yitan, in half a month, it is the college competition. This time it is the freshman competition. It is also about the chance to enter the inner courtyard. Inner courtyard? Yitan was taken aback. Yes, the 4 colleges are divided into inner courtyards and outer courtyards. We are now in the outer courtyards. The resources provided by the outer courtyards are limited, but the inner courtyards are different. The inner courtyards have abundant resources, and the tutors are even better. The inner courtyard is what all the children from the outer courtyard want to enter, Deacon Wang said proudly. At the beginning, he was also a student of the college. When he entered the inner courtyard, he was so happy. In the inner courtyard, these 2 words can arouse everyone's attention. However, Yitan didn't have any interest. Although the inner courtyard has trained advanced students, he has no freedom at all. It might as well not go in. Seeing that there was no happy expression on Yitan's face, Deacon Wang's heart was stunned. Is the inner courtyard not attractive enough? Yitan, the rewards of this college competition are very rich, and entering the inner courtyard, the resources earned are even more. The students inside are basically very rich. Hearing Deacon Wang's words, Yitan's eyes suddenly lit up, and the reward was very rich. If you don't want other rewards, just the energy stone. Yitan's heart moved slightly. What Deacon Wang said has begun to attract him. Deacon Wang, I know what happened. I will definitely practice diligently. Try to get admitted to the inner courtyard, Yitan said with a smile. Deacon Wang exhaled a long breath, and the stone in his heart finally let go. If Yitan didn't enter the inner courtyard, such good seedlings would be wasted. Just as the 2 were talking, a bright brain from the academy suddenly sounded. Yitan looked at Guangnao Yishan College, assigned to class C1. Go to the class to study at 2 p.m. Haha, the news is posted, and you can see Avril in the afternoon. Deacon Wang apparently saw the message and said happily. Yitan couldn't help showing a happy expression. It was not bad to be able to see Avril Lavigne. Suddenly Yitan thought of something and looked at Deacon Wang with a smile. When Deacon Wang saw Yitan's smile, his heart suddenly shook. This fellow must have no good intentions. Let's talk. What's the matter? Deacon Wang said helplessly. Well, I want to arrange for 2 students to come in. How about? When Deacon Wang heard this, he was shocked and turned to Yitan Dao. Arrange 2 students. This is not good. Our 4 colleges all have a rule. That is, after the entrance examination, students cannot be recruited, otherwise it will violate the rules. Deacon Wang said nervously, but his heart was full of turbulent waves. Yitan's request was really terrifying. Is there no way? Yitan frowned. Deacon Wang thought for a while and said, it's not that there is no way. Every student is accompanied. In the academy, many of them are senior and civilized children, so it is normal for them to need someone to take care of them. If you are, it is possible to enter the teacher, but your accompanying study is estimated to be difficult. The Hornet would not agree. If your 2 friends are willing, I can arrange them in other classes. In this case, they are all in the college. This method is good. Yitan nodded in satisfaction. The 2 students were not ordinary people. One was King Meng and the other was Natasha. As for King Meng, Yitan didn't know his level, but according to Red Dragon's analysis, King Meng could kill him with one hand. And Natasha's words are the same level as him. Yitan mainly didn't want to dream of being alone in the battleship. She had been alone for 500 years, and Yitan had a deep understanding of this feeling. So I pity King Meng in my heart, and I don't want to make her uncomfortable. Okay, just do it. Thank you Deacon Wang. Yitan said and sent Deacon Wang away. And now there is still some time before the afternoon. Yitan began to arrange. After giving it to Deacon Wang, Yitan went to his room alone. Red Dragon, how is it? How do you understand? The shadow of the Red Dragon appeared directly during the holiday and looked at Yitan and said, Master, The Tandwu starfield is almost understood. First of all, there are more than a dozen high-level starfields around the Tandwu starfield, and each starfield is 7-level civilization. We are now approaching the most central supreme civilization, and the Tandwu Star Territory is controlled by the Dean of Tandwu Inner Court. In the Tandwu Star Territory, if we want to disintegrate the Tandwu Star Territory, we must first upgrade our civilization. Even our Bloodstab Mesh may not be able to be in Tandwu. The Star Territory is on sale, because in the Tandwu Star Territory, there are many mechas that can be driven by ordinary people. So we need to upgrade the mecha. There are also warships, etc. But the specialties of our Earth can be sold on the Tandwu planet. Hearing this, Yi Tan had an understanding of the Tandwu Star Territory. Red Dragon, immediately organize all the prodigal spies to open a gap for me in the Tandwu Star Territory, and provide me with a sales channel as soon as possible, so that if our Bloodstab Mesh is upgraded in the future, there will be channels for sale. Yes, Master, I will do it. Red Dragon left. Yi Tan squinted at the huge city below, which is Tandwu Academy. According to Yi Tan's thoughts, civilization is generally to be dismantled. One is to use the economy to disintegrate, and to exchange ideas. The other is to use force to crush after his strength grows up, but Yi Tan's current strength is far from it. In Class C1, Avril Lavigne and the others got lost in class for several times, because they learned that Yi Tan will report to the class at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Everyone is waiting excitedly. Chapter 662-660, Target. Time passed quickly. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and Deacon Wang took Yi Tan to Class C1, and on his way back, Deacon Wang was on the road, and said uneasy, Yi Tan, Master Hornet is more difficult to disturb. You must not be too sloppy in his class. He is not in the eyes of anyone. Yi Tan nodded clearly. He understood what Deacon Wang said. Don't worry, Deacon Wang, as long as he doesn't provoke me, I won't provoke him. Yi Tan said with a smile. Deacon Wang also understood Yi Tan's personality and nodded. Arrived. When Yi Tan heard Deacon Wang's words, he saw a teaching building. Yi Tan, this teaching building belongs to your B1 class. In this teaching building, there are only your class, the organic karma training room and other unit facilities. Not bad, Yi Tan said, squinting his eyes, as expected of the Martial Arts Academy, and directly used a building as a teacher in the academy. Let's go, they are all waiting for you, Deacon Wang said with a wry smile. 3 months of leave. Who can do this? The two came to the door of a luxurious classroom. The old man's voice came from inside, and he kept saying something. Boom! Deacon Wang knocked on the door. Coming. Deacon Wang took Yi Tan and walked inside. Inside, the crowds are all students. There are 100 or so. Above their heads, there is a huge projection. It is estimated that they are learning the star distribution. And standing on the podium is an old man. That is, the Dean of Class C1 exclamation mark Wasp. Hornet glanced at Yi Tan, then looked at all the students and said, Dear students, we welcome new students. Wow! With a round of applause, the eyes of Avril Lavigne's smile were almost finished crescent, revealing 2 small tiger teeth. And the eyes were all gentle. And the palms of the 7 brothers are red because their boss is here. Yi Tan stepped onto the stage. What is the difference between this teaching mode and the Earth? Hello everyone, my name is Yi Tan, from the 5th level Peak Tenglong civilization. Yi Tan said with a smile. When he raised his head, he happened to see Avril sitting in front, and he suddenly smiled happily. Avril Lavigne's face flushed suddenly. What was once wrong was wrong. And now the two are loving. Their way is not easy. Student Yi Tan, you have asked for a leave of absence for 3 months, and you have only come now. Your grades should have been sitting in the front. Now you are late and you can only go back. Wasp stood aside and said with a little disdain in his eyes. He looks down on people of low-level civilization the most. This is also a common problem for most people in the universe. If you feel that your civilization is strong, you are superior. Yi Tan was taken aback, and smiled disdainfully in his heart. It seems that this wasp is also a small belly, targeting himself. Okay. Yi Tan walked directly down, without the pissing hornet teacher at all, and didn't even say thank you. As soon as the hornet teacher who was watching became angry, his face did not show any uncomfortable expression. Tutor Hornet, student Yi Tan sent you here, and my task has been completed. You remember, the Dean of Yi Tan Academy personally called the name. Before Deacon Wang left, he did not forget to beat the hornet. But the hornet's heart became even more unhappy. The one who walked through the back door was so arrogant, and the hornet's heart became even more disdainful of Yi Tan. Okay, classmates, let's continue the class now. Although the hornet was upset, she didn't show it. The class continued, and Yi Tan walked to the last row and smiled helplessly. Basically, all the students in this last row were accompanied. The young masters and princes sitting in front were all accompanied by others. Brother, so amazing. You didn't report, and you even took a 3-month leave. It's amazing. As soon as Yi Tan sat down, a man with colorfully dyed hair struck up a conversation. Yi Tan turned his head to look, and did not speak. At this moment, the hornet teacher just saw it. Yi Tan, you are not allowed to talk in class. If you commit a crime, go and clean the mecha. The hornet instructor shouted with a sullen expression on his face. Yi Tan looked at him, fucking was targeted, and looked at the wasp with a little disdain. All the colleges in the class turned their heads and found that Yi Tan's face was a little blue. Looking at the man with colorful hair next to him, they suddenly understood in their hearts. Everyone sighed. Hong and others also had some anger in their eyes. When did the boss say something? It must be those people who spoke, but blamed his boss, this hornet teacher. Really? Continue to class. Seeing that Yi Tan didn't contradict him, the horse-bee instructor smiled disdainfully. People of low-level civilization are people of low-level civilization. Unbelief can't cure you, the hornet teacher said grimly in his heart. The class continued, and the man who was sitting on the side, who was dyed in various colors, covered his mouth, lowered his head and laughed. Yi Tan's face was irritated, and his eyes stared at the class fiercely. Boy, in the college, you will crawl for me in the future, otherwise, my boss will not let you go. Dare to make a woman with my boss Ku Feng. I think you don't want to live. The man laughed. Finding that Yi Tan ignored him at all, he was embarrassed and looked at Yi Tan uncomfortably and said, Ku Feng. Yi Tan murmured to himself, without making much noise. Ku Feng didn't even know him. He wanted to talk about earning a woman. Isn't that Avril? But also, Avril Lavigne is a cosmic beauty, and anyone who sees it will be itchy. So it is not abnormal that Avril Lavigne has a suitor, but it is a lot of trouble. Yi Tan smiled helplessly. This mouth, with a smile, just happened to be seen by their wasp, but the wasp's eyes had been staring at Yi Tan. Yi Tan, what are you laughing at? Do you know class discipline? In class, you actually laughed at it. Do you know this? Ah! Hornet suddenly shouted angrily. Everyone in the class was taken aback, and then looked towards Yi Tan behind. Yi Tan was also taken aback. His eyes darkened suddenly. Is this guy endless? What are you looking at? Ah, you will come up to do this question. Seeing Yi Tan's fierce eyes, the hornet shouted with disdain, what about being ruthless? This is my class, try it yourself. Sitting in front of Ku Feng, he was delighted when he saw the appearance of Yi Tan and Hornet's mentor. When he saw his little brother, he immediately knew that his little brother had done it. Before Yi Tan came, he found the Hornet instructor, and then bribed a lot of gifts to make Yi Tan the last row. Originally, I wanted Yi Tan to be the last row, so that Yi Tan didn't bother him to pursue Avril. But unexpectedly, when Yi Tan came here, he was disrespectful to Master Hornet. This angered Master Hornet. Didn't Yi Tan suffer a crime? Thinking of this, Ku Feng's smile increased even more. Chapter 663 Chapter 661 The Collapse of Teacher Ma Yi. Teacher, Yi Tan Kai is here. How could he be? Are you embarrassing people? Ku Feng suddenly stood up and said with a smile. The people in the class said that someone had heard Ku Feng's words, and everyone sighed helplessly. They all knew that this guy was adding fuel to the fire, and it was extremely ironic. Instructor Ma Yi, Yi Dan-kai came to the academy. There are a lot of things he doesn't understand, so let's forget it. Hongl stood up and said, he is now the third person in the class. The second is Kufeng, and the first is Yi Dan, but Yi Dan has never revealed his rank, nor has he come to the academy. It has not been tested by professional equipment, but Hornet disagrees, thinking that the dean has just arranged a relative, or the dean has collected money, so it is just doing things. Besides, what strong background can a person of level 5 civilization have? Hongl, you sit down. I don't need to investigate Yi Dan this matter, but he is making trouble in class. This matter must be reported to the dean. Such a person, I can teach. The Hornet said gloomily. Everyone in the class suddenly shrank their eyes. Too cruel, right? Is this going to kick Yi Dan out of class? This is the first day I entered the school. Tutor. The 7 brothers and Avril Lavigne stood up anxiously. The Hornet did not look at them. Everyone shook their hearts, knowing that something was wrong. But Kufeng laughed inwardly, saying that money is good. Yi Dan squinted at the Hornet, knowing that this matter is difficult today. So he stood up and looked at the Hornet instructor with a smile. Well, indeed, you can teach me. Wow. In a word, the teacher directly detonated. All the students, looking at this bold and reckless Yi Dan, when is this? You still said such things. Isn't this looking for death? If it were to give the Hornet a little money, say something nice, maybe it would pass. But I didn't expect it to be like this. It's really hot. After hearing this, the Hornet's eyes sank, and a hideous look appeared on his face. What a Yi Dan! He refused to obey discipline in class, and now he is against his tutor. Do you want to learn? You should be forced out of it. Fired. Hornet said viciously. After everyone heard it, they sighed helplessly. They knew it would be like this, and the Hornet teacher was angry. He is an amazing Clevel tutor in the foreign academy. In the entire outer courtyard, there are only 3 classes of BCD, and the C1 class teacher is already very powerful, and as long as you become a Clevel and perform well, you can enter the inner courtyard. But this kind of review is only the class teacher. To offend the Hornet is to offend your own future, your own future. In a word, if you want to enter the inner courtyard, you need to have a good relationship with the Hornet. Yi Dan is crazy now. Yes. Disobeying discipline and contradicting the class teacher. Such people should be expelled. Kufeng also came to add fuel to the fire and shouted angrily, expelled, expelled. A dozen men beside Yi Dan shouted, they are all Kufeng's younger brothers. Expulse me? Your dean dare not, you, a little mentor, dare to make such a decision? Yi Dan narrowed his eyes and said, Yi Dan, you, an academy, dare to speak to your tutor me like this? Get out. Hornet was really angry this time. Yi Dan didn't give him any face, and the words were so unpleasant. It was really unbearable. Roared directly to let Yi Dan get out. A murderous intent appeared in Yi Dan's eyes. He entered this class by himself, and in less than 10 minutes, you would find me twice. I can't help but not kill you. A murderous smile appeared at the corner of Yi Dan's mouth, and the eyes of Avril Lavigne and the others shrank. Every time they saw Yi Dan kill someone, a smile will appear at the corners of his mouth. At this moment, the teacher's door suddenly opened. Director Ma, the dean is looking for you. Ma Yi walked in. Ma Yi is a Clevel class instructor, while Hornet is a Clevel, so in terms of power, Ma Yi is superior. Seeing that it was Ma Yi, the anger on the Hornet's face disappeared, and he smiled and replied, Teacher Ma Yi, I will go in a while. Ma Yi nodded, but seeing the teacher had a strange feeling, he looked at those who stood up. What's the matter, Director Ma? Ma Yi asked. It's okay, it's just a little thief, disobeying discipline, and is being punished. Wasp, said the little thief, with even more disdain in his eyes. Ma Yi was taken aback. Little thief? He knows that Hornet is a person with small belly and chicken intestines. Basically, no one dares to confront him in the class he teaches. Even if there is a problem, I dare not say it. It can be seen what kind of person a wasp is. Ma Yi walked towards the teacher, saw the last row, His eyes shrank suddenly. Why is this evil star sitting in class B1? I don't know, it seems like this. Teacher Ma Yi was shocked. After he returned, the dean informed him that he had met. After meeting, he knew one thing. Yitan is the pinnacle of class B. Keep it in your stomach, no one can tell. Ma Yi also watched the video, thinking about Yitan's punch to destroy him. He understood everything. I thought Yitan would go back to level B, but he didn't expect it to be here. Seeing Yitan, Ma Yi trembled all over, opened his mouth, and did not speak for a long time. But at this time, the hornet standing on the side shouted loudly, Yitan, you get out now. I can't teach you. See who can teach you. Let who teach you. Hearing what the hornet said, Ma Yi was stupid. Fuck, this Nima is really a beeping dog, right? Of course you can teach Yitan, but you dare to scold Yitan. I am really fucking. Ma Yi had whole grains in his heart, the stormy waves. He really didn't know what to say. Once Yitan beat him up with a punch, let alone a C-class director, that is, a level intermediary, let Yitan punch you, and you will suffer. Director Ma. Ma Yi just wanted to speak when he saw Yitan stand up, and the corner of Ma Yi's eyes twitched. Hornet also saw Yitan stand up, and the anger on his face became heavier. A trash, who is also a tutor in the martial arts academy. Is your martial arts academy broken to such a degree? Yitan said angrily. Yitan, it's not like that, Mr. Hornet doesn't know. Ma Yi, what are you doing? An academy dared to question our college. This kind of person should be expelled. Wasp saw Ma Yi explain like Yitan, and suddenly became even more angry. Why is this person so arrogant? Even a genius is like this. When Ma Yi heard it, his face turned black. He really has an impulse now that he wants to pinch the wasp to death. Do I, Nima, want to die like this? What they are special is the pinnacle of grade B, and being able to come to your class is considered good luck for your class. I didn't expect you to drive people out. So fucking. Chapter 664. Chapter 662. The Challenge of Life and Death. Enough. Yitan stood up suddenly and gave a cold drink. The whole room suddenly became silent. All the students looked at Yitan. I was excited, really. They had been in the martial arts academy for so long, and they had never seen anyone daring to contradict their instructor, even on the first day of school. Someone contradicted the instructor. This is a beeping dog. It's so exciting. The hornet instructor looked at Yitan coldly to see what he wanted to do. Yitan stood up, smiled disdainfully, and walked to the side of the table. The little brother who had just started talking to him. Yitan, what do you want to do? Mentor Ma Feng sighed coldly when he saw Yitan's appearance. What do I want to do? The first day I came to the academy, I was targeted. As a mentor, you were also involved in it. Is the martial arts academy broken to such an extent? Hearing Yitan's words, everyone in the class lowered their heads silently, and was speechless. Wrong reasoning, wrong reasoning. As the director of class C1, as the instructor of all of you, I do everything right. And you, a small college, dare to reason with me. Don't want to learn, fuck. Ma Feng was furious, and he was really mad about going mad. An academy actually ran into him like this, and in front of teacher Ma Yi, who is the director of the C2 class. His position is higher than himself. If the news of being contradicted by the students today reaches the ears of the senior instructors, I will really lose my face. Ah! Yitan smiled sarcastically, and all the students in the class became excited one by one. Yitan is looking for death, looking for death. Things are getting bigger and bigger, and the atmosphere in the classroom has changed. Okay, since you are a mentor, you have the final say. Well, today, I, Yitan, will issue a life and death challenge to the head teacher of the C1 class of the Do Academy. Wow, the room suddenly boiled. What is the challenge of life and death? That is the only place where the academy can use force to resolve grievances, but as long as you go up, you will be worried about life and death. What makes them even more boiling is that Yitan Kai's first day is like learning, and it doesn't matter if he collides with the class teacher. Now he is going to be on the stage of life and death. Isn't this looking for death? There was an uproar everywhere in the room. That Ku Feng, Ma Feng and others all showed disdainful smiles and irony. Even if Yitan is the Cleval pinnacle, so what? The Hornet instructor is a Bleeville intermediary. To deal with a Cleval, simply die. Instructor Ma Yi, when he heard that Yitan was about to fight Ma Feng's life and death ring, his eyes popped out. This guy was sincerely trying to kill Ma Feng. Naughty, silly, it's silly. Ma Yi looked at Yitan and shouted helplessly. The college cannot lose Yitan, let alone Ma Feng. After all, they are the head teacher of Class C1. If they lose a Ma Feng, who will teach their class? Teacher Ma Yi, you don't have to say. Student Yitan wants a life and death battle, then life and death battle. How can I endure such insults as my dignified tutors? Don't worry, I will not kill Yitan. I will let him know how to behave. Then Ma Feng said hurriedly, he was afraid that Yitan would change his responsibility in a moment. When Ma Yi, who was standing by the side, heard it, his heart became even more embarrassed. Nima, is saving your life, but you take my words as if you want Yitan to shrink back. This is a beeping dog. Ma Yi really didn't want to say anything. He thinks all this is just too fucking. Yitan, life and death ring, I promise you. See you at noon tomorrow. Teacher Ma Feng shouted angrily, and then turned and walked towards the gate. He didn't want to take it down here. What the hell is this? It's the biggest insult to the instructor that your own students contradict themselves, and they have to fight against themselves. This is the biggest insult to the instructor. You think the students you teach suddenly question you one day. Do you feel cool? And tomorrow will be a life and death battle. If I teach them in class again, wouldn't I be teaching Yitan? Hey! Thinking of these, Ma Feng felt endless anger in his heart. Just thinking about seeing Yitan tomorrow, he will be crushed to death. Slow! Yitan yelled to stop when he saw Ma Feng leaving. Yitan, do you want to repent? Ma Feng did not speak, but Ku Feng, who was sitting below, shouted. Instructor Ma Feng also turned his head, staring at Yitan, fearing that Yitan would regret it. No. How can I go back? Actually, I'm not targeting individuals. What I want to say is, you are all spicy chickens. Class C1, if someone sees me upset, tomorrow can join the life and death ring together. Yitan, a strong killing intent burst into his eyes, and he looked at Ku Feng and said. Ku Feng's expression also changed drastically with those vying, angry eyes. He knew what Yitan wanted to do. Moreover, what Yitan said directly caused the class to boil. Fuck, Yitan, do you want to be so arrogant? We are all spicy chicken? Okay, tomorrow is the ring of life and death. I will go to MDZZ. No one has ever dared to mock me like this, despise me, and I will be counted as one in the life and death ring tomorrow. Hee, life and death ring. See if I won't fight Yitan's Xiang out. The whole room shouted. Yitan was about to die. There was no way. Yitan was too arrogant. Avril Lavigne and the others were worried. They were really worried that Yitan could not beat them, and they also angered the heroes. If so many people are in the ring, how can they survive? Although they trust Yitan very much in their hearts, the current situation is really a crisis. When Ma Feng and the others heard the calls in the class, a touch of hideousness appeared on their faces. This is what you are looking for? No wonder Yitan, we will see you at noon tomorrow. Tomorrow, all the teachers and students of the school will come. Let everyone see you. How did you die? Ku Feng shouted grimly on his face. Afterwards, teacher Ma Feng left, and Ma Yi took a look and hurriedly reported to Deacon Wang. Deacon Wang is equivalent to a law enforcement committee. Deacon Wang was shocked when he heard this news. This Yitan just came to the academy. He stabbed such a big basket, but Ma Feng is even more hateful. Why is so unreasonable? The dean told him how many times he showed his love for Yitan, and he had to teach him well, but he did not expect to cause such trouble. There is also a life and death ring. If this is tomorrow, How much trouble will it cause? Deacon Wang hurriedly reported to the dean. This was a major event. No matter who died or was injured, it was a heavy blow to the college. Don't let the gaffe go on. On Yitan's floating island, Yi Tanzing and Avril Lavigne gathered together. Chapter 665 Chapter 663, Turning the Clouds and Raining. On the floating island, Yi Tanzing, Avril Lavigne and others recounted the past. Boss, you finally came. If you are coming, none of our brothers want to stay here anymore. Yes, boss, you are free and easy outside. But my father told me that you have killed Prince Ozzy and even unified the Ozzy area. What a relief. Yes, the civilization in Ozfield has looked down upon us for so many years, but now, we have unified them in Ozfield. This time they should cry. Brothers, I said happily every word of you. Yitan squinted and looked at everyone with a smile. It's okay, don't be sensational, the boss can come. We are all at ease. The second cock Hongalai shouted, then looked at Yitan Dao. Boss, you really want to participate in the life and death ring tomorrow, is it? Then Ma Feng is a believable intermediary, boss. Yitan shook his head and said, just put your heart in your stomach, you boss. When did I suffer? Ha ha. Yes. When did the boss suffer? Everyone smiled at each other. They all told the boss about Ma Feng's details. Since the boss is sure to win. Brother, there are a few talkers who talk and laugh. But Avril Lavigne sat beside Yitan, quietly looking at that stern Yitan, her eyes filled with the kind of slow love. Yitan looked at his brothers chatting, but didn't have much interest. He turned his head and saw Avril Lavigne. Today's Avril Lavigne. As if he was dressed up. She was dressed in black. Her skin was better than snow. Her hands were white jade, placed on her knees. Without saying a word. In the torch, she saw a snow-white face being forced by the fire, and she felt more beautiful. Looking Xiaojiabu, let the anger in Yitan's heart suddenly rise. The 7 brothers and others wanted to talk, but when they saw Yitan's help, they laughed one by one, looked at each other, and said goodbye to Yitan in a low voice. Boss, we are leaving. Avril Lavigne watched Yitan fascinated, and when she heard Hongal's rough voice, her face was flushed and she lowered her head shyly. Boss, goodbye sister-in-law. Na Hongalai shouted at the two of them again while riding the shuttle, and the brothers left with a laugh. Yitan heard a grin and cursed. After they left, Yitan looked at Avril, whose head was lowered and shy. Her face was red like an apple, and he really wanted to go up and bite him. Yitan stood up abruptly and came to Avril Lavigne. A princess hugged him and directly picked up Avril Lavigne. Avril Lavigne saw Yitan's eyes flushed a little, her breath was boiling, her face became even more shy, her eyes closed slightly, waiting for Yitan's next move. But when Yitan saw the appearance of Avril Lavigne, his heart exploded even more. Came to his room holding Avril directly, and pulled Avril's black dress down. In an instant, a jade body with bumps and convexities, turbulent waves, and a jade light between his arms. Looking at it, Yitan started to breathe quickly. When Avril Lavigne saw Yitan's gaze, her heart trembled. Yitan was injured in the first place, so she used the most earthy way to pull Yitan back from the gate. But at that time, Yitan was not sober, but now, both of them are sober, and Avril Lavigne can't help but feel a little nervous. Yitan ... you have to be lighter, Avril Lavigne said shyly. Wow. Yitan directly rushed forward, killing Avril Lavigne, which was called losing helmet and abandoning armor, and went straight to Huanglong, raging in the spring water. In the whole room, it's all that kind. Overturned all night. In the early morning of the second day, Avril Lavigne woke up with a ray of sunlight on her face. Looking at Yitan's cold cheeks, Avril Lavigne smiled knowingly and hugged Yitan tightly. Yitan seemed to feel the soft waves of Avril Lavigne, and he also hugged Avril Lavigne tightly. The two hugged each other like this, quietly feeling each other's heartbeat. And in the dean's office, with a bang, the office door was suddenly pushed open, and the dean sitting inside was also startled. Looking at it, his face suddenly turned dark. Deacon Wang, what are you doing in the morning? Hearing the dean's anger, Deacon Wang was suddenly embarrassed, knowing that he was a little worried. Dean, The big event is not good. Where did you go yesterday? Did you know that yesterday, the leg I was looking for almost broke? Deacon Wang cried out in tears. As soon as the dean heard it, something was wrong. I went to a meeting yesterday. What happened? What happened? That's the dean. Wasn't Yi Tan enrolled on the first day yesterday? I don't know how you were in class C1. Ma Feng said that, but yesterday Ma Feng targeted Yi Tan. Yi Tan's temper is not bad. I know, they decided to enter the noon life and death ring yesterday. See you. What? When the dean heard this, he sat up abruptly, slapped the table, and roared, angry, nonsense. This Ma Feng is just nonsense. Yeah, Dean, teacher Ma Feng is a Bleevel intermediary, and Yi Tan is only a Cleveland pinnacle. How can this be beaten? This Ma Feng instructor is also true. Deacon Wang stood by and shouted in a hurry. When the dean heard this, his face turned dark. He was talking about nonsense, not Yi Tan, but Ma Feng. I can say it badly, let Ma Feng be polite to Yi Tan. But Ma Feng actually did such a thing by Heian. President, what should we do now? It's only a few hours before noon, and they are about to start the battle of life and death. Deacon Wang wiped the sweat from his forehead and yelled eagerly. When he heard the news yesterday, he went directly to the dean, but he did not find it after looking for it all night. Angrily, he stayed at the dean's door all night. I still missed the best time to deal with it. And now the Martial Arts Academy, they all know one thing, that is the war between the academy and the instructor. Moreover, Yi Tan was still a very controversial student. Originally, Yi Tan took a 3-month leave, which caused a lot of controversy in the Martial Arts Academy. But unexpectedly, something like this would happen again, so everyone was caught off guard. What's going on now? The dean asked, squinting his eyes. His heart is magnificent. What the hell? Ma Feng dared to challenge Yi Tan. Yi Tan, that's so special. He is the pinnacle of grade B. If you want to challenge Yi Tan, aren't you looking for death? Now quickly find a way to save Ma Feng's life. If this leaves Yi Tan to death, the entire Martial Arts Academy will laugh out loud. Dean, all the tutors today have suspended classes. And they are all here to watch the war between tutors and the academy. There is no way to stop it, Deacon Wang said helplessly. As soon as the dean heard, I went, and things had developed to this extent. Chapter 666 Chapter 64, Life and Death Challenge. Since there is no way, let them fight. The two discussed for more than 4 hours. But in the end there was no way. The dean could only say so. When Deacon Wang heard these words, he looked at the dean in disbelief. Dean, do you really want Yi Tan to challenge Ma Feng? This time I don't know Ma Feng's mentor and everyone in class C1. They are all involved. Deacon Wang said, finally screaming come out. He really couldn't believe that his dean actually did such a thing. When Yi Tan was detected as the Cleveland Beak, the dean took it very seriously. Now why would Yi Tan do that kind of death-dealing behavior? Deacon Wang didn't understand at all. And the dean said at this time, there is no way, all this is fate, and I have no way to stop it. Since they are going to the life and death ring, let them live and die the ring, and give him a blow. The dean touched his beard and said deeply. The Deacon Wang who listened to his heart was very cold. Is the dean giving up Yi Tan? On the island of Kifing Academy, a little brother hurriedly came to his island. Boss, I monitored Yashin Island all night, and found that my sister-in-law had not come down since she went up yesterday afternoon. What? When Kufeng heard this, he threw the cup directly, an angry growler. Little bitch, what's so good about Yi Tan? Kufeng is already crazy, isn't everything he does for Avril? Now I didn't expect Avril Lavigne to do such a thing. It is really annoying. Boss, if you don't do it or not, just give Yi Tan, the younger brother said, and made a gesture of cutting his throat. Snapped. Kufeng snapped a mouth directly and shouted angrily, Yi Tan is going to die, but he can't die in our hands. Isn't it going to be a life and death ring today? Then teacher Ma Feng, one person can kill Yi Tan. Why are we doing it again? As long as Yi Tan is dead, Avril Lavigne will climb onto her bed. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Kufeng's eyes were red, he was crazy. and there was a lot of hatred in his eyes. Yes, the boss is right. The little brother was slapped, and he could only stand aside and agree. In the heart of the little brother, the hatred for Yi Tan is also very strong. If it were not for Yi Tan, how could he be slapped by his boss? It's 12 noon. In a huge square inches the Do Academy, countless students and tutors have gathered at this moment. There is also a huge arena. On the left side of the arena, there are many high platforms. On the high platforms are all the instructors. A lot of people have gathered in the entire square, all looking around. They all know who is going to be on the stage of life and death today. Oh, brother, have you heard? The instructor who is in the life and death ring today. And he is also the instructor of Ma Feng in class C1. TSK. Something unprecedented. Cut it. Hit it. It's my business. Don't bother me. I'm reading a novel. This is a novel serialized from the Earth. It's very beautiful. Really? What novel? Let me see. Of course it is The Technological Empire of the Red Police. This novel is super beautiful. I am going to give a reward. A group of stupid forks provokes the protagonist. With such a powerful force as the protagonist, the villain is simply looking for death. Let me go. Rewarded. Around the ring, there is a lot of excitement. In the arena, less than 100 people are already standing at the moment, and less than 100 people are the owners of Class C1. They came to take the lead, fighting Yi Tan decisively. If they can't beat Yi Tan, then they can only ask Teacher Ma Feng to come up, and Teacher Ma Feng also wants to show up, so I arrange for these students to come first. By the way, let the instructors of all classes let them see the students they have taught. How powerful. In the auditorium of the instructor, a B3 level instructor touched his beard and looked at Ma Feng with a smile and said, Teacher Ma Feng, is it a bit too much for you to do this? For a student, if you have a problem, you can correct it. Why did you get into the arena of life and death? Many tutors, upon hearing this sentence, looked at Tutor Ma Feng to see how he explained it. Instructor Ma Feng sneered in reality and said, I corrected it several times in class, but this college didn't put us in the eyes at all, saying that Ma Feng is not qualified to teach him. Our martial arts academy has been ruined. As soon as Miss Ma Feng said, all these instructors became angry. Isn't this a nonsense? Although our martial arts academy has always been ranked last in the past few years, it does not mean that our martial arts academy has fallen. That is, such an academy, if it doesn't obey the discipline, it should be severely flogged. In the martial arts academy, these two must not be mentioned. This is the pain in the hearts of all the instructors. In the past few years, I don't know why, their academy always ranks last, and the resources are becoming less and less. This makes the martial arts academy begin to smell of rancidity, which represents a strong academy that is about to be ruined. It's 12 o'clock, life and death ring. Participants, 84 colleges in Class C1. On the other side, Yi Tan. When everyone was discussing noisily, an old man suddenly stood on the ring and shouted. All around the ring became silent all of a sudden, watching the ring with a boiling heart. A person has to single out a class. What kind of person can do such a thing? The students in Class C1, Kufeng took the lead. They stood in front of them first, standing there with the wind blowing through their clothes, just like a generation of swordsmen, very chic. This allowed him to gather a lot of nympho girls. However, an embarrassing scene appeared on the ring. No matter how Kufeng looked up, Yi Tan didn't show up. This made Kufeng a little embarrassed, because many male students in the audience were scolding. Yi Tan, you dared to say something like that yesterday. Why didn't you dare to show up when you entered? Are you afraid? Kufeng roared. Yeah, if you dare not show up, Yi Tan, can you just say it? Everyone was shouting angrily. The dean is here. Good fellow, the dean has appeared. That's not true. Yi Tan is a student personally selected by the dean. Can you not come and see it? Tusk. Yi Tan hasn't come out until now. Are you afraid? The Melaniating students in the audience shouted disdainfully. And just as the dean just sat down, a figure suddenly appeared on the ring. It's Yi Tan. Someone yelled, Everyone only saw an afterimage. I didn't see anything. When the referee saw the afterimage, he hurriedly shouted, "The life and death ring, start on it, life or death. No one will be held accountable." As soon as the old man's voice fell, I saw the moment on the ring. Shocked everyone. Chapter 667. Chapter 665. Are you scared? Life and death arena, on it, life or death. No one is chasing. The old man's voice hadn't died yet, and he moved when he saw an afterimage. Everyone's eyes can't keep up with the afterimage. Boom. Bang bang bang. A muffled voice sounded. No one will pursue. The old man's voice fell, and everyone on the stage also fell, and their heads exploded. Extremely bloody, red blood all over the floor. Killed. Standing in front of the ring, a schoolgirl who just entered school suddenly screamed, and all of a sudden, everyone recovered. Looking at the top of the ring with horrified expressions. How can that be? Kill everyone in an instant? Ma Feng and other mentors all stood up banging, staring in horror, and their eyes were full of endless incredible. Indeed, they have never believed that Yi Tan is a genius at the pinnacle of the 5 talents, but now, with the corpses all over the floor, they have to believe it. For a while, there was silence up and down the ring, but Yi Tan strode to the front of Ku Feng's corpse and looked at the headless corpse, with a hint of killing intent at the corner of his mouth. "The woman who robbed me?" Yi Tan smiled disdainfully in his heart, and then looked at the audience seat of the academy tutor. "Tutor Ma Feng, are you scared? Are you scared? Are you scared?" Yi Tan's low roar sounded constantly over the ring, and these 3 words made the lower grade students in the audience numb. At the beginning, one person, one pair of fists, eliminated all the students of a C1 top class. Who can do this kind of record? Are you scared? Those 3 words directly caused Ma Feng's face to change drastically, and his eyes suddenly became dark. The rest of the instructors took a breath and looked at the bloody Yi Tan, shocked in their heart. This son is too intent to kill. How many people have to be killed? Ma Feng felt a little regretful in his heart. Why did he hold this life and death challenge with Yi Tan? Why should you agree to a life and death challenge in your academy? He finally formed a top class squad, so Yi Tan was wiped out. It didn't help to regret it. Yi Tan's head was blown out, and it was impossible to recover. After the regret in Ma Feng's heart, there was endless anger, and the anger burned directly at the bottom of his heart. "Yi Tan, you dare to kill your classmate? The wolf's ambition must be eliminated." Teacher Ma Feng stood on the high platform, roared, and then leapt toward the ring. Everyone saw the instructor Ma Feng being on the scene, and one by one, the instructor was on the stage. I don't know if the instructor can beat Yi Tan. No one noticed that they were already afraid of Yi Tan, and even began to wonder if Ma Feng could beat Yi Tan. No one noticed this situation. In their hearts, they have recognized Yi Tan and the genius of Yi Tan. It's not that everyone tells each other as a guy who walks through the back door, but Yi Tan killed his classmates, and he was still in the same class, which made many people feel uncomfortable. They felt that Yi Tan was just an executioner and wolfish ambition. Standing on the ring, Yi Tan's eyes flashed red. He watched Ma Feng come to the stage and shouted angrily, "Shut up!" A trash, taught students, which one is not bullying and hardworking? Which one is not relying on your status? Bully others. Dare to teach me this way? In the arena of life and death, there are only 2 life and death. Billowing waves, thunderbolt in the blue sky, the sound of thunder, blasted in the ears of everyone. Everyone stared at Yi Tan with wide eyes. Yes, there is only life and death in the arena of life and death. Moreover, the trainees of Teacher Ma Feng are too superior, thinking that they are the top class. They are very arrogant. Many students can't see it. At this moment, most of the eyes looked at Yi Tan. They all worshipped and respected. "Yi Tan, don't you want to be arrogant, like a fangs and sharp mouth? Today in the arena of life and death, I see how you can survive." Instructor Ma Feng shouted grimly. His disguise was torn off by Yi Tan a little bit, and his heart was furious. "I feel that my future has been completely ruined by Yi Tan." Ma Feng, who was so embarrassed and angry, His fists creaked, very violent. Yi Tan's red eyes looked at this instructor Ma Feng disdainfully, and when he watched instructor Ma Feng make a move, he shouted, "Come on, let me see what the instructor of the Bo Academy is like." The sound was billowing like thunder, blasting over the entire square, and the dean sitting on the high platform closed his eyes with some heartache. Teacher Ma Feng ... But Deacon Wang, who was sitting on the sidelines, opened his eyes wide and looked anxiously. Could it be that a generation of geniuses will die on the second day of school? Yi Tan. Below the arena, all the students are watching this shocking battle. Yes, in the life and death arena, they have never been a tutor, and even the academy and the tutor are fighting. Now the two people, like enemies meeting each other, made everyone watch nervously. They really didn't want Yi Tan to die, because what Yi Tan said just now caused everyone's inner resonance. Some people hope that Yi Tan will win. Someone looked desperately inside. How could a tutor lose to a student? The princes of the 7 civilizations, one by one, their eyes are proud, and they don't believe that their old convention loses. They will stick to the end, and their boss will definitely win. Yi Tan, die. On the ring, the teacher Ma Feng rushed towards Yi Tan, extremely fast, even faster than Yi Tan just now. Among the people under the ring, some people closed their eyes. It's over. The Hornet instructor is a Sped-type warrior of the Bleeville intermediary, and the Sped-type warrior is the most difficult to deal with. If one is not good, it will be killed in seconds. Yi Tan's speed is not slow. I think his speed just now is extremely fast. Yi Tan's speed is fast, and there is no other way. Yi Tan is only a crank pinnacle warrior after all. He is fast and not as fast as Ma Feng instructor. Therefore, this battle has already decided who wins and who wins. What a pity. Yi Tan is a good fellow. Everyone couldn't bear to look at the ring. They all knew a result in their hearts. How could Yi Tan beat Ma Feng on the instructor's ring? Some instructors who have a good relationship with Hornet looked at the ring with disdain, and sarcastically said, "Hee hee, a student who dares to challenge the dignity of the instructor is worthy of death. We don't want such a genius!" As soon as these words came out, Deacon Wang was unwilling. He looked at the tutors who had a good relationship with Ma Feng and shouted coldly, "Ma Feng is wrong first. If our college is a person like Ma Feng, this college has been completely. It's over." Chapter 668. Chapter 666. The shock of everyone. As soon as Deacon Wang's words came out, the mentors could only shut up obediently and continued to look at the ring. The position of Deacon Wang is very high, and they dare not offend Deacon Wang when offending anyone, so I can only watch the ring obediently. On the ring, a strong wind blew up, and I saw the shadow of Ma Feng, who was about to rush to Yi Tan in an instant. In the strong wind, a cold light appeared. "Arms!" someone exclaimed. They didn't expect that the Hornet teacher even used a weapon. It's over. Everyone exclaimed in their hearts, and directly closed their desperate eyes. And at this moment, a mere Bleeville intermediary tutor wants to kill me too. Court death. A thunderous killing intent sounded, and it exploded directly in the air, and everyone's scalp was numb. What kind of sound was this? This sound seemed to be the sound of Shura, the sound that could only be made by killing countless people. Someone opened their eyes and watched. At this look, the pupils shrank suddenly. How can that be? The man screamed in surprise among the students, and all the students, as if feeling something was wrong, opened their eyes one by one. At this moment, the entire students boiled. Fuck, what's the situation? Impossible. Yi Tan is only a Cleveland Pinnacle student. How is this possible? Everyone covered their mouths and looked at them incredulously. On the ring, Yi Tan pinched Instructor Ma Feng fiercely and slipped in the air. Instructor Ma Feng seemed to be pinched and immediately lost the ability to resist. Perhaps it was the palms that pinched him. Very powerful. Teacher Ma Feng's eyes also looked at Yi Tan with a look of horror, struggling frantically. The ghost knew what he had gone through. He only knew that he wanted to use a dagger to kill Yi Tan at the fastest speed. Unexpectedly, I was severely pinched by Yi Tan's hand. This power and speed are above me. Could it be that Yi Tan is the pinnacle of grade B? Instructor Hornet's eyes are full of horror. I can't believe it. And the tutors sitting on the audience stage stood up banging, clenched their fists, and looked at them in horror. Yi Tan's level. The Deacon Wang almost ran off to check Yi Tan's body personally. Is this Nima teasing me? How could Yi Tan be so powerful? Could it be that Yi Tan is Yi Tan, Yi Tan, Yi Tan, dot. All the students started to boil, shouting Yi Tan's name one by one. They are all Cleeville, and the highest is the Bleeville elementary level. Everyone needs to spend a lot of money whether it is a small level of promotion, long time. And as long as they reach the Bleeville intermediary, senior tutors, there is no way to teach them. They can only send them to the inner courtyard to study. The tutors in the inner courtyard are much higher than them. Moreover, in the Tandwu continent, the flattery is that the weak is strong and the food is strong. Whoever is strong is respected. Of course, the premise is that the character is good. You say that you bully a weak person who has no grievances and no enemies every day. Anyone is unhappy. The shouts of the students were louder than each. The whole Tandwu Academy was boiling, and everyone was shouting Yi Tan's name. The expressions of all the instructors changed in shock. They wanted to comfort the students, but now the Academy's shouts, waves, they have no way to stop or even comfort them. On the ring, Yi Tan looked at the mentor Hornet like a dead thing. From the first day I stepped into the academy, you started targeting me. From the moment I sat down, you insulted me twice. I said, in this college, no one can teach me, and no one dares to insult me. He who insults me, whoever kills. After Yi Tan roared, he slammed his hand and slammed it towards Ma Feng's forehead. With a bang, the cheeks of Ma Feng's head collapsed deeply. And all the academies, one by one, heard what Yi Tan said just now. The goosebumps were all up, but after listening, all of them looked a little crazy. A tutor, who is so targeted at students, and he is a super genius. That's right, everyone now recognizes the identity of Yi Tan Shinkai. One person, one instructor and one class are eliminated. This is not a genius. What else can it be? A genius has the dignity of a genius, and a tutor who is not as good as a genius can go to your class. Just like a student who enters a poor student class, he needs to be treated well. I have never imagined that you, a mentor, did not treat it well, and even added cold eyes and cynicism. No one is happy with this. All the academies can finally understand Yi Tan's majestic killing intent, and can understand the pride of a genius. Who can compete with the outer courtyard of the Bdo Academy? Who can teach? This is Yi Tan. The instructors sitting on the audience stage became cold in their hearts. They never thought that Yi Tan turned out to be a Bleeville, even above the Bleeville intermediary. That would be the Bleeville pinnacle. They have treated a genius like this. The Martial Arts Academy has begun to smell of rottenness, and now it is lack of a leader. Now that the leader is right in front of them, they actually did such a thing. Their hearts are slightly cold, and they regret it. They looked at the dean on the high platform again, and sure enough, the dean didn't look surprised, as if he already knew it. Seeing this, many mentors felt more regretful in their hearts. If they had known that Yi Tan was the Bleeville pinnacle and had surpassed the level of all the instructors in the academy, they would not have been so coldly mocking. Offending a strong man is even worse than offending a fleet. On the ring, Yi Tan squinted his blood-red eyes, punched harder than a punch, and slammed at the cheek of the teacher Ma Feng. Teacher Ma Feng was desperate, even a little crazy. Yi Tan, kill me. Kill me. Ma Feng roared heartbreakingly. Yi Tan's fist was worse than the torture of hell. It is neither light nor heavy, and it is hard to break free from the fight that made him want to die. If this continues, only the pain will die, but he will not be beaten to death. A bloodthirsty expression appeared at the corner of Yi Tan's mouth. He looked at teacher Ma Feng and said coldly, "The moment you targeted me on the first day of enrollment, your fate has already been decided." When Ma Feng heard this, his whole body trembled, and he yelled at Yi Tan in horror, "Yi Tan, kill me, you kill me, ha ha ha, kill me, you will be finished." Know me is at the background. That's level 6 civilization. Kill me, my civilization can't let you go. Ha ha ha. Noisy. Yi Tan suddenly inserted 2 fingers into Ma Feng's eyeballs, and with a chuckle, the blood splashed out. What? The screams of teacher Ma Feng sounded over the entire ring, and everyone heard it, and the scalp became numb. Chapter 669 Chapter 667 Block News. What? The screams of teacher Ma Feng rang throughout the square for 9 days, and the heart-piercing voice made everyone feel cold and hairy. How hot Yi Tan is. Should a class be intermediary like this? Kill me, kill me. On the ring, the roar of teacher Ma Feng suddenly came. Ha 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 ha. Teacher Ma Feng was already crazy, and after a while roaring, and then laughing, the whole person became crazy. But Yi Tan heard the insane laughter of teacher Ma Feng. His heart became more violent, and the fingers in teacher Ma Feng's eyes began to stir frantically. Hey! Yi Tan smiled low, full of murderous intent. Very crazy. Our teacher Ma Feng felt that his skull and face bones were about to be torn apart by Yi Tan. This feeling of being about to face death really made his heart palpitations. The sound is also deep from low to high. Puff. A sound like tearing apart meat rang in the silent ring. I saw Yi Tan directly tore open the head of teacher Ma Feng. The scene was extremely bloody. The thick brain, mixed with blood, directly flowed out. Very disgusting. Quiet. The silence for a while, whether it was the instructor or the academy, was deathly silence, looking at Yi Tan dumbfounded. It's crazy, teacher Ma Feng just died? Less than a minute of silence. Suddenly, all the students uttered a terrifying roar. What they said is only 2 words. Yi Tan, Yi Tan, Yi Tan. Everyone is shouting, they are crazy for Yi Tan. Yi Tan created the history of the Martial Arts Academy. Yi Tan created the students, not just the object of being bullied. All of this was created by Yi Tan. The 7 princes standing in the crowd shed tears with pride. They believe in their boss, always believe, and swear to follow in the footsteps of the boss. The boss can create a history like no one has come before. This is their boss. In Yi Tan's island, Avril Lavigne did not go to the arena to watch this competition. Last night, Yi Tan told her that he was the top of the level. So to deal with a teacher Ma Feng, it is not easy to do it. So for this result, Avril Lavigne didn't have any surprises. Smiling at the video in Guangmin. Hiss, there was a burst of pain from Avril's lower body. Avril gently warmed her face with a shy smile on her face. Thinking of the madness last night, Avril Lavigne hurriedly put her head in the quilt. In the ring, seeing the students, the martial arts team began to riot, and if this continues, he will be unable to control it. All students, return to your teacher now, and start class now. At this moment, the dean stood up suddenly and shouted towards the dense crowd below the ring. The waves of those students were so loud that they couldn't hear the dean's words at all, and they were still shouting. All students, give me back to your teacher immediately. The dean didn't know when he took out a giant speaker and shouted at the crowd. Many troops have also appeared. These troops are the garrisons of the Martial Arts Academy, and they are the troops trained by the Martial Arts Academy. In the Martial Arts Academy, many academies graduated, and they all go to the military camp and become a general. And the army also protects this academy. As long as any problems arise, are these troops coming out of it? Hearing the dean's roar and seeing the appearance of the army, the boiling students calmed down. Moving towards their own class, those tutors also returned to their triggers. The scene where Yi Tan killed the teacher Ma Feng kept echoing in their minds. It was really crazy. The army escorted the students back to their class, but also feared that the students would rise up and resist. And many students, sitting in their class, just stared at the desktop in a daze. In their minds, it was all the scene where Yi Tan killed the teacher Ma Feng. In class C1, at this moment, it is called a silent and terrible. In the entire class, there are only 8 people left. No, plus Yi Tan, it is 9 people. Not a mentor, the head teacher of class C1 was killed, and the instructors who wrote the main course did not dare to join the teacher. And at this moment, Yi Tan hadn't returned to his teacher, because the dean called Yi Tan into an office, which seemed to be the dean's office. The dean looked at Yi Tan helplessly, and shook his head with a wry smile. You, I knew you were a thorn. When you defeated Master Ma Yi last time, I knew you were a thorn. Even, I also know that you are the pinnacle of the Believal. But who knows you? Just the second day after entering the academy, you did such a thing and destroyed a top class. Hey! The dean sighed and said, in his heart, if he didn't say anything, he would be tired if he said too much. Yi Tan was covered in blood, and before he could wash it off, he was called by the dean. Hearing what the dean said, he also smiled helplessly. What can I do? You say I am a thorn. Isn't Ma Feng a big thorn? I am a person who never provokes me. I don't provoke people. If Hong Long stood here and heard Yi Tan's words, he would definitely look at Yi Tan with contempt. You say you are not annoying? Not annoying people killed so many people. Okay, Ma Feng is dead now. I brought you here to tell everyone that you are the most precious treasure of the Martial Arts Academy. In this case, Ma Feng's family dare not do anything to you. After all, they are 6th-level civilization. Also, don't leave the Martial Arts Academy these days. Be careful, one day when someone is killed, I will cry and become blind. The dean said helplessly. The Tanwu Star territory has been formed for tens of thousands or even 100,000 years, and there are all kinds of people and families. Not to mention those who are strong, warriors, who pursue strength and life, but the stronger their warriors, the longer the life. Good dean. Nothing. I will go down, Yi Tan said with a smile. Go. The dean sat on the chair, waving his hands helplessly. Yi Tan left. Less than 10 seconds after he left, the dean gave some orders to the light brain, which were directly transmitted to the light brain of all the instructors. Yi Tan ranks must not be exposed. Once exposed, kill it. Such a message containing a strong killing intent was directly sent to the Guingmen of all the instructors. When the instructors looked at it, they all shocked and knew the importance of Yi Tan. They also immediately issued this order to all the students. Even the troops stationed in the academy have increased the number of patrols, and the gates of the academy are not let in and out of everyone. The purpose is to suppress the news of Yi Tan's level. Chapter 670. Chapter 68, Expansion. In the dean's office, Yi Tan left early after agreeing to a series of requirements from the dean. But within less than a minute after Yi Tan left, Yi Tan gave all the teachers and students a password. If anyone dared to leak Yi Tan's information, he would be expelled, or even get revenge. All the teachers and students, of course, understand what this means. Yi Tan is the hope of all of them. It is the hope of the Martial Arts Academy. Of course, no one wants to see Yi Tan's accident. In Yi Tan's independent island, Yi Tan is sitting in a quiet room, listening to all the reports of Red Dragon. Master, it has been investigated clearly. In the Tanwu Star territory, the exchange of energy stones is very cheap, and even in this middle to high-level star region, the energy stones are no longer the only energy substitute. In the Tanwu Star territory, it is replaced by an energy mineral of obsidian. This mineral of obsidian is the core ore of every planet. Generally, if you get this ore, you need to explode the planet and absorb it. Core minerals. This kind of obsidian is synthesized. Obsidian is extremely precious. Although the energy stone is already very cheap, it is still a mass product. While obsidian is a high-end item, which can only be owned and used by people with large families and large civilizations. After hearing Hong Long's investigation, Yi Tan frowned and nodded. When he came, Hong Long said that it is impossible for advanced civilizations to use energy stones. This kind of energy stones are only naturally produced in the universe. Things, a few rage. Even if advanced civilizations compress and evolve, the rage energy is less, but the energy is also less. It is not enough for battleships and military weapons. Even when it is compressed, it will waste a lot of financial and material resources. Can obsidian be available? Yi Tan asked, squinting. If you can buy obsidian, you can detect how many energy points a piece of obsidian can exchange, so that Yi Tan can classify future plans. Master, I am afraid that we have no way to get obsidian. Obsidian seems to have been in the hands of some advanced civilizations. We have no way to buy obsidian. Obsidian is extremely precious. On Tandwu continent, although there is obsidian, it can be used. There are still very few people, so obsidian is basically sold to star regions with civilization level 8 and above. Moreover, their technology is not very mature, so the synthetic obsidian is also extremely limited. After all, in the universe, to blow up the planet and adopt the core of the planet requires the consent of the supreme civilization. If you blast the planet privately, extracted the kernel is against the constitution. Red Dragon stood aside and said helplessly, he knew what his master was playing, but there was no way. Obsidian, let's talk about it later. Let's talk about the current situation of the base now. Yi Tan sighed in his heart. There is no way to get obsidian, but if there is a chance, Yi Tan will not let it go. Master, everything is developing in the base now. In addition, we have established a subbase in the Osman civilization. It has begun to develop. The base now has 2 million Clevel Pinnacle fighters, nearly 30,000 scientists, and more than 500 war fortresses. There are 4 bases, 2 spare, and the Mars, Earth, and Freya civilizations are established, and the other is in the Os civilization. Hearing the general situation of his base, Yi Tan nodded with satisfaction. Although his civilized empire is already at level 5, overall it is still not enough. Red Dragon, how many energy sources do we have now? Master, we still have 6 million energy sources. We originally had 7 million energy sources. The construction of the Osman civilization subbase has cost more than 1 million energy. There are still 6 million energy sources. Yi Tan squinted, wondering what he was thinking. The whole room suddenly became silent, and no one spoke. There was silence for nearly a minute before Yi Tan raised his head and looked at the Red Dragon. Release 5 million energy sources and give me all my strength into the warships and soldiers. Hong Long's eyes shrank suddenly. Master ... You want it. What do you think is right? We can't blindly upgrade this way. Our base is not stable enough. Even if I upgrade, the soldiers upgrade, but this amount of troops, compared with the real civilization of the same level, is outrageous! So we are now releasing 5 million energy sources, and we are talking about a solid base. Yi Tan suddenly shook his whole body, and his whole body burst out an irreversible consciousness. The whole space was full of that kind of domineering aura. The red eyes of the Red Dragon who looked at them all brightened up. Master, finally look away. I don't know when. The masters are fighting for the energy stone and upgrading for the base. Regardless of the core of the base, that is the violent soldiers, all over the world, I am the only one. Master, if we release 5 million energy, then our base will only have 1 million energy as a backup. Red Dragon felt that it was a little bit less to leave million energy, reminded. I saw Yi Tan shook his head and said, 1 million energy is a lot. 5 million energy is released, and the time authority is guaranteed every day. I want to build a 600 war fortress for me as fast as possible. An expeditionary army of thousands of soldiers. Expeditionary army? Red Dragon exclaimed. How big it is to dominate today's changes. The expeditionary army is about to come out. Could it be that today's battle has the master's head opened up? Are you finally starting to lead troops and conquer all civilizations? Conquering civilization is what all the Red Police soldiers are willing to see. They are unwilling to sit at the base alone, and let the master alone bear everything. Yes, the expeditionary army, today's battle, I finally understand the truth. That is, no matter how advanced our civilization is, there will always be civilization standing on our heads. If we upgrade our base or even make the empire stronger, we must conquer. Conquest is the kingly way. Our Red Police base, the fast upgrade channel. If we don't conquest, our base will always be upgraded at the slowest speed. In that case, Yi Tan stood tall and said solemnly, after entering the academy, what happened really made him feel a lot, and even reflected a lot. If you want to be respected by others, you need your own strength, and even create a bloody army. A decisive army, an army that makes people listen to it, and a chilling army. Master, 5 million energy sources. I am afraid it is impossible to create such an army. 10 million soldiers, nearly 7 million energy sources, 500 war fortresses. That is even more expensive. Red Dragon stood helplessly, said that the energy of the base is too small. Chapter 671. Chapter 669. All parties move. 2-star regions are boiling. Yi Tan squinted his eyes and hung a confident smile at the corner of his mouth and said, I know we don't have enough energy, but all of this is simple. Red Dragon, the human marginal star domain. How many? When Hong Long heard Yi Tan's words, his entire mind and brain trembled. The domination was almost beaten today, and he was about to strike up the edge of the star field. Master, if you add up the edge star domains, there are more than 40, and there are only 108 human star domains, and the edge cities account for 40. Of these, we have controlled 2. And now there are 38 edge star regions left. After Yi Tan listened, he nodded with satisfaction. There are still 38, although not many, but not many. Each one is under the jurisdiction of level 4 civilization. If it is more powerful, it is under the jurisdiction of level 5 civilization. Civilized jurisdiction does not exceed 5 levels of civilization at all. For Yi Tan, this is also extremely simple and extremely easy. Red Dragon, if I attack these star regions, will I be restricted by the constitution? Of course, the Red Dragon knew that the ruler would ask this question. After all, to attack those star regions, one must first understand whether the supreme civilization would send troops to help these low-level civilizations. Hong Long nodded clearly. Understand the rule. How about our 5 million energy distribution? First, build battleships in advance. War fortresses must be indispensable. This is a necessity for interstellar warfare. In addition, tell the 7 civilizations to speed up the construction of bloodstab mechas during this time. If there is no material, go to other civilizations to buy. No resources, buy. Also, let 30,000 scientists start researching new types of warships and mechas. Our warships are a bit behind. When we dominate all 38 low-level civilizations, we have to plan for the next step. When the Red Dragon heard the Master's detailed plan, he took a sigh of relief. He also didn't expect when the Master made such a detailed plan. Understood, Master. The Red Dragon nodded with excitement. After coming out of the earth for so long, is it finally about to start? It used to be a small fight, and the strength of the base was accumulated. Now the strength of the base is also sufficient. The road to the expedition will be very easy. By the way, the Red Dragon, the expeditionary army cannot be without a leader. Send Natasha back, and let Yuri number 2 assist Natasha. Yes. Dominate. Red Dragon immediately made the highest courtesy of the Red Police. A cosmic bloody massacre plan just unfolded, and the Red Dragon began to send missions to all bases. Outside the stars of Emperor Tanwu, in the exclusive war fortress belonging to Yi Tan, Natasha received this order, and her whole body was filled with endless fighting spirit. Inside the war fort, Natasha, humble job. I'm ordering you to be the supreme commander of the expeditionary army. After all preparations, lead the expeditionary army to conquer all low-level civilizations. Humble duty and take orders. Promise to complete the task. Natasha's eyes burst out with a strong fighting spirit, and she shouted respectfully towards Yi Tan. Natasha returned home. From the side of the earth, a war fortress was teleported over. Natasha took this battleship and returned home. On the far earth. On this day, the atmosphere of the entire earth became unusual. All the soldiers patrolling the earth have increased. The town's violent city officials started patrolling every day and night. They even used fire weapons for those who only wore gold tiles. No space battleship, but it's easy for people. This unusual situation has caused many people to worry about gains and losses. A little nervous. And the warships outside the earth, the large war fortresses, all began to move towards the Freel civilization. And within the Emperor Star of Freel civilization, the king of the 7 civilizations is standing with Freeman. Everyone, I just got the news that Yitan asked us to buy a lot of materials and build a lot of bloodstab mechas, and the number requested is still quite a lot." Freeman sat in the first place, frowned. "Lord, do you know what happened? Why did Yitan suddenly ask for a large number of bloodstab mechas? With so many mechas, this is the rhythm of equipping the army." The king of Huangsheng Wenming frowned and asked. They were also squatting inside, building so many bloodstab mechas. It was not for sale at all. These bloodstab mechas are all weapons that need to be built and worn. This Nima is obviously meant to be worn by the army. Freeman shook his head and said, "I don't understand the situation. But the battleships of the Earth have frequently appeared in our big civilization these days, and they seem to be recruiting soldiers. Many impoverished and civilized countries have begun to sell their arms." Hiss. When everyone heard it, the whole room took a deep breath, and everyone was shocked. What is this going to do? To recruit troops, Tenglong civilization is developing more and more rapidly, and there are nearly 1 million Clevel Pinnacle fighters. Is Yitan still not satisfied with such a troop? What is this going to do? Everyone was puzzled. Everyone, although we don't know what Yitan thinks, but looking at the state, it is the rhythm of forming an army. It is estimated that it is going to fight other civilizations. So Yitan's request, you must hurry up, don't pull your legs down. As soon as Freeman's voice fell, everyone smiled and said, of course, Yitan's request, can we not do it? Lord, you can rest assured, we will start to issue orders when we go. Let all the military factories, every effort is made to produce only bloodstab mecha. Freeman nodded with satisfaction. After Yitan wiped out the Osman civilization, all 8 of their civilizations were Wang Sheng, who was whizzing on a rocket. If it wasn't his daughter, it was Yitan's woman. The Freya civilization has long been swallowed by these 7 civilizations. Whether in the Freya domain, or in the Osfield, the 2-star regions have been active frequently. The large war fortresses have drove into the ruined civilizations, low-level civilizations, and began to recruit soldiers, whether they are ordinary people or have never been on the battlefield. All of the fighters have been called up. Ordinary people? Does Yitan need it? Joke. It only takes 1 or 2 bottles of 2 levels to make ordinary people become A-level pinnacle fighters. A-level fighters are enough to become Yitan's needs. After all, marginal civilizations are governed by some 4th and 5th level civilizations, and in each star region, there are many lower level civilizations. With an order from the master, the 2-star regions began to operate in a boiling state. This level is still going crazy. Everyone doesn't know what is going on, but they only know that this is the order of Tamaron civilization. No one dares to stumble, and even needs to do it. Chapter 672. Chapter 670, Yitan's arrangement. Master, according to the past situation, if we attack these low-level civilizations, we will definitely receive restrictions and even be judged, but as long as we treat these civilizations well, basically nothing will happen. But if you upgrade your civilization, you will need a lot of cosmic coins in Ghana. This is also the rule of the Supreme Civilization. Hearing Red Dragon's words, Yitan understood that this Supreme Civilization seemed to allow them to attack those low-level civilizations, but is it different from them? Coveting the money of low-level civilization, letting yourself take out some of the money you have obtained, it is a good calculation. Well, since the Supreme Civilization has no restrictions, then things will be easy. Now let the Earth subbase send all the warships to the Osfield, the various ruined civilizations in the Freya domain, the lower civilizations, and even those the planet that is about to end its life is conscripting troops. The Red Dragon was taken aback, but didn't react for a while. Master, do you mean to conscript humans? Well, we don't have that many soldiers now, but it is still necessary to recruit soldiers. At least it must look more sufficient in number. In the Martial Arts Academy, Yitan is not going to be leisurely at this moment. No way. The head teacher of Class C1 was killed by him. Who in the entire martial arts academy can teach Yi Tan? Absolutely not. The dean had no choice but to let Yi Tan wander around the academy at will. And his 7 brothers did not attend classes, and followed Yi Tan to become a master of the academy. Wherever they go every day, they are all respected by thousands of people. Even if they go to eat, there will be people who hurriedly step aside and so on. It made Yi Tan and the others extremely embarrassed. Even some of the mentors were respectful when they saw Yi Tan. No way, Yi Tan was a believable pinnacle, more powerful than all their mentors. Such a character, if you don't respect it. I'm afraid I don't know how I died. The entire academy was once highly sealed, extremely tight. No one entered or left the academy, and the news of the death of teacher Ma Feng did not spread. Many people in the college are afraid of the background behind Ma Feng, which is a 6th level civilization, and it is also a prestigious civilization. Although the college is not afraid, many mentors still feel guilty. The Martial Arts Academy is no longer the Martial Arts Academy that it used to be. Now the Martial Arts Academy depends on people's faces and actions. The glory that was once is gone forever. Now, all their bets are on Yi Tan's body. In a large conference room of the Bdo Academy, the dean organized all the mentors to participate in this meeting to discuss Yi Tan. Everyone, in a week, the day of the college competition, all of your classes must hurry up. Being able to enter the inner courtyard and participate in the cultivation of the inner courtyard is what you want to see. Even this is about don't let up on the issue of glory. The dean sat in the first place, looking at everyone with majesty and said. The mentors all nodded clearly and said, "Dean, don't worry, we are not entering the academy on the first day." Seeing the performance of the mentors, the dean was very satisfied. It seems that the matter of Ma Feng has passed. The mentors, their hearts have returned to normal. The dean originally didn't need to organize this meeting, but in order to make sure that all the mentors were back to normal, that's why they organized such a meeting. One is to beat the tutors who are still swaying, and the other is to tell them clearly how important this competition is. In addition, let's talk about another thing now. About student Yi Tan. Hearing the dean's words about Yi Tan Academy, the tutors immediately cheered up. The problem they are most concerned about now is Yi Tan. Everyone knows Yi Tan's level. It is the pinnacle of grade B. The dean said affirmatively. Wow, the whole meeting room boiled. When they watched the life and death battle last time, they all knew Yi Tan's level, but now that they heard from the dean's mouth, everyone was still very shocked. Really a believable pinnacle. Everyone blurted out in disbelief, and their hearts were surging. I really can't believe that a man who is only 25 years old, has 5 talents at his level, and he is all the pinnacle of believable. Such a genius. Even the other 3 major colleges, do not have it. Don't be so shocked, everyone. When I learned that Yi Tan is a level, I was also shocked, but seeing Yi Tan's history, I am already numb. The dean frowned and said with a wry smile. Everyone was shocked again, but 25, the 5 talents are at full level. Is this Nima a human? President, tell us about Yi Tan's journey. Yeah, Dean. Talk about it. These mentors were all interested in the dean, and they all said with a smile, well, today I will tell you about Yi Tan's journey. Let's talk about the Tenglong civilization. This civilization has been established less than 3 years ago, but it has become a 5th level civilization. And Yi Tan has also jumped since 3 years ago. Longman, from ordinary people to today's strength. Also, recently received new news that Tamron civilization has completely controlled 2 star regions. One island, the Os star field. The other is the Freya star field. In addition, their civilization has nearly 1 million deep pinnacle warrior. What? Everyone stood up suddenly, looking at the dean in shock. 1 million class fighters? This news is really shocking. Everyone's mouths are open. The bosses, today they can't believe their ears. Are they true? Millions of class fighters, such strength, can already be said to be very powerful. And they didn't know that Yi Tan had nearly 2 million clevel pinnacle fighters, not a level fighter at all. Their news is relatively backward. Everyone, I have told you the general situation now. Let's talk about the issue of arranging Yitan. I decided that Yitan won't have to participate in the competition in a few days. If Yitan participates, there will be no one at all. When they first came to the stage, only a few of them entered the inner courtyard. Wouldn't they let the people in the inner courtyard read jokes? The dean squinted his eyes and said. When everyone heard it, their eyes lit up one by one. They were also very worried about this issue. If Yitan played, who would dare to go up there? Going up is looking for death. Even teacher Ma Feng was killed by Yitan with 2 strokes, let alone them. There is only one dead end for them to go up. Chapter 673 Chapter 671, King Meng and Avril Lavigne. In the hearts of the students, Yitan can kill even the instructor of the Cleveland intermediary, let alone those students who are inferior to the instructor. Okay, then everyone in our outer courtyard will join Bao Yashin and enter the inner courtyard. Well, I think this is fine. Everyone reached an agreement directly. The dean also nodded in satisfaction. He just hoped so. All the information of Yitan can be told to the dean of the inner courtyard, but the instructors of the inner courtyard cannot tell them. After all, the inner courtyard is very chaotic right now. If Yitan, a genius who was born out of nowhere, is known to outsiders, maybe how many people will assassinate him? Protect Yitan. Okay, let's do it. Don't call Yitan for this competition. The dean directly finalized the verdict and let everyone dispersed. The smog in everyone's hearts was finally solved, and they all left happily. This is not their problem, but also a problem that all students worry about. Every year the big competition is one Toon battle. If this is Yitan, how many students might be eliminated? These mentors have also found out many things these days. For example, Yitan's competition in Freel Civilization. What is so special? It directly killed many candidates in the Freya Civilization competition. They don't want to do such a deed again. In Yitan's island, Yitan also received a notice from the dean. Seeing the content above, Yitan also smiled helplessly. How afraid they are to kill the college. But also, I seem to have killed all the academies in their C1 top class. If this is to make myself in the game, I can't tell you how many deaths. Hey, I can't help it, Yitan said helplessly in his heart. However, Yitan was in a particularly good mood today, because the dean had already agreed to his request and he could be accompanied by him. If you accompany you, it means that King Meng can be with him. King Meng has been in the war fortress these days and can only quietly read some books. Especially recently, I was obsessed with the science and technology empire of the Red Alert. What I saw was a bit of sorrow. After Yitan learned from the Red Dragon, Yitan was helpless. How can a girl like such a brutal novel? Hey! He has also read the Red Alert Technology Empire. The protagonist written on it is really domineering and controlling. If he doesn't agree, he kills, but it's cool. Yitan has time. It is Qui-Geng. If you don't update, just use Wanzu. I don't believe the author is still not in the mood for updates. Just when Yitan didn't know what to think about, he suddenly swished the shuttle and stopped steadily outside the island. Yitan saw that the dream was coming. King Meng got off the shuttle and came to the island. She was dressed in blue robes, as the name suggests, and a blue pigmented blouse, which does not cause any dust. The curled up bun and the slender hair on the temples set off her peerless face. The thin willow eyebrows should be gentle, but they are slightly wrinkled, appearing stubborn and repelling thousands of miles away. In those indifferent A's, there is no waves, graceful face, no emotions, red lips powder tender, but without the smile of the country, just coldly dotted on that cold face, that cold temperament, undoubtedly telling strangers not to come near. Seeing that Yitan was not seen around, there was a trace of disappointment on King Meng's face. King Meng. Yitan suddenly came out of the door and beckoned to King Meng. King Meng saw Yitan. The clear eyes like blue waves, overflowing with faint warmth. The curvature of the corners of the mouth is as perfect as a crescent. Perhaps this is the smile of the angel. It drives away all the haze, making the sky so bright and meaningless. Moreover, His eyes are full of surprises. Yi Tan, King Meng said softly. Seeing King Meng's appearance, Yi Tan was very happy too. So beautiful. Yi Tan was stunned, and hurriedly walked toward King Meng. And just as he was about to leave, another shuttle also came to the island, and a beautiful girl came out from inside. That beautiful girl happens to be Avril Lavigne. Avril Lavigne got off the shuttle and saw Yi Tan and King Meng's eyes facing each other. Suddenly, they felt painful. Their eyes were full of mist, and they looked at them dumbly. Yi Tan seems to have seen Avril Lavigne too, so dumbfounded. Why is this time coming? With a headache, Yi Tan patted his forehead helplessly and strode to Avril Lavigne. Avril Lavigne, why are you here? Can't I come? Avril Lavigne looked at Yi Tan pitifully with mist in her eyes. Yi Tan heard Avril's words, really wanting to scratch his ears. Isn't this just for scolding? Come on, let me introduce to you, this is King Meng, a friend I met in the land of death. Yi Tan took the reluctant Avril Lavigne and walked to King Meng and said, Avril learned that King Meng was just a friend, and she finally felt better, but she still snorted like a baby to Yi Tan. Yi Tan touched his nose helplessly, looked at King Meng's quiet appearance and said, King Meng, this is Avril Lavigne, my girlfriend. Girlfriend? What is it? King Meng tilted her neck, not caring about the close contact between Avril Lavigne and Yi Tan, tilted her head, and asked stupidly. King Meng has been frozen for nearly 500 years, and has already lost a lot of memory. Only some basic memories can be remembered, such as eating, dressing, etc. But for the earth, her girlfriend really doesn't know much about it. A girlfriend is the one who has a very good relationship and can give his life for each other, Yi Tan said, touching his nose. When Avril Lavigne heard Yi Tan's explanation, her eyes turned into a crescent with a smile. Yi Tan, can I be your girlfriend? As soon as King Meng's words came out, the whole island was silent, and a little coldness appeared. Yi Tan smiled bitterly and looked at Avril Lavigne. As expected, that little girl was already gritting her teeth and looking at herself. That little tiger's teeth are grinded but screams. This. Yi Tan's head is big. How to answer this kind of question? It's like pitting yourself. At this moment, the red police bases in the Freya Star Territory, and the two star territories have begun to develop like a blowout, and more soldiers have been mobilized to various warships. And those warriors recruited from major civilizations began to take medicine. Weapon dealers, material dealers, these people have earned money in the past few days. And there are even some low-level civilized resource dealers who have come to sell materials. The preparations for the expeditionary army are getting better every day. Chapter 674. Chapter 672, Conquer the Army. In Ozland, on the edge of Ozland at this moment, more than 600 war fortresses were assembled here. Every war fortress is perfect. In the war fortress, there are many large warships. All of them are preparing. At a glance, more than 600 battleships are densely packed with iron and steel, and they look hideous and cruel. On one of the warships, the Seven Kings looked horrified, and Freeman, all with a surprised expression, looked at Natasha in front of him. General Natasha, is this really the case? Yi Tan wants to attack other civilizations. Freeman looked dumbfounded and looked at Natasha and asked, the Seven Kings? Their heart was about to explode in horror. Yes, the master has already said that you are required to provide a large amount of blood-stab mechas during this period of time. It is not wrong. Natasha looked at the frost on her face and said coldly when she looked at these kings. Hearing the news again, everyone was shocked. Understand the general, we will go back and start building a large number of blood-stab mechas. It should be for your use. These kings hurriedly agreed. They all knew that there was no weak person beside Yi Tan, and you looked like this charming woman, but you were the best person beside Yi Tan. Just now, they felt the strong breath on Natasha, which was what they had experienced from the so-called breath, even stronger than the people in the Bow Academy last time. The Seven Kings and Freeman left, and Natasha looked at the distribution map of the 38 marginal star regions given by the Red Dragon. The nearest to the Ryos civilization is the Naren star territory, this Yalan star territory, that is, the Uran civilization that helped the Os civilization last time. This Uran civilization has been controlled by Yetan nearly half. Now the first to conquer is this Aran civilization. Are all the resources on the battleship? Natasha said to the subsystem, which was developed by the Red Dragon. Belongs to the subsystem of Red Dragon, and the parent system is Red Dragon. General, all resources can be installed on the fleet. In addition, 6 million soldiers have also logged into battleships, and 600 war fortresses are also ready, and various materials are also ready to serve, ready for conquest. Okay, ready to start. Natasha's eyes burst with a strong sense of war, and she shouted decisively, "Yes, General." The army breaks down. The sound of that subsystem was directly transmitted to the subsystems of all warships. The army breaks down. The army breaks down. The battleships started to move, slowly flying towards the front. And the battleships in the front row suddenly disappeared, jumping away instantly. Immediately afterwards, one after another battleship disappeared suddenly. Freya and the 7 civilization kings, floating on the far channel, watched the large warships disappear, with an extremely excited expression in their hearts. Until today, they didn't know that Yetan wanted to dominate the universe. If this news spread to advanced civilization, it would be a crime of beheading. But today's universe management is decayed and cannot be decayed. As long as you have money, you can do everything. What if you had money in the previous war years when Zerg invaded? As an ass, you don't have to be anxious to fight the landlord, and you will conquer all human civilization. That is simply impossible. But now, even if Yetan did such a thing, no one would take care of him, as long as he paid universe coins. Otherwise, the Osman civilization cannot invade the Freel civilization. At this moment in the Aran Star territory, Emperor Star, the Lord of Yalan civilization, even more frantically, roared at the Bajans below. "Trash, trash, my empire. Just like this is pinched by people. What use do you want?" Feeling the crazy killing intent of the Lord, all the Bajans wiped the sweat from their foreheads and looked at the Lord nervously. But in their hearts, they kept scolding. "MDZZ, if it wasn't for your greed for the constant star battleship, why did our Yalan civilization suffer such a disaster? If it weren't for you, our Yalan civilization is prospering more regularly. How could this be caused?" They dared not speak out, only dared to curse in their hearts. "Lord, don't worry. The letter has been delivered to the Bdo Academy, and the prince will definitely receive the news. By then, Tamron civilization is a shit." A man stood up and said respectfully towards Lord Yalan. Only then did the Lord Yalan lose his breath, and there was a look of hideousness on his face, sitting on the throne, looking at the monarchs below the stage and saying, "Well, as long as my son sees that letter, I see how arrogant Tenglong civilization is. My son, but a student from the inner courtyard of the martial arts, how easy it is to deal with a kid from the outer courtyard who just entered the academy. Ha ha ha, my Aran civilization, destined to become a 6th level civilization, and even fight for the Freel civilization, win the Os civilization. Ha ha ha." Hundreds of ministers, seeing Lord Yalan, laughed again. It was erratic to scold this guy one by one. He shouted, "Long live my lord, long live, long live." Lord Yalan laughed more frantically after listening to it. He still didn't know that a wild beast was about to reach their star field, and their star field was about to be destroyed. 600 war fortresses. Destroying a 5th-level jurisdiction of the starfield is simply easy, and it is as simple as destroying it. In the Martial Arts Academy, on Yetan's island, Avril Lavigne is holding hands with King Meng and talking and laughing. "Leave Yetan alone, regardless." Yetan looked at the 2 stunning worldly goddesses with a dark face, but reluctantly sat aside and watched alone. Avril Lavigne felt Yetan's gaze, snorted, pouting her mouth, and she was jealous of the little things just now. Just when Yetan was helpless, Red Dragon's voice suddenly rang in Yetan's headset. "Master, The conquest army has been dispatched. Oh, Yi Tan's eyes lit up, and the expedition army was dispatched, which meant that his base was about to develop like a blowout. Every time you attack the next star field, you can get a lot of energy stones. How many energy stones can a star field have is nearly 3 to 4 million energy sources. With so many energy sources and attacking more star areas, you can accumulate the energy sources required for base upgrades. If the base is upgraded when the base is down, the army and number saved can completely attack level 67 civilization. In this case, it won't take long for the entire universe to be in your own hands. Red Dragon, always pay attention to the expeditionary army, and report to me immediately if anything happens. It's the master. Don't worry about this, I will pay close attention to it. Yi Tan nodded in relief. With the supervision of the Red Dragon, he would be much easier. Chapter 675 Chapter 673 Outer Court Competition. At this moment, Avril Lavigne suddenly said to Yi Tan, "Yi Tan, tomorrow I will take part in the Outer Court Competition. This competition is about the chance to enter the Inner Court." Huh? Why is it so fast? Isn't there a few days left? Yi Tan frowned and asked. Yi Tan, you are so stupid. With so many people in the academy, the competition is now to be eliminated. After a few days, after the elimination, it will be a real outer courtyard competition. Avril Lavigne said with a grin. Yi Tan's smile directly surprised Yi Tan, and his heart was very general. For such a woman, just a few more would be fine. Now there is King Meng, Avril Lavigne, the two that Yi Tan sees every day is a delight. Well, if you have a test tomorrow, you will all go, but I can't. I will go with you tomorrow. Hee. Who would dare to let you? In the match in the Father's Star Domain, you killed all those who participated in the competition, let alone let you participate. Let you participate. It is estimated that there are not many left. That's it. Avril Lavigne said with a smile. These few days, the students have been panicking. They are afraid that Yi Tan will participate in the competition. If they participate in the competition, many students want to give up and wait for the next time to participate, but simply, the instructors tell them that Yi Tan will not participate in the competition. This has relieved many students. Okay, it's getting late. You have to try tomorrow. Rest early. Yi Tan winked at Avril Lavigne, looking forward to Avril Lavigne sleeping with him. Don't think about it, fool. I will sleep with Sister King Meng tonight. Avril Lavigne said with a flushed face. King Meng blinked her eyes, as if she could not understand the little secret between Yi Tan and Avril Lavigne. Okay, then you and King Meng sleep together. Poor me, I can only be alone. Yi Tan said disappointedly. Das? Avril Lavigne said gruntingly. In the early morning of the second day, early in the morning, at the place of the last life and death arena, at this moment there have been many arenas that can be raised. These arenas are for all colleges. Today is the first day of the Outer Academy competition. All students will compete in it according to your student ID. Remember, don't kill. Don't use weapons. You can't kill violators, deprive them of qualifications. An old man stepped on a hoverboard and yelled at everyone. All the students, according to their assigned numbers, began to enter the ring one by one. Yi Tan also came to the giant square, watching the crowds of students watching. It was really lively. Behind him, following the 7 princes, on both sides of him, King Meng and Avril followed closely. All of them are numbers in the afternoon, and they don't have to be on stage in the morning. Tusk. Is the college competition like this? Neon singles. Although this won't draw senior students, it's too slow, right? Cut, isn't it slow? That's fairness. Yi Tan, who was standing in front, knew who was the voice of the two if he didn't listen. When he heard it, Saij and Huang Saiken were dismantling the stage. Together, these brothers never had a quiet day. Yi Tan also squinted his eyes and looked at the ring. There were more than 7,000 children in the outer courtyard. However, very few people enter the inner courtyard. The opportunity to enter the inner courtyard is very difficult and harsh. In the inner courtyard, it is exactly the same as the outer courtyard. They are both BC classes. But the ultimate goal of these two classes is to cultivate the college to become the pinnacle of the B level and break through the A level. But A level does not mean that a breakthrough can be easily broken. The academies that have existed on the Tanwu continent have been around for tens of thousands of years, and the A-level academies cultivated can also be counted with one hand. However, every dean of the inner courtyard is an A-level strong, and the 3 7-level civilization masters on the Tanwu continent are all B-level peaks. Only the deans of the 4 major colleges are A-level strong. There is no other strong person. In Yitan's mind, if the troops are now attacking the Tanwu Star territory, it would be a joke. Not to mention that the Tanwu Star territory is the leader of level 67 civilization. It will attack these 4 A-level powerhouses, the Red Police Force. It's impossible to beat it. Moreover, this Tanwu Star territory responds in every way. As long as someone attacks their star territory, other civilizations of level 67 will come to help. No reason, because Tanwu continent is their leader. Boss, what are you thinking about? Huang Saiking stood beside Yitan, whispering. Yitan recovered, looking at Huang Saiking's huge cheeks. His heart was shocked. He didn't almost punch him. I didn't think about anything, just lost my mind. Yitan shook his head and said with a smile. A wretched smile appeared at the corner of Huang Saiking's mouth, and he looked at Yitan with winking eyebrows, picking up his brows, seeming to be telling something. Just when Yitan wanted to scold Huang Saiking for being too dirty, at this moment, a man stood behind his brothers and others and shouted in a low voice, "Go away! Don't be my master!" Huang Saiking and other brothers, when they heard this, all of them showed anger and looked back. I saw a few men standing behind, all of them wearing inner courtyard clothes, and on their chests, there was a big Chinese character printed on them. And their expressions are even more superior, very arrogant. Boss, it's from the inner courtyard, Huang Saiking said coldly, squinting his eyes. Yitan looked at the few people, the people in the inner courtyard. It seemed that they were the ones who supervised the outer courtyard competition. What are you looking at? Don't you go away? The man standing in the front shouted coldly. All of a sudden, the students from the outer courtyard who were onlookers all scattered to the side. The people in the inner courtyard were all very powerful. They don't want to cause trouble. But they knew that Yitan Kai was the most difficult existence to provoke. The arrogant man saw the behavior of the surrounding children in the outer courtyard, and raised his head in satisfaction, squinting his eyes, looking at everyone in Lao Tzu's biggest appearance. And at this moment, a cold voice sounded, "You get out of here now, it's still too late, or else, don't want your head." Hiss. When all the students around heard this, they all took a deep breath. Yitan is Yitan, and he can be so arrogant in front of the inner courtyard children. And the inner yard kid, his face changed drastically when he heard Yitan's words. A stubborn look appeared directly, and he swept away in the direction of speaking. He saw a thin man with 7 people standing in front of him. On both sides of him, there were 2 more. A beautiful woman. One wears a veil and can't see her face clearly, but looking at her figure, that cliff is a fairy. There are also very cute beauties on the side. These 2 are their own dishes. The man's eyes flushed suddenly. Put light on. Chapter 676. Chapter 674. Xizun. Boy, do you know who I am? Do you dare to be arrogant by my side? The inner courtyard man's eyes were light, but his face looked at Yitan and the others coldly with an arrogant look. And his heart is now flooded with greed. Seeing the 2 women next to Yitan, there is a voice in his heart that keeps ringing in his mind. Get them, get them. That voice kept ringing in my mind. Who are you? Who cares about me? Are you still not trolling? Do you want me to unscrew your head? Yitan said coldly. He really hates the look in the eyes of the 2 Avril Lavigne. The look is disgusting. He just wants to pinch them to death. Boy, how do you talk? He is senior brother Xizun. He is from class B. What is so arrogant about you as a disciple in the outer courtyard? If you say such a thing, is he looking for death? The little brother in the inner courtyard standing beside Xizun shouted angrily. Xizun was like a gentleman and blocked the younger brother's scolding. He looked at Yitan with a smile on his face and said, this college. I am Xizon from the inner courtyard. It was just that the younger brother was not careful. I apologize for what happened just now. Seeing Xizon like this, Yeetans is not wrinkled, paralyzed, such a person. Nothing is good for the cliff, as the saying goes. Everything is not going to the three treasures. What do you want? Siege said coldly, standing aside. This college, I don't want to do anything. I just want to make friends with you. Xizi didn't look at Siege, but at Yeetan. In his heart, Siege is just a little brother of Yeetan. Make friends? Ha! Yeetan sneered, then looked at Xizon with a murderous expression on his face and said, if you want to make friends, break your neck. I will make friends with you. Yeetan said coldly. This Xizon had no eyes and looked down on his brother, just looked down on himself. If you don't kill Xizon, I'm sorry to my brother. You. Xizon's eyes were taken aback. He didn't expect Yeetan to be like this. Then Xizon lowered his head and whispered with a sullen face, are you really going to be enmity with me? You have to think about it. I am an inner courtyard student. If you provoke me, I will kill you now. The one who was expelled from the inner courtyard. Because I am a child of the inner courtyard and you are a student who is not in the outer courtyard. Hearing Xizon's gloomy killing intent, Yeetan smiled disdainfully, and the seven brothers burst into laughter. Xizon's voice was not loud, but it was not low, and all the students in the outer courtyard surrounding him heard clearly. Yeedu burst into laughter, not why. Because what Xizon said was very naive. It was too naive. Would Yeetan be afraid of a student in the inner courtyard? Also, you, a student in the inner courtyard, are you guaranteed to kill Yeetan? Go away now, or die. Yeetan didn't smile, but looked at Xizon coldly and said grimly, he promised the dean not to kill innocent people indiscriminately. So everyone is a student. Yeetan didn't want to kill Xizon during the competition. Hee. It's really shameless to give you a face. It seems that you really want to die. Then don't blame me, Xizon shouted gloomily. And at this moment, what are you doing? The Deacon King came over and sneered coldly at the crowd, followed by the martial arts chief. The two of them, after Yeetan appeared, they kept watching, afraid that Yeetan would make trouble. They really did whatever they wanted. Within a few minutes, I was engaged with the people in the inner courtyard. Seeing the two fighting each other, the dean trembled in his heart. If we don't come here, Nima, the two will definitely do it. This Xizon is also true. Why did the inner courtyard send such a person to supervise the competition? It was a beeping dog. The dean, foreign dean. Yeetan and the others called, and Xizon directly called the dean outside, and did not put the dean in his eyes at all. In his eyes, the dean outside was just a title for managing the children of the outside yard. In the entire martial arts college, only the dean of the inner courtyard is the most powerful. What a shit in the outer courtyard. It's just a supple station in the inner courtyard. The dean didn't get angry when he heard Xizon, but just looked at Yeetan with a smile. Student Yeetan, why are you free? Your quota is already set by default. Isn't it used to visit the competition? The dean said so. First, he told Xizon that Yeetan is an internally determined student. What kind of meaning does internally determine in the inner courtyard? That is, a true genius will be internally determined. On the other hand, I just told Yeetan, your uncle, you have made an appointment, so don't run out at will. This is simply a broom star. Wherever you go, you will be unlucky. Do you think you are Conan? One dead in one episode? Sure enough, when Xizon heard that it was the default, his eyes shrank suddenly. He didn't expect the man in front of him to be the default. Yeetan? It sounds familiar. Xizon and his little brothers frowned. The name was really familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere. President, I just came out for a walk. I didn't expect to encounter a dog while turning. I can't help it. I'm really sorry for causing trouble to the dean. Yeetan said, neither humble nor arrogant. When the dean heard this, his face turned dark. You know everything to cause trouble, and you even said that they are dogs. This Nima. The dean really didn't want to say anything, so he could only look at Xizon with a smile to see what his expression was. But Xizon was thinking, not knowing what he was thinking. At this time, the younger brother beside Xizun pulled Xizun's sleeves and whispered in his ear, "Boss, isn't this Yitan the same fellow Hao Chenxing who yelled to kill him in the past few days? Hao Chenxing is here too?" When Xizun heard this, his eyes shrank suddenly. Right. It was the Yitan that Hao Chenxing said. That was the arrogant boy from outside the courtyard. Hao Chenxing is the prince of Aran civilization. He became a child of the inner yard 6 years ago, and the child of the inner yard has a considerable reputation. Even Hao Chenxing's force was amazing. Hao Chenxing was the one who came to supervise the competition this time. Thinking of this, Xizun got up straight and looked at Yitan with a smile. "Boy, I didn't expect you to be Yitan, hee. You have to be careful these days. Maybe you will die if you walk." HMPH, let's go. Xizun finished speaking coldly, then took the little brother and turned away. Yitan's eyes sank, looking at Xizun's back. He exuded an icy breath. The director and Deacon Wang frowned. They didn't know what happened, but Xizun was a little abnormal. It seems that Yitan must be protected seriously these days. Chapter 677 Chapter 677 Hao Chenxing. The rest place for the disciples in the inner courtyard is also a luxurious island. This is a resting place specially arranged for the disciples in the inner courtyard. In the luxurious island, that Xizun has returned angrily at this moment. "Thank you, brother. Why did you come back so soon? Isn't it the competition in the outer courtyard today?" A student from the inner courtyard stood in the distance and asked in a daze. They were indeed a little dazed about Xizun's return, but there were nearly tens of thousands of children in the outer courtyard. It is a bit unusual to come back so early, and the expression on Xizun's face seems very angry. "Is Brother Hao inside?" Xizun asked directly. "Yes, Brother Hao never came out." After Xizun heard this, he strode in. Hao Chenxing was exercising and strengthening his body's cell strength. He saw Xizun coming in without a wrinkle. He asked in confusion, "Thank you, brother. Didn't you go to supervise the test? Why did you come back so soon?" Why did Xizun knelt on one knee and shouted at Hao Chenxing, "Brother, please call the shots for me." "What happened?" Hao Chenxing asked, squinting his eyes, exuding a cold killing intent. "Brother, it's like this." Xizun told Hao Chenxing about the encounter with Yitan. Xizun knew that Hao Chenxing had been looking for someone in the outer courtyard during this period. That was Yitan. When they first came, they had already said it very clearly. Now that the senior brother heard Yitan appear, he would be furious, and even went to find Yitan. Hao Chenxing, who was brewing reminiscence, looked at Xizun and squinted his eyes and said, "You mean, the dean of the outer courtyard, is sure that Bao Yushan enters the inner courtyard?" Xizun nodded solemnly. Hao Chenxing looked at it, but he felt a little bit inside. This matter was difficult to handle. Although the dean of the outer courtyard was not as good as the inner courtyard, he was also a dean. What's more, it was the dean of the outer academy who specially protected Yitan to enter the inner courtyard. What does this mean? The last time the special protected student entered the inner courtyard, it was because that person was so powerful that he could enter the inner courtyard without any competition. Yitan was also kept in the inner courtyard. Could it be said that Yitan is also a powerful person? Hao Chenxing couldn't help but whispered in his heart that he was the prince of Aran civilization. Yesterday, he received news of his civilization. Talking about the civilization of a disciple in the outer courtyard, the Tenglong civilization, used dirty means to take away most of their shares in the Yalan civilization. The method was to rely on the background of the martial arts academy. At that time, the dean was dispatched, and Yalan civilization had no way to say that his prince was a child of the martial arts inner court. There was no way. And then he sent a message to Hao Chenxing. When Hao Chenxing received this message, the whole person was furious, and a small kid from outside the courtyard dared to insult his civilization like this. Simply unforgivable. Xizun looked at the changing expression on senior brother's face, feeling a little uneasy. Is senior brother afraid? If even the elder brother is afraid, then there is no way to avenge the humiliation you have suffered today. Senior brother, what should I do? Do you want to deal with that kid? Xizun lowered his head and said gloomily. Seeing Xizun's hateful eyes, Hao Chenxing was even more difficult to decide for a while. Yi Tan is now being reported to the inner courtyard by the dean of the outer courtyard. Not to mention that he will soon become a child of the inner courtyard. Besides, there are only powerful people. No one else can become a report. We are going to deal with Yi Tan, isn't it very difficult? Hao Chenxing said with squinting eyes. When Xizun heard it, he was also a little anxious. Hao Chenxing said what he worried about the most. The two did not speak for a while. He lowered his head and did not know what he was thinking. The whole room is silent. I don't know how long it took. Xizun suddenly raised his head, looking at Hao Chenxing with bright eyes, and said, "Brother, I have a way." "Oh, what way?" "Come and listen," Hao Chenxing said a little excited. "Brother, have you forgotten that our inner courtyard and the outer courtyard have an irregular rule? That is, we can learn from each other, and even if there are contradictions, we can also compete in the ring. Furthermore, Yi Tan has not become a child of the inner courtyard. Although he is reporting now, he has not yet become a child. Now we still have a chance. If we go to the inner courtyard, if we want to deal with Yi Tan, it will be difficult. Yi Tan is recommended. Once he enters the inner courtyard, he will be taken care of by the dean of the inner courtyard. Xizun said a lot. Hao Chenxing nodded his head clearly. Xizun's method is also a good method. At least it is much better than helpless now. Okay, let's do it. Since it is the enemy of my Aryan civilization, we must pay the price of blood. Hao Chenxing said viciously. Standing below Xizun's face was also grim and ruthless. They were not afraid of Yi Tan's strength, but Yi Tan's background. A pass can leave them at nothing, let alone kill Yi Tan, as long as they learn from each other and get injured. It is normal. If you are injured, don't survive, and die, then you can't blame them. Xizun and Hao Chenxing looked at each other, then looked up to the sky and laughed. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, dot. In the ring of the outer court, Yi Tanxing watched this Avril playing against a young man. The man was thin, and he looked like a quick-speed warrior, and Avril Lavigne was also quick-speed. The level of the two is also comparable, and the fight is called a hot one. Avril Lavigne's small face is very solemn and full of heart. Although they don't have Yi Tan's golden fingers, they are very talented. During the students' period, they have become Bleeville and will soon reach Bleeville Intermediary! Among the students, it is also quite powerful. Avril Lavigne's opponents are consuming more and more physically, and they are even more anxious. 10 minutes have passed, and they have not defeated a little girl. If this is spread out, you, a warrior, will lose face. No, you must make a quick fight. The man thought in his heart, followed by an impact, and flew quickly towards Avril Lavigne. Seeing the man's final sprint, Avril's eyes narrowed slightly, although she stood there calmly, waiting for the man to rush. 10 meters, 5 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Avril Lavigne's feet suddenly accelerated, and the speed of the violent burst did not drop the speed of the man at all, and even this explosive force was faster than the speed of the man. Boom! Avril Lavigne slammed into the man's stomach with a violent punch, and knocked the man to the ground with the punch. Winner, Avril. Avril Lavigne heard the referee's voice and smiled on her face. That's great, she eliminated another opponent. By eliminating 3 in this way, they can be admitted directly to the inner court. Chapter 678. Chapter 676. Offensive. Looking at Huang Saikang and others, the battle was over at this moment, and the enemies were easily eliminated one by one. They are students in the top class C1. Although class C1 was eliminated by Yi Tan, all of them came from class C1, so there are not many strong opponents. At night, in Yashan Island, the brothers all drank wine and celebrated. Haha, in 3 days, we can become a member of the inner court. When we become a member of the inner court, our civilization will be upgraded again. At that time, our Frelwyn Star domain will become a truly powerful empire. Sage held a wine glass and shook his voice. Huang Saikang looked at Sage like this, and smiled helplessly. Sage, let alone being a member of the inner court, What is our current growth? In the deepest part of the universe, there are many more powerful civilizations, very powerful, and we are just small civilizations. Psyking is right. There are 108 star domains in our universe, and our low-level civilizations account for nearly 40. Intermediate and high-level civilizations account for nearly 60. In this way, what is the achievement? Hongl sat aside and said with an earned sound, no matter what the future is, we must go on step by step, and we will never hit it. Yes, that's right. We have a boss. The boss will take us to the deepest point one day and drive them all out. Let them guard the frontier star field. Ha ha ha. Dot. Sitting in the distance with Avril Lavigne and King Meng, Yi Tan smiled happily when he heard the words of his brothers. His gaze was in the direction of the Aran Star territory. At this moment, it was being attacked by hundreds of war fortresses. On the edge of the Aran Star field, that super-huge Starfield reconnaissance fleet is being attacked by a group of unknown warships. In the battleship of Aran civilization. What's the matter? Where did these warships come from? Why attack us? Are they interstellar pirates? An officer snarled frantically. They had guarded the frontier comfortably, always guarding against the Zerg attack. But I didn't expect that there would be such a group of warships, so many warships, all of which are universe class. There are more than 600 collected. Such a warship has never known where it came from. Captain, we scanned the warships and we don't know which civilization they came from. But their firepower is so fierce, we can't hold on for long. Fuck, Captain. They rushed in with the battleship Zizi. A fleet that was talking to the captain suddenly lost the signal. The captain was shocked and hurriedly ordered the helmsman to open the synchronized video. Seeing the super-huge war fortresses outside, like wild beasts, they didn't fire weapons at all. They just rammed the people on the battleship. It's called a cruel, like their battleship, in front of the war fortress, like a piece of cake. Very soft and fragile. No, impossible. Is such a warship a high-level civilization at all? How could they attack our Aran civilization? The captain saw that scene and drawed. His fleet is over, and that one by one warship were all shattered by the war fortress. Not to mention blocking, without warships, they are just a group of targets being shot. Captain, let's run. If we don't run, it will be too late. A helmsman looked at the captain and drawed, immediately activated the escape capsule, dragged the captain towards the escape capsule, and the video they recorded was also sent to the Emperor Star of the Aran civilization at the same time. In an instant, the military headquarters of Aran civilization, the alarm bells were very dry. One by one soldiers dressed in equipment went towards the battleship landing at the headquarters of Aran civilization Emperor Star. This is where the Lord discusses matters. Lord, according to the latest intelligence, these warships have already penetrated the fourth ring. Judging by their number and firepower, they will enter the second ring tomorrow morning. Lord, according to our investigation, these warships belong to the Tamron civilization of the Freya star field, and they are made by their star field. Lord, I ask all civilizations in our star field to join the battle, and take down their warships in one go. According to my judgment, these warships are the limit of all the warships in the Freya star field. If their warships are shot down, we will consent troops to enter the Freya star field, and even win 2 star fields OS. Looking at the judgments and investigations of the generals in the audience, the Lord's complexion became pale. The frail star field Tamron civilization. This Tamron civilization again. Boom. The master of the Alan civilization slammed the table and watched the courtiers roared. Who can tell me that our shares are in the hands of Tamron civilization? Why should they deal with us? All the courtiers in the audience were stunned when they heard it. They didn't understand what disease Tenglong civilization had committed. Wouldn't it be unnecessary to attack the star field they control? My lord, is the prince already doing it? A courtier squinted and asked. All the courtiers also thought of this, and nodded one by one. If the prince didn't do it, why would Tamron civilization attack them? This explanation couldn't be better. But they are all insiders now, and the Alufaran civilization is an outsider. He has seen it clearly. Roared at the courtiers, "You are all idiots. How long does it take for the Freya star field to reach us? Not to mention the Freel star field. Even if the Os star field, it will take 2 days to reach us. But we only told my son yesterday. They are here now. Can any one of you tell me? These people are all flying." Hearing the Lord's roar, everyone was stunned, and suddenly realized, yes, the prince only knew yesterday. Even if the Lord of Tamron civilization was killed yesterday, the news of Tamron civilization is very late to know. It is impossible to arrive so soon here. All this, they are premeditated. It was planned long ago. Report. At this moment, a man strode in, knelt on one knee, and yelled at Lord Aaron, "Master, after I give the order, all civilizations in the star field refuse to participate in the war." According to frontline investigations, all civilizations in the entire star field seem to have been bought by enemy warships, and now the enemy warships have rushed into the second ring defense. What? How can that be? The ruling and the opposition all boiled all at once, and some people began to panic again. When Lord Nyalan heard these words, he almost passed out without anger. What is called despair? This is despair. When all civilizations rebel in the star field under your jurisdiction, the feeling is really suffocating. Chapter 679. Chapter 677. The two armies are facing each other. Send all the warships and go to guard one ring. Lord Yalan, who was sitting on the high platform, shouted with a trembling voice. He already felt that his empire was about to be destroyed. In the battleship commanded by Natasha. At this moment, one of the 600 warships was destroyed, and the 200,000 soldiers recruited from various places on the top were dead and fleeing. General, all the assets and technologies of civilization in the Aran Star territory are under our control. Once they act rashly, the warships we control will explode. Okay. In this case, Aran civilization will break without attacking, Natasha said with her eyes wide open. This strategy was told by the Red Dragon that the inside should be combined with the outside. First, they controlled all civilized warships, plundered all their cosmic coins, and gained their technology. If they act rashly, either the battleship will explode or the cosmic coins will be forever, will not return. If they are obediently obedient, the universe coin will be returned, the battleship will be released, everything is the same as before. They only need to deal with the Aran civilization. All you need is control of the Aran Star territory. For this bandit-like Tamron civilization, the many civilizations of the Aran Star territory can only choose to surrender. Who can't see clearly now? There are 600 Universe-class battleships, so many warships. Even if all civilizations in the entire star field add up, they may not be able to beat them. The firepower is so fierce, it has now reached the second ring, and it will not take long to hit the Emperor Star of the Aran civilization. That's why they won't help Yalan civilization in this muddy water. At this moment, on the first ring of the Aran civilization, thousands of warships, large and small, have gathered here. These warships are already the last heritage of the Aran civilization. If these details are lost, the entire Aran civilization will be completely destroyed. All the officers will listen to me. When they see the enemy warship, they will hit me hard. Don't show mercy. In the battleship on the first ring line, Admiral Newland also came here personally, giving orders to all the officers in the battle armor. Yes, Lord. Lord Aaron stared at the fires in the distance, knowing that the enemy battleship was coming, and the battleship of Tamron civilization was coming. Give me an attack. Lord Yalan shouted directly, and in an instant, thousands of warships began to attack frantically, and the colorful rays of light shot towards the warship that was blazing in the dark. No, it's not a local battleship. It's our battleship. Looking at the warship with the superb energy of the officer's eyes, the sign on it is the battleship of the Aran civilization, the battleship in the front position. From this point of view, if the wrong person was hit, some officers were just ashamed. Those warships were obviously not disintegrated. or even still in operation, it means that there are still people inside the cliff. Stop it! Stop it! Some officers yelled. These are the last troops of their Aran civilization. If all the bullets hit their soldiers, everyone would regret it. Even everyone will be desperate and sad. One after another, the battleships came to a halt, ready to send the battleships to rescue. When the master of Aran civilization saw the warship ceasefire, he suddenly became angry. Directly connected to the projection channel of all officers, waste, who made you cease fire? Lord, the opposite is our warriors of Aran civilization. We can't shoot our warriors. Yes, Lord. The officers, with their eyes wide open, yelled at the Lord they had respected before. Upon hearing these words, Lord Nyalin rushed to his forehead with a sudden burst of blood, and the whole person began to tremble frantically. His eyes widened, and he could almost eat people. Do you know that it is the enemy strap? Do you know? The soldiers of our empire are already dead. I now order you to activate all the weapons. Shoot me at them. Fire me. Lord Yaran roared at everyone. A little blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and the whole person went crazy. The officers all hid their heads down in tears. One was their own soldier. The other was the Lord. They have no choice. But the duty of a soldier is to obey orders. Fire, fire. The officers burst into tears, gritted their teeth and shouted at the intellectual brain inside their battleship. Their voices were heart-piercing, as if their relatives were dead. Then the intellectual brain of the battleship heard a voice answer. All weapons are being loaded. The energy shield is turned on, and the remaining energy is 89%. In an instant, there was another light of energy overwhelming the sky, rushing towards the dilapidated warships, and even several warships that went to rescue were attacked. For a time, the entire battlefield turned into a confrontation. However, there are more and more warships that have destroyed the Aran civilization. As if people are controlling them, they headlessly rush towards their own warships. When all the warships saw this scene, each and every one of them snorted in their hearts. Many officers came to their senses, knowing that they were all executioners. The people of their own empire, as slaves, as charge. The generals of enemy warships are definitely an executioner. Seeing that the warships of the own empire were getting closer and closer to them, the military of the empire became more angry, and the countless energy rays became more dense. Under the endless attack, those battleships fought less and less. Many people showed happy smiles, but the master of Aran civilization frowned. The more he did this, the more disturbed he felt, and he always felt that something big was about to happen. Just after the last hundreds of broken warships were solved, the master of Aran civilization suddenly showed a horrified expression. Not good. I saw the hundreds of broken warships that lost energy and flew towards a field, directly exposing the rows of ghastly war fortresses behind. Charge. Natasha in the warfort narrowed her eyes and shouted coldly. Chapter 680. Chapter 678. Alan's civilization. Destroy. In an instant, hundreds of war fortresses rushed directly towards the last line of defense. The war fortress did not attack, and the shield was opened directly, which was hard resistance. Boom. The war fortresses were lined up in a row, and after the collision, the Aran battleship in front was destroyed. In the commander-in-chief of the war fortress, Natasha heard various sounds from the simulator, with a bloodthirsty expression on her mouth. All warships retreat back and send dark energy to blue the fighter plane. Natasha's cold command directly caused all the war fortresses to become crazy and thorough. One by one. Seeing the retreat of the war fortress, Lord Nyalin was even more puzzled, but the combat power of the war fortress was really crazy. If my Naima warship collided, it would be the same as a car, and it would have to be recessed in the lightest part. But the war fortress did not react at all. It was intact. It's very hard, which makes many people very embarrassed. Lord, they retreated. What shall we do? A high official came directly to the main battleship of Aaron and asked. Lord Yalan squinted his eyes and watched the battleships retreating and flying away with awe-inspiring killing intent. He didn't believe that the people of Tamron civilization just came to fight for a while and ran away. Could it be that his domineering spirit has suppressed them? This is obviously impossible. Order all warships to guard me strictly and not let go. Yes, Lord. And when the officer was about to leave, suddenly, at the place where the war fortress retreated, a fighter plane that was so fast that it was invisible to the naked eye flew out. Yes, it is a fighter plane. Lord Aaron looked at him and his eyes shrank suddenly. How could he send a fighter? Will there be fraud? Order the battleship. Blast me that fighter. The master of Aaron civilization shouted in fear. In an instant, the warship of Aaron civilization began to fire at the whoosh fighter. But the speed of the fighter plane is really too fast. It is almost outrageous. And the energy they emit can't hit that fighter plane at all. Give me a tracking energy weapon. Master Yalan roared. He now feels more and more that there must be something wrong with that fighter, and it can even destroy all of their warships. This battleship must be destroyed. Master, the speed of this fighter has reached 20. Our energy weapons can't hit at all. Moreover, their fighters seem to be anti-interference and cannot be locked. Hearing this, the anger of the Lord's inner fire became even more explosive. But at this moment, the fighter plane has arrived at the gathering place of their warships, and now Lord Aaron wants to separate the warships. It is already too late. Detonate. Inside the war fort, Natasha yelled coldly. Boom. In an instant, at the place where the Aaron civilization warships gathered, a mass of black matter exploded and began to madly swallow all their warships. Lord Aaron saw this scene and closed his eyes in despair. Aaron civilization is over. At the Do Academy, when Yi Tanzing watched the contest between Avril Lavigne and others, the news reached Yitan. Master, Aaron's civilization. Destroy. Hearing this, Yitan's expression moved, and the Aaron civilization was destroyed, and there would be no other powerful civilizations in the marginal star region. Red Dragon, immediately let Natasha take over the Aaron civilization, and all those who resisted the Aaron civilization will be killed. It's the master. By the way, there are also power stones in all civilizations. If you don't turn in, kill. The Red Dragon on the other side was obviously taken aback. Master, all the energy stones have been turned in, so what do they use? Yitan looked at the ring, squinted his eyes and said, I just don't let them have energy stones, telling them that the energy stones turned in are only the current ones, to compensate us for our hard work this time. Thanks for your hard work. The face of the Red Dragon turned dark. Lord, if you make up a reason, can you use it better? You can make it up with hard work. Isn't this a pitfall? Domination means turning in what they have now, but no need to turn in the future. Now it just makes them lose the breaking ability, and we can just control their star field. Yes, remember to send heavy troops to collect the energy stone, and those who resisted will kill them directly. Then, you let the Earthquakesia civilization accept the Yalan civilization. Yitan squinted and said, Huaxia, want a sharp sword out of its sheath. Having developed on Earth alone for so long, I have almost understood the universe. It is time for the Chinese people to shine in the universe. Good master, I will arrange it now. Yitan nodded slightly. At this moment Avril Lavigne had also finished the competition, and those few had also finished playing. Ha ha, boss, I won. We are winning 2 games. We can enter the inner courtyard. TSK Tusk, third child. Don't make waves. I almost lost when I saw you just now. If you make waves, come near the inner courtyard, but it's not easy. Haha, the second brother was right. I didn't expect to come to the martial arts academy. The second brother is now even more wretched. Haha. Yitan smiled helplessly when seeing the slapstick brothers. Just when they were about to leave, a few people suddenly stood in front of them. Standing in front of them were those Xizon and Hao Chenxing. You are Yitan? Haha, what a young man. Who dares to take the share of us? Our territory is really bold. If you don't spit out those share, I will make you unable to live today." Then Hao Chengxing looked at Yi Tan and said coldly. When Yi Tan heard this, he immediately fell into the trap. "Who are you? Just give me these cruel words and give me some shares. I have too many people. How old are you?" Roll. Yi Tan drank it coldly. He still didn't want to cause trouble, nor did he want to deal with the people in the inner courtyard, but it made Yi Tan anxious and killed you guys. "Boy, I advise you to keep your mouth clean. This is our brother Hao, a tyrant in the inner courtyard. If you provoke brother Hao, you are right with us." Today, I obediently spit out some of the civilization of brother Hao and am kneeling on the ground. Call me dad a few times, and I will spare you. Otherwise what? Huang Saiking and the others stepped forward directly, guarding Yi Tan, looking at them coldly. Hee, a bunch of influential things. Let me go. There is no place for you to speak. Fuck. Looking for death today. Hong's tantrum came up all at once, and these brothers were also directly angry. At this moment, Yi Tan suddenly stepped forward and stopped the others. Huang Saiking and the others were taken aback. What happened to the boss? Don't move. This kind of beast, he'll come. Yi Tan said with a smile and looked at several people, with a bloodthirsty expression on his mouth. Looking at the confident Hao Chengxing standing at the back, he said, "I know you now. You are the Aran civilization. But do you know? Your Aran civilization has already destroyed the country." Chapter 681. Chapter 679. Xizun, who was slapped to death by a palm. Don't move. Yi Tan walked to Huang Saiking and the others, stopped them and said. Huang Saiking and the others were taken aback. Why did the boss stop them? They were suddenly anxious and looked at Yi Tan and said, "Boss." Yi Tan waved his hand and made them all stop. He said coldly, "This kind of person is like a disgusting fly. He won't leave no matter how he drives it. What should I do if something like this happens?" Everyone was attracted by Yi Tan's words and looked at Yi Tan. This kind of person should be shot to death. Yi Tan shouted abruptly, and then snapped out with a whistling palm. Boom. Xizun, who was standing at the forefront, hadn't reacted yet, and Yi Tan's head was directly slapped into meat. Fuck. Everyone was shocked and looked at Yi Tan dumbfounded. Hiss. Throughout the scene, many people took a deep breath. It was crazy, but the kid in the inner yard was slapped to death with one palm. Who else can do such a thing? I saw that Xizun's hot blood splashed Yi Tan's face, making Yi Tan like a demon crawling out of hell, very bloody and terrifying. Suddenly, all the children in the inner courtyard looked dumbfounded. Hao Chengxing was also stunned. He didn't expect that Yi Tan would suddenly take out his palm and slap Xizun to death. This is the outer court. If you kill the inner court, you will be judged. Isn't Yi Tan afraid of being judged? Stop. What are you doing? At this time, there were several roars in the distance, and then everyone heard the cheerful footsteps. It's the dean. Everyone was shocked, and even the dean came out. This happened in less than a minute. Now that the dean is out, Yi Tan will definitely be judged, right? The most powerful verdict is to abolish the limbs. After all, Yi Tan stabbed Dialuzi this time. Even if he is a genius, it won't help. Everyone in the outer courtyard looked at Yi Tan helplessly. In their eyes, Yi Tan was dead. Hao Chengxing heard the voice of the dean of the outer courtyard, and then he reacted. He suddenly narrowed his eyes when he saw Xizun, whose head was directly blown by Yi Tan on the ground. He hadn't seen Yi Tan's movements clearly just now, and Xizun had his head exploded. If it were just now, he would be standing in the front. Can I really block it? A shadow appeared in Hao Chengxing's heart. Yes, Yi Tan's strength was really amazing, which made him feel a little frightened. President, please call the shots for our children in the inner yard. Brother Xi just said a few words to Yi Tan and he was slapped to death by Yi Tan. Please call the shots for us. Hao Chengxing reacted, yelling at the dean of the outer courtyard, pretending to cry pitifully. When the dean heard Hao Chengxing's words, the corners of his eyes twitched, and he knew that Yi Tan's appearance was nothing good. And now he actually killed an inner yard kid. Oh, how could Yi Tan cause trouble so much? The dean's heart is now afire, and he is really about to explode. because these children in the inner courtyard, good days. But why should you provoke this evil star? I've told you all that. Yitan is a student of internal security, and he wants to provoke Yitan. Isn't this looking for death? The Do Academy, the student of internal protection in the past, does not possess the most powerful strength. Which one is not a student's genius? Have your brains been eaten by dogs? Beat the dog. Although the dean's heart exploded, he couldn't cast fire on Yitan. Xizon and the others were fighting Yitan secretly. He knew. I can only blame Xizon for provoking Yitan. If they didn't provoke Yitan without authorization, would Yitan shoot him to death? The dean looked at the corpse on the ground and listened to Hao Chenxing's heart-piercing cry. His whole body trembled slightly with anger. Why are you crying? Didn't it mean that an inner yard kid died? Whatever you do, you will die. The dean slammed his sleeves when he finished speaking, but the whole air directly condenses. My Nima. Hao Chenxing almost thought that there was something wrong with his ears, but when the dean said such things, he died. That's the kid in the inner courtyard. Don't your outer courtyard respect the children of the inner courtyard most? Isn't the inner courtyard the most precious treasure of the Do Academy? How can you die now? Even a kid in the inner yard died. When is our inner yard boy so worthless? Hao Chenxing was dumbfounded. The other children in the inner courtyard are stunned. The children of the outer courtyard are suffocated. I have never seen the dean so domineering. Huang Saiking and others opened their mouths and looked at the dean in a daze. The mentors who followed the dean nodded their heads for granted, and Hao Chenxing trembled even more. Where did we come to? Is this an outer courtyard or a martial arts academy? What have we experienced? President, it is the younger brother of the inner courtyard who died. If this is investigated, can your outer courtyard really escape responsibility? The dean, Hao Chenxing yelled in disbelief. He was going to beat the dean of the outer academy at the end. This martial arts academy was not a place where the dean of the outer academy could be the master. It's the dean of their inner court. Fart. Everyone is dead. How can we pursue it? The dean of the outer court cursed in confusion. The angry Hao Chenxing was even more speechless, and his whole body was trembling in horror. He now knows that the outer courtyard and Yitan are of the same mind, wearing a pair of pants. They don't help out. Well, you will know the consequences after I report everything to the dean of the inner courtyard. Hao Chenxing sat down on the ground, looking at the dean of the outer courtyard and others with a gloomy look. At this moment, Yitan suddenly stepped forward, walked to Hao Chenxing, and saw Yitan coming, scared Hao Chenxing back a few steps. Yitan's strength is unfathomable. Hao Chenxing is not sure that he can defeat Yitan, and he will even be killed by Yitan, so it's better to stay away from Yitan. Yitan asked to fight with Hao Chenxing for life and death. Yitan squinted at Hao Chenxing and said, Yitan's eyes, like poisonous snakes, made Hao Chenxing's heart chill. No, I don't agree. Hao Chenxing immediately refused, joking, and Yitan die? Isn't that going to find death? The dean of the outer academy who stood by, squinted his eyes and nodded. Okay, agree with what student Yitan said, and fight against student Hao Chenxing in the life and death ring. What? Hao Chenxing and the children of the inner courtyard stared at the dean of the outer courtyard in disbelief. This is for Hao Chenxing to die. And without my consent. How is it possible to agree to such a request? Hao Chenxing and others suddenly changed their faces, and everyone showed a desperate look. Chapter 682. Chapter 680. Hao Chenxing's horror. Civilization is destroyed. The dean of the outer court, I protest. This is not possible. The life and death challenge requires my consent. I disagree. Hao Chenxing stood in the distance, roaring heartbreakingly. The whole neck was so red that it passed through, and the blue veins on his forehead were also raised. The whole person looks very hideous. The protest is invalid. Now it's the battle of life and death. The dean directly squinted his eyes and said, hearing these words, everyone was dumbfounded. Fuck up inside. This dean is too easy, right? Just arranged the life and death arena, and still in place. Damn it, do you want this? Everyone was dumbfounded, and what the dean said, they understood. that the scene became a stage of life and death, directly fight to the death. Hao Chenxing and the others turned pale directly. Yi Tan had seen the domineering side just now. Now that people are fighting life and death, how long can Hao Chenxing last? 1 minute at most. Just kidding. Xizun only persisted for less than a second, and was directly arranged into mashed meat, let alone Hao Chenxing. Hao Chenxing is not much stronger than Xizun. Yi Tan walked to Hao Chenxing with a bloodthirsty expression at the corner of his mouth. With cold eyes, he stared at Hao Chenxing coldly and said, "Did you know?" When an ant ran to a supreme powerhouse and said, "I want to get it." Damn you. Do you know how ridiculous it is? A prince with a mere Aran civilization dare to insult me like this? Are you sure you are not looking for death? Yi Tan showed a hideous look at the corner of his mouth, looking at Hao Chenxing jokingly. Hao Chenxing's expression turned gloomy, but his trembling body betrayed his fear, and the expression in his eyes was also frightened. Because the scene of Yi Tan just now is still in his mind, he has been reluctant to disperse. He is so afraid that Yi Tan will shoot out with a palm. His head, just like Xizun, exploded directly. Become a bunch of rotten meat. Yi Tan, I was wrong. What do you want to do? Please draw a line. Hao Chenxing roared in a trembled voice, but the hideousness on his face did not change at all. He doesn't want to be ashamed in the outer courtyard. He is a child of the inner courtyard. He is the inner courtyard. This is the supreme dignity and glory. You can't lose your dignity and glory because you are timid. But can these things be eaten? Hao Chenxing regretted that he wanted to change his expression and attitude, but he was really scared and anxious. He couldn't change it at all. He could only show his ferociousness and let Yi Tan stay away from him. When people are in extreme fear, they will use their hideous faces to protect themselves, expressing that they are very fierce and want to scare away the other person. But Yi Tan smiled disdainfully when he heard what he said, and looked at him coldly and said, "Again, again and again, how many times have you looked for me?" He also asked me to return all your shares of Yalan civilization. It is to provoke my dignity. My dignity has been trampled on by you. Do you think I can let you go? When Hao Chenxing heard this, his face became even more savage and angry, staring at Yi Tan firmly. "Yi Tan, what do you want to do?" "A bit of Yalan civilization, no more, okay?" In his eyes, he felt that he had violated Yi Tan's interests, which made Yi Tan so angry. But in Yi Tan's mind, he didn't think so. Did he just wipe out their civilization? Why did he leave this prince? Now that they are all here, let's kill them together. So he received the news from Red Dragon and learned that he was the prince of Yalan civilization. So he told the dean immediately that he was going to kill Hao Chenxing. When the dean got the news, his face turned dark. Nima, started to report anyone who was going to kill. What should I do? There is no way. I can only perform a play with Yi Tan. This is the beginning of the scene. Do I use essential stocks? Oh, yes, I forgot to tell you, your Yalan civilization seems to have been wiped out by my army a few hours ago. Yi Tan dug his ears, as if to say something insignificant, said lightly. The eyes of the people around him were staring wide, and they looked in disbelief. Is it necessary? Is it useful? Didn't people provoke you yesterday, and use them to destroy their civilization? Everyone was shocked, and Yi Tan had already been given a title, that is, never provoke him, otherwise, everything can be done. Even the civilization of others is gone. What can't such a person do? What? It's impossible. Ha ha ha. Yi Tan, are you kidding me? Yalan civilization. How could you be afraid of your Tamron civilization? An indigenous civilization. This is impossible. Hao Chenxing looked crazy and looked at Yi Tan questioned. The whole person is slightly crazy. No way. What Yi Tan said really scared him. If what Yi Tan said was true, then his civilization was really destroyed. But what Yi Tan said was false. Yi Tan must be pretending. Yi Tan looked at him jokingly, without speaking. And this time, did he? A light brain reminder sounded on Hao Chenxing's wrist, It was Light Brain. Hao Chenxing looked down and found that it was sent from his own civilization. He made a chuckle in his heart. Could something happen to civilization? Hao Chenxing hurriedly clicked and saw the content inside. Hao Chenxing's face was suddenly distorted hideously and unnatural. Yi Tan. Suddenly, Hao Chenxing stood up abruptly, looked at Yi Tan with a frantic expression on his face, and roared to the sky. The whole neck is bulging. Very crazy. Yi Tan, you dare to send an army to annihilate my civilization? My civilization, take your life. Hao Chenxing roared and ran towards Yi Tan, his speed at his feet super fast. Yi Tan sneered unconsciously. What he wanted was such an effect, letting the enemy die in terror, and let Hao Chenxing see with his own eyes that his civilization had been destroyed. This is Yi Tan's approach to the enemy. Die me. Yi Tan saw Hao Chenxing rushing towards him. His eyes burst out with a strong killing intent. The fist slammed into Hao Chenxing's head and slammed it hard. With a bang, I saw Hao Chenxing's head exploded directly, and the ground was full of ground meat. Very disgusting. The blood splashed everyone around, and the hot blood made many people tremble. Too frightening. Yi Tan is a demon. Yi Laomo. Killing people doesn't count, but also destroying their civilization. He is a devil. The students in the inner courtyard planted the seeds of Yi Tan devil in their hearts, and they ran to the dean of the outer courtyard in horror. It seems that only the dean of the outer courtyard is the safest place. It's not that they are timid in the inner courtyard. What can you do if you encounter such a person? Chapter 683. Chapter 681, to prepare the army. Brother Hao is dead? The children in the inner courtyard looked at Yi Tan with a look of horror. The bottom of their eyes were all horrified. Very scared. Yi Tan killed Hao Chenxing, then turned to look at the inner yard children. The murderous look in his eyes did not scare those inner yard children to pee. Yi Tan, you don't come over. The children in the inner courtyard, all hiding behind the dean of the outer courtyard, looked at Yi Tan in horror and shouted. They are really scared. Yi Tan's punch was really horrible, and he hammered the senior brother Hao Chenxing, whom they admired to death, let alone them. Yi Tan, forget it. They are not involved after all. Seeing the strong killing intent in Yi Tan's eyes, the dean of the outer courtyard shook his head helplessly. It's not good for you to kill evil in a small amount. Yi Tan saw the dean of the outer courtyard stopping in front of him, then looked at the children in the inner courtyard, and nodded gently. Anyway, Hao Chenxing and Xizun are dead. The news will always reach the inner courtyard, leaving a few of them to die. Nothing. Okay, let them go today, Yi Tan said with squinting eyes, but the killing intent in his eyes did not diminish in any way. The children in the inner yard he saw immediately seemed to leave to return to his inner yard! Exclamation mark. The outer courtyard is terrible, so go back to the inner courtyard soon. Yi Tan and the dean exchanged a few words, and left with the 7 brothers. The game on the second day also ended. Many people were unsuccessful, and they were a little bit uncomfortable, but they heard the news that Yi Tanjian's kid in the courtyard was killed. Many people are boiling. Yi Tan had done so many great things in less than 10 days after he came to the academy, and there was nothing at all. Many people have already admired Yi Tan Chenxing, and some students even pursued Yi Tan as a goal. And they didn't even know that Yi Tan was the Bleevil pinnacle, an insurmountable existence. Once Bleevil is over, it is a Leevil, which is the dean level, who can catch up with such talents in the entire martial arts academy. In Yi Tan's island. Listening to Red Dragon's report, Master, Aran civilization has all been controlled, and Huaxia civilization has also come to take over. I will eradicate all the advanced civilizations in the entire Aran Star territory. If Huaxia civilization is controlled, there will be no problems. After Yi Tan heard it, he nodded in satisfaction. As long as the Aran civilization is controlled, it will be much easier. Huaxia control only gave Huaxia a period of development, and Yalan civilization was still firmly grasped in Yi Tan's hands. What Yi Tan wanted was the energy stone of the Aran civilization, and what he wanted was all the energy of their star field. As long as the star field controlled by Huaxia civilization can continuously transport energy to Yi Tan, in this way, Yeaton's reserve resources are very rich. Master, according to the energy we have collected nearly 3 million energy. Now the base has 3.3 million energy resources. You only need to conquer 2 civilizations to upgrade the base. All fighters will become with the level peak exists, and now the number of soldiers has reached about 3 million. Okay, 3.3 million energy. Don't store it, release all of it to me, and build soldiers and warships with all my strength. In addition, let the scientists study the second generation of the Bleeding Sting Mesh and the second generation of the War Fortress as soon as possible. It's the master. Then when will we conquer the second marginal star field? Hong Long asked, squinting. He has also tasted the benefits of conquest now, and he has gained a lot from this journey. When all the energy is collected, I will go to the next star field. Yi Tan said coldly, squinting his eyes. Yes, Master. Hong Long shouted respectfully. In the Aran civilization, it has been changed to the Huaxia star region at this moment. The entire civilization and many planets have been attacked, and people are everywhere catching slaves. Transported to Yeaton's battleship. Yeaton's battleship is like an invader, looting energy stones, population, mineral veins, etc. crazily. The entire Huaxia star territory is panic, afraid that Yeaton will slaughter them all. And Huaxia executives from the Earth began to take over the policy of Aran Starfield step by step. The nearest star field in the Aran civilization is the Wrenching Star Field. They send a large number of warships every day to continuously investigate. On the day that the Aran civilization was destroyed, the entire Wrenching Star territory was boiling, fearing that the Dragon civilization would start a war against them. Tamron civilization is already famous in the surrounding star field. On the third day, this was the last day of the grand competition in the outer court, and it was also the final. As long as the final was over, basically those who stayed would enter the inner court. In Yeaton's island. Master, good news, good news. Early in the morning, Hong Long stood beside Yeaton and shouted excitedly. Yeaton got up in a daze, looked at Hong Long and said, "What good news?" Master, the research on the second generation Bloodstab Mecha has been successful. Oh? Yeaton's eyes lit up. He stood up, looked at the red dragon and asked hurriedly, "How about the performance of the second generation Bloodstab Mecha?" Master, the second generation Bloodstab Mesh is made of memory metal. No matter how badly it is injured, as long as the metal is there, it can be restored, and memory metal already has 60% of the memory, but that is to say, as long as it is injured, every second, it will recover quickly. And when the mecha is not injured, the memory metal will be stronger and even liquefied. But liquefaction can only soften part of it, and the main core still cannot be softened. In addition, the form and attack attributes of the mecha will be even stronger. Using memory metal, killing and invisible. Yeaton was very excited when he heard what Hong Long said. When he heard the memory metal, Yeaton was so excited. Memory metal, even a level 6 civilization, is difficult to crack. When on Earth, scientists said that memory metal was used to build warships and weapons, but memory metal is difficult to crack. Therefore, it has not been used. And now it has finally been cracked. It is possible to memorize metal from the base and exchange offices. By then, there will be as much memory metal as it needs. Is there a video? Show me. Yeaton said with eyes wide open. After all, seeing is believing, and you can know at a glance how powerful this second generation Bloodstab Mecha is. Good Master. The video needs to be synchronized, let me tell the geoscientist. Yeaton squinted his eyes and nodded. This is simply good news. If the performance of the Bloodstab Mecha is ideal, it can be sold in this level 67 civilization with a memory metal. At that time, conquering the major marginal star regions will simply die. Chapter 684 Chapter 682, Second Generation Bloodstabbing Mecha. On the Earth, a group of scientists in white coats are all in a white factory building, preparing something. Zizzy. In the white workshops, a huge screen directly showed Yeaton's projection. When all the scientists looked at them, they quickly put down their work and shouted respectfully at Yeaton, Master. Dominate. Boom. They all follow the highest etiquette of the Red Alert. Everyone, you have worked hard recently. It is our honor to be able to do things for the Master. The scientists cried respectfully. Yi Tan nodded in satisfaction. Okay, let me take a look at the second generation Bloodstab mesh you studied. It's the Master. The scientists knew what the Master was doing, so they were ready early when they received the order from the Red Dragon. Look at the Master. This is the second generation of Bloodstab mecha. The scientists directly lifted a white cloth, revealing a round iron ball inside. The iron ball is made up of countless hexagonal scales. When it becomes a spherical shape, the scales are floating, which is very spectacular. Just like future technology, the entire iron ball is the size of a house. Master, this is the resting state of the Bloodstab mecha. The second generation of Bloodstab mechas no longer use animal-shaped mechas as models. Everything is human-shaped mechas, and you can change the mode at will. Very good. Not bad. How do you open it? Yi Tan squinted his eyes and said. When he saw this Bloodstab mesh, he knew that the scientists did not disappoint him. This Bloodstab mesh must be very powerful. Master, the current second generation Bloodstab mesh has not yet recognized the Master, that is, registration. Registration is extremely simple. You only need to drip blood on the mecha and you can bind it for a lifetime. With that, the scientist stepped forward directly, took out a blood-piercing device, squeezed out a drop of blood, and hit it directly. After the blood dripped on the cold iron ball, the entire huge iron ball suddenly changed. The iron ball was like molten iron, and the white and silver memory metal began to float, and began to form a humanoid model. Then, the molten iron quickly enriched the entire model. In less than 3 seconds, a humanoid figure covered with scales. The mesh appears. It looks like a transformer, very cool, tall and mighty, and the weapon behind the humanoid mesh is changing crazily. A sword, a gun, as if there are countless weapons. Master, this is the second generation Bloodstab mesh. The entire Bloodstab mesh is made of memory metal and liquid metal. Even the brainwave fusion device is made of liquid metal. On the battlefield, the second generation Bloodstab mesh can change weapons at will, and even change the form at will. Whether it is a fighter or a beast mesh, it can be changed at will, but the premise is that it cannot be smaller than the size of the human body. In addition, the second generation Bloodstab mesh wears a shield and is not afraid of EVP pulses. It can be said that it is built to be extremely strong. Once it is put on the battlefield, it is definitely a killing machine. The scientist glistened his eyes and said excitedly. Yi Tan's heart was also hot when he heard it. This mecha is indeed powerful. Master, the second generation Bloodstab mesh, both in defense and attack speed, are all first class, surpassing the first generation steel mecha. Hearing these words, Yi Tan's eyes lit up suddenly. Talk about the attack method of this second generation Bloodstab mesh. Good Master, the second generation Bloodstab mesh can use its own liquidized parts to attack the enemy. Once the liquid memory metal attacks the enemy, whether it is stained with a little bit of liquid memory metal, it will be liquidized memory metal. Intelligent brain control, looking for gaps in enemy mechas. As long as you find the gaps and get in, it is the enemy's nightmare. As we all know, the most favorite mesh of mankind now is human driving. I think this is true. But when they are driving, their bodies are locked. Once our liquid memory metal gets in, they can instantly kill the warrior driving the mecha. Oh, you mean, the second generation Bloodstab mesh has liquid memory metal brains? Can it assist? Yi Tan questioned that in the universe, people are most afraid of intellectual brains and optical brains, both of which are one type, but in the universe, there is a race that makes all humans desperate. That is the mechanical race. As long as there is an intellectual brain in the mecha, it will be controlled or even killed if it encounters a mechanical race. This makes many people dare not to be equipped with intellectual brains in the mecha, for fear of encountering mechanical races. Master, you worry too much. Our liquid memory metal brain is a new way thinking. It only has simple procedures, and even an incomplete brain, which can't control the Bloodstab mecha at all. Even if you encounter a mechanical race, the liquid memory metal brain will immediately operate as usual, because their mechanical race has a common problem, that is, there is no way to control an incomplete brain. Furthermore, even if the mechanical race controls all the behaviors of memory metal, the biggest feature of memory metal is memory. Once his memory is carved in, it cannot be deleted. It is difficult to recreate. Our intellectual brains only have orders from humans, but they don't have a core center for independent thinking, so mechanical races, then we have nothing to do. After Yi Tan heard it, he touched his chin and looked a little tall. This second-generation Bloodstab Mecha is simply invincible. Has the second-generation Bloodstab Mecha joined the base unit? Yi Tan turned his head and looked at the Red Dragon and said, Master, it has been added to the unit. Each cost is 3,000 energy sources. When Yi Tan heard about 3,000, he immediately fell into the trap. The 3,000 energy source, now 10,000 energy stones can be exchanged for 1,000 energy. This Nima, a second-generation Bloodstab Mecha, needs a full 30,000 energy stones. An energy stone, in the low-level civilization, the exchange rate is 50 times. That is to say, a Bloodstab Mecha will sell for tens of millions. Who can afford this? Can the second-generation Bloodstab Mesh be mass-produced? Yi Tan asked, looking at the scientists. Master, the second-generation Bloodstab Mesh can be mass-produced, but the core materials are hard to find in low-level civilizations. Need to be exchanged from the base. As soon as Yi Tan heard this, his heart felt a little hairy. Isn't this core material just liquid metal and memory metal? These two things are indeed in short supply in the universe, even hard to buy. Even if you buy it, you need to constantly set the memory and recovery level of the memory metal. That setting is extremely troublesome. Recommend a book for everyone, very dirty. There. Cultivation Plan of the Strongest Woody. Chapter 685. Chapter 683, The big competition is over. 3 days off. The second-generation mecha is too difficult to manufacture. Yi Tan originally thought that as long as the second-generation Bloodstab Mesh was built, it could be fully built. I did not expect to encounter such a problem. Red Dragon, how many energy sources do we have now? Yi Tan narrowed his eyes and said, Master, we also have 3.3 million energy sources. Yi Tan touched his chin. The 3.3 million energy source, although it looked like a lot, but he could only redeem more than 1,000 second-generation Bloodstab Mechas. Each Bloodstab Mesh is a source of 3,000 energy. For Yi Tan, this is a huge sum of money. Red Dragon, first redeem 200 Bloodstab Mechas, and wear 150 Mechas for the expedition, and the other 50 will be placed on our battleship to escort. Understand the rule. Also, the remaining energy will continue to violent soldiers. And the other is to let the scientists exchange liquid memory metal for me, and upgrade all the armors of all the soldiers for me. I want to have a strong army. Yi Tan looked at Hong Long solemnly and said, Yes, Master. I'll make arrangements right away. Red Dragon said. He was about to leave, but Yi Tan suddenly thought of something and stopped Red Dragon directly. Wait, after the second-generation Bloodstab Mesh is built, it will immediately begin to conquer the Edge Star region. Yi Tan said. Finally, his eyes burst into a strong fighting spirit. Hong Long's body shook, trembling slightly. This was an exuberant tremor. 150 second-generation Bloodstab Mechas are enough for you to attack the next star field. Nearly 600 war fortresses are escorted. Do you want confidence? Yi Tan's eyes were gleaming, watching Hong Long drink coldly. Master, promise to complete the mission. Red Dragon's eyes were also red and shouted. After arranging everything, the Red Dragon left, giving orders to the front line. Expeditionary Force, once again opened. But when Yi Tan saw it outside, he slapped his forehead. It broke. It was almost noon. Today was the last day of the outer court competition. Yi Tan hurriedly went outside. King Meng saw Yi Tan go out, and followed closely. When he came to the huge square and looked at the crowd on the ring, Yi Tan was relieved. Fortunately, it was not over. If it was over, Avril would definitely be uncomfortable. The game continues. And in the Tandwu students. At this moment, in a secret room, Dean Tanwu was sitting with Dean Danny and Dean Shenji in the whole secret and quiet room. Not all three of them were sitting, but there was also a man wearing a black cloak. The man couldn't see his face clearly, as if it were a black cloud. Not only did the Supreme Commander give another order, let Master He come here in person. Dean Tanwu said with a smile, narrowed his eyes. The other deans looked at the black cloak. This black man is not someone else, but the backer of their college. They don't know the origin of this cloak organization, but the background is extremely strong, and their three inner courtyards are firmly controlled, and their outer courtyard is just slaves. Your Majesty has already issued an attack on the inner courtyard of the martial arts, and it will be launched in these few days, and the Majesty is a person who likes to cut grass and roots. You know what it means. I won't say more. I'm here to help. You guys. The man in black, with a hoarse voice, like a machine, said bluntly, uttering word by word. The several deans who were used to speaking like this in their organization did not hear this voice but had all the ideas. It's just that when they heard about this mysterious organization, they were ready to start working on the inner courtyard of the martial arts, which shocked their hearts. Master He, is this a bit faster? We haven't completely dismantled the martial arts outer court. Dean Wu said in a low voice that day. Hudo's a small outer courtyard need your so laborious disintegration? Say you are smart people. I think they are all stupid pigs. You three students can wipe out the outer courtyard directly. Worry about this, worry about that. Hearing Master He's anger, the dean's body trembled and trembling, but they could clearly feel that Master He's powerful force, an aura that could crush them. It is too violent. Your anger is calmed, and your anger is calmed. Don't worry, we will discuss the decision these days. When the inner courtyard is destroyed, the martial arts outer courtyard will be the day of destruction. In this way, the Martial Arts Academy will be completely wiped out of the universe, Dean Tanwu said with a trace of killing intent at the bottom of his eyes. Mr. He nodded in satisfaction and said, you must do this thing neatly. If you break the grand plan, you know the consequences. The gloomy voice caused a cold sweat on the backs of several people, and the scalp numb after thinking about it with respectful means. That superior is simply not human. Yes. At the Do Academy, the Outer Academy competition is now over. Yeaton's brothers and Avril Lavigne successfully entered the finals and have been admitted to the inner courtyard. Please, our dean will speak on stage. A tutor stood on the stage and finished speaking, and directly clapped his palms cheerfully. The audience is even more lively. The dean walked onto the stage with a blushing face, pressed his hand towards the crowd, and signaled that everyone was quiet. Everyone, this time the outer court competition in our college has been successfully concluded. There are more than 300 people who are qualified to enter the inner court. This is our martial arts college, an unprecedented flourishing age, I decide. When everyone heard it, their eyes brightened, and they all waited for this. Every time the outer courtyard was over, it would be beneficial. This kind of benefit is very rare, because this kind of benefit is a holiday, and you can take a vacation. I decided to give all teachers and students a 3-day holiday. Wow! When all the students below heard these words, they all cheered and jumped for joy. They have been here for so long, and they can finally rest. Although the Do Academy has what it wants, but I see that face every day. After watching for so long, everyone is almost vomiting. Now I can take a 3-day holiday. You can have fun for 3 days. You can play as you want. Long live, long live, long live. The students cheered for joy, and they were all excited about it. The whole Martial Arts Academy was boiled up and down, and Yeaton also sighed in relief. Finally he could go out and play. All suffocated. If someone could hear Yeaton's heart, they would vomit blood and become paralyzed. How long have you been here? Have you been holding back for a long time? It's been less than 10 days. You are a slaughterer. You are killing your instructor, and you are killing the children of the inner yard. Is this still bad? It's just bullying too much. Chapter 686. Chapter 684, Emergency. On the Tanwu Emperor Star, Yitan, Avril Lavigne and others came out of the Bo Academy together. Who finally came out, more than 3 months, we can finally have a good time. Yeah, for 3 months, I almost didn't suffocate me. I've just asked. There is one recently. Hey, Sage, I didn't expect you to be such a person, it's too dirty. Tusk. Seeing the noisy brothers in front, Yitan also smiled helplessly, followed them and walked forward together, and beside him, there were beauties on the left and right, one by one, no matter whether it was walking. Wherever it goes, there is the kind of eye-catching existence. I don't know if it's because of the holiday of the Martial Arts Academy, the whole Tandwu Emperor Star is lively, and there are vendors everywhere. People come and go, very lively. There is a clubhouse in front, it looks good. Do we want to eat in it? Huang Saikang pointed to the front and yelled. Several other people also looked at it, and found that it was really a luxurious clubhouse, with a magnificent and thin atmosphere, and it looked very simple. I think it can go. Let's go in and take a look, Honglan and the others said, squinting. Then everyone looked at Yitan and asked what Yitan meant. But Yitan nodded helplessly. It happened to be here and I was hungry. Avril Lavigne and King Meng are very cute and very quiet. Just when Huang Saikang and others just walked to the door of the club, boom, there was a sound of glass breaking, and a man in white was seen flying out directly from the inside. In the air, sprayed a mouthful of blood mist. A bunch of things fell on the ground. There was the sound of physical impact, and the sound of glass scattered, which was very noisy. Yitan narrowed his eyes, knowing that there was a fight here. Boss. The man seems to belong to our martial arts academy, he has a badge carved on his chest, he will not admit it. Huang Saikang narrowed his eyes, looked at the man who fell on the ground, walked up to Yitan and said quietly, oh. Yitan's pupils shrank, and he turned out to be a child of the Martial Arts Academy. Could it be that he has no money to eat? In the next second, Yitan cried stupidly by his own thoughts. Would a child of a magnificent martial arts school have no money to eat? Are you kidding me? As long as the children who enter the Martial Arts Academy, regardless of whether it is the outer courtyard or the inner courtyard, they receive salaries, and these salaries are equivalent to one of the resources. Ask the students to buy some auxiliary items, or fighters, mechas. If the students of the Martial Arts Academy have no money, they will not believe Yitan. At this moment, a few people walked directly out of the clubhouse. The one who walked in the front was an arrogant dude like a Western man, followed by a few younger brothers. The man patted the dust on his hands and strode to the martial arts schoolboy who was protruding blood on the ground. He slammed his foot on the student's head. The dude said with a sullen look in his eyes, boy, you dare to touch my woman. Do you know who this young master is? I'm looking for death. Cough cough. The student was seriously injured, and he couldn't stand the strength of the man's feet, and he pressed his blood to the ground. When the arrogant dude spoke, the crowds who came to watch the crowd exclaimed one by one. It's Jigang. I'm going. The prince of the Hongfeng Empire. Ah, it's him. I heard he is a murderous executioner. SHHH. Please keep your voice down. If Jigang hears it, I will die. He is the prince of one of the 3 major civilizations. Listening to the whispered discussions of the people around, Yitan can be regarded as listening to more than half of it, and almost understood. In the Tanwu Star territory, the most powerful thing is not civilization, but academy. Yes. The 4 colleges are in front of the mouth, and the 3 civilizations are behind. 3 7-level civilizations, Hongfeng Empire, Zongdong Empire, and Xuayan Empire. The 3 of their civilizations are basically level 7 civilizations, they are very powerful, and there are as many warships as weeds. An academy student who is about to decline, dare to snatch a woman from me and look for death. The strength at Gigang's feet has increased a lot. Imprisoned, unable to send out any strength, playing with my woman. I don't want to kill you today. Jigang shouted coldly. The strength under that foot became heavier, and the people around me were all shook their heads. That Jigang is really a demon. Is a living person going to be killed like this? What a pity. Hey, the Bho Academy, it's gone. This is a long sigh in everyone's hearts. The student who was stepped on by Jigang was resisting desperately, moving his head fiercely toward the top, trying to push Jigang away. But Jigang's strength was very strong. When the man gritted his teeth and tried to resist, he happened to see Yitan standing in the front. "Help me, Yitan." The man who screamed, pointed his finger in Yitan's direction. Jigang saw the man shouting for help, with a bloodthirsty expression on the corner of his mouth, coldly shouting, "Today, no one can save you. If you play with me, you will die." With that said, Jigang still looked in Yitan's direction with provocative eyes. He felt that it must be a child of the martial arts academy who appeared here, so the man saw it. "Want to move, rescue soldiers." As soon as Jigang saw Yitan, he saw King Meng with a veil next to Yitan and the lovely Avril Lavigne. His eyes turned red all at once. Peerless beauties, peerless beauties, these two are really fairies. Jigang's breathing began to rush. Boom! Jigang kicked the man under his feet abruptly, braving his anger, and step by step came to Yitan. There was still a few meters away. When the people around saw Jigang coming, they all hurriedly left Yitan and dispersed away. Their eyes looked at Yitan as if they were dead, because as long as Jigang was looking at them, they were basically dead. "Boy, there are such two peerless beauties. Ha ha, thank you for bringing me here. Now you can go away. These two are my women. If you don't go away, just like your brothers and sisters." Jigang very much said arrogantly, did not put Yitan in his eyes at all. In his mind, the entire martial arts academy was completely finished, and even the martial arts academy was about to decline. No one is his opponent at all. Jigang, although he did not join any academy, his resources are more abundant than any student, and he is already a mid-level B warrior. Moreover, he is also an ace pilot. His own civilization also possesses a martial skill. P.S. Martial arts. Let me tell you about martial arts. Martial arts are the ancient martial arts mecha combat techniques that everyone told you about when you were on the earth. That is, what Baguaquan, Jikan and the like. Armor can exert the strongest power. This is the martial arts. Ancient Martial Mecha. Chapter 687. Chapter 685. One Punch Spike. When Yitan heard Jigang's words, his eyes condensed, and he knew what was going on with the seniors in his college just now. It was this guy who fell in love with other people's wives, said that he was his own, and directly robbed people's daughters. Such a person, living in the world, is a waste of air, and death is a waste of land. It's over, this guy is going to die. The woman Jigang saw, if you don't give it, it will be just like the martial arts student on the ground just now, and it will be a waste. SHHH, don't talk, keep your voice down. Listening to the whispering voices of the powerful crowd around, Yitan squinted his eyes without any expression on his face. But at this moment, Yitan's feet suddenly moved, and his body rushed forward. Punch. Boom. Just when everyone hadn't reacted, Jigang's head was directly blasted to pieces of meat, and the corpse seemed to be frozen in place. It was firm for several seconds before it fell to the ground. The sound of crashing on the ground resounded in everyone's mind like a hammer. Everyone, open your mouth. Stare wide-eyed, looking at all this dumbfounded. They are a little choking. Jigang is dead, was punched to death in front of them. Even Jigang's entourage had a look of fear and horror. Their prince was dead. If they report back, they will have their heads chopped off. You killed the prince, you are done. You are done. A follower reacted from the devil, screaming at Yitan. The whole person was a little crazy. The brothers standing behind Yitan, and Avril Lavigne dreamed of a few people, saw Yitan's actions. They didn't react at all. It was really normal. When Jigang said those words, they knew Jigang's fate. Avril Lavigne's heart is sweet, so if you want to find a boyfriend, you need something like Yitan. What can you do if you kill it? You are yelling, and even kill you. Yi Tan drank coldly toward the entourage. Yi Tan didn't bother to kill them. So many people at the scene saw that he had killed some shit civilized prince. That means that the paper package can't keep the fire, so I don't want to kill his entourage. The people around me eating melons all reacted one by one. Dead, dead, Jigang is dead, devil, he is the real demon. Crazy, 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 Jigang is dead, we are going to die. The crowd was in chaos and everyone started to flee. But at this moment, Jigang's entourage, seeing this scene, panicked. A man directly shouted, I see who dares to leave. If anyone leaves, he will be the 9th generation. I have used my brain to kill you. Everyone has been photographed. No one can leave alive. The voice of Jigang's entourage directly suppressed all the crowds, and stopped one by one, as if losing strength and sitting on the ground. Some people seemed to cry in a low voice, and some looked dumbfounded at the headless Jigang, thinking that everything was fake. Fake. Why are they here to join in the fun? Now that Jigang is dead, the Jigang's father will definitely send an army to kill them all. It's all to blame that man. At this moment, everyone looked at Yi Tan, and there was endless anger and hatred in their eyes. But Yi Tan didn't pay them at all. In Tandwu Emperor Star, Hongfeng Civilization headquarters, there is a high-tech room with countless small screens. All the features and information shown above are human body conditions. On each screen, there is a name. What the Lord, what the third prince, the second prince and so on. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, the room was red, and the alarm kept sounding. Something went wrong. Then someone broke in directly and started to check the screens one by one. As long as there is a flashing screen, something is wrong. It's the Prince Jigang. An inspector shrieked. What? The prince? How are the body characteristics now? Supervisor, the prince has lost the human body characteristics and is dead. The last place to appear is the entrance of the 30 Club. The inspector's face changed drastically, and he looked at the supervisor pale and shouted, Jigang is dead. This is a big deal. Who is not good to die? It is Jigang who died. Does anyone not know that Jigang is the Lord's favorite prince? Even the throne will be promised to the prince soon. Tell the guards. Tell them the matter. The supervisor was also frantic at the moment. Jigang was dead. If there is no movement, he will be decapitated. At the door of the 30 Club, Yi Tan didn't pay the murderous size of those people, and smiled disdainfully, talking to himself like this, tolerating, but still peeping at his own woman. This is unbearable. If you can kill it, then kill it with one punch. No nonsense. This is Yi Tan's motto. It is also the reason why Yi Tandi will step on thousands of bones in the future, and the bones will become the emperor. The first and most brutal tyrant in history. Go, let's go. Yi Tan turned his head and said to the brothers, and then he wanted to leave. Stop, stop. One of the entourages saw Yi Tan about to leave. He was immediately anxious, and screamed like a drake. Yi Tan's eyes sank, and he looked at the follower coldly. After the follower was scanned by Yi Tan's eyes, the whole person's heart seemed to be inserted by a giant thorn. The head banged even more. You can't go. Seeing Yi Tan's eyes like a demon god, the entourage was so frightened that he couldn't tell. Who dares to leave? The guards surround here. If anyone leaves, cut. In the distance, there was a rough voice, and I saw thousands of men in black armor, stepping on hoverboards and holding sharp laser swords, flying towards here. In an instant, everyone in Yi Tan was firmly surrounded. Prince, Prince. The mad general just now rushed towards here with several subordinates directly. Seeing Jigang lying on the ground with a headless body, the general's eyes shrank suddenly. I was furious, and Jigang was blown out of his head. If he didn't blow his head, maybe it could be rescued by using potions. But now, his head was blown out by others. Even the cloned Jigang is special. It's an idiot. Who is it? Who killed the prince? I am going to chop him. The general was furious, and roared at the few afterwards. As for the other adjutants of the Imperial Guard, seeing Jigang's appearance, They hurriedly notified all the Imperial Guards to rush here and not let the murderer get away with it. General, it was him. He killed the prince. Chapter 688. Chapter 686. Arrogant to the end. Hearing the words of his entourage, the eyes of all the generals and the Imperial Guards all looked at Yi Tan, and the general's anger directly rose. A strong killing intent broke out all over. Thousands of guards directly began to surround Yi Tan in groups, and the masses who squatted on the ground saw this situation. All of them ran away in panic, and the guards did not pee them. But when they escaped, the dog couldn't help eating shit, and then stood in the distance to watch. Yi Tan used his peripheral vision to see the people and smiled in disdain. These people are simply looking for death. The eyes of Huang Saiking and others were solemn. They had no weapons in their hands, but they had already made an alert. One by one clenched their fists, wrapped Avril and King Meng in all directions, firmly protecting them. It's you, who killed my prince of Hongfeng civilization. Jigang, the general said coldly while looking at Yi Tan with biting eyes. Yes, how do you want to drop? Yi Tan said straightforwardly, and as soon as these words came out, the whole clubhouse was full of Chinese. Fuck, he really killed Jigang. Jigang is really dead. I thought it was fake. It's amazing my brother, Jigang is finally dead. This great disaster, great. Are you all going to die? You still dare to talk like that? You can't die. The general did not expect Yi Tan to say it so easily, as if he had killed a passerby. Suddenly, the general's face turned black, very gloomy. Looking at Yi Tan, he said coldly, "Boy, I'm afraid you don't know, I am Hongfeng civilization, but the 7th level civilization. If you dare to do it right, you just want to die. When the army comes, I think you are you calm now?" To be honest, the general still admired such a young man in his heart, and was shocked by such a big crisis. Either this young man is very strong inside and has experienced many things. Otherwise, this young man is a fool, a lunatic. The army is coming. Suddenly, there was another yelling from a distance, and I saw another 30,000 crowds flying in the sky, all wearing black armor. This kind of armor is unique in the Tanwu Star territory, and that is the symbol of the Red Maple Empire. Those onlookers who saw so many fighters retreated farther, and several of the Martial Arts Academy students, who saw the beginning and the end, rushed towards the Martial Arts Academy. This matter needs to be notified to the dean as soon as possible, otherwise the matter will be big. The genius of the academy, the seed of the academy, can't just be gone. And on the side of the onlookers, it's over. This kid is over. That general is the real executioner. It falls into the hands of that general. There is no good end. Yes, this kid can be regarded as killing the people, but he has a strong civilized background, and no one dares to offend. Hey! Pray for him. The general, the murderer who killed the prince, has been found. This kid. The general who had just spoken to Yi Tan said to another majestic man. The general was like a beast, and there was a lot of killing intent in his eyes. Abolish his limbs. The general yelled coldly, waving his hand directly, and immediately afterwards, soldiers stepped forward. Yi Tan didn't speak, but Huang Saiking and the others who stood behind him narrowed their eyes. Everyone's body subconsciously walked directly in front of Yi Tan. 7 people lined up in a row, blocking Yi Tan, looking at the general and the others crazily, and shouted, "I see who dares." When the general saw it, he became even more furious, and shouted directly, "Abolish them." But at this moment, Yi Tan's figure moved, and he disappeared in a flash, and he came directly in front of the general. The general also shrank his pupils, and he didn't even react. The man's speed was too fast. He was not an agile warrior in the first place, but Yi Tan's trick made the general scream. But the next scene made the general regret this life. Kaka. 4 crisp sounds of broken bones sounded. Suddenly the entire air became silent, and everyone's scalp exploded, numb, and looked at them in horror. Their general, who was broken his limbs by one move, turned into a stick and lay on the ground. What? The general reacted. The speed just now was so fast that he lost his pain for a while. When he reacted, he had no limbs and could only lie on the ground with his eyes wide open and howling frantically. General. The people around also reacted. All of them looked nervously at the general. On the side of the Melaniating crowd, everyone was dumbfounded, staring at them in disbelief. The general of the Hongfeng Empire was actually abolished. My Nima, is this true? And at the moment in the Martial Arts Academy, those students returned to the academy with the injured students, and had already found the dean. What's the matter? The dean was also shocked when he saw the injured student. Isn't it a holiday? How come back with a wound? Dean, it's not good. Yi Tan was surrounded by people from the Hongfeng Empire. What? The dean's face changed drastically, and he became gloomy. He looked at a few of them coldly and said, what happened? The dean, it's Brother Huang He. Brother Huang He took her sister-in-law on the street and met Jigang. Jigang wanted to occupy Brother Huang He's sister-in-law, and injured Brother Huang He, who happened to meet Brother Yi. But Jigang saw Avril Lavigne again, just like occupying Avril Lavigne, but was blown to the head by Yi Tan, and now the army of the Hongfeng Empire has surrounded junior Brother Yi. My Nima. After hearing this, the dean exploded directly. He can't burst, but Nat is Jigang. Jigang, the heir of the Hongfeng Empire, the future monarch, was just blown by Yi Tan's punch. Can you be a little arrogant, Yi Tan? The dean is beeping a dog in his heart. In his entire life, when he met Yi Tan, he had suffered blood mold for 8 lifetimes. Deacon Wang, inform the foreign court to station troops and send me to the 30 clubhouse. The dean shouted anxiously. Yes, Dean. At the entrance of the 30 club, the general howled frantically on the ground after being broken by Yi Tan. General, avenge the general. Kill him. Kill him. The general lying on the ground yelled, and he really couldn't bear the pain. Go. The Hongfeng troops of nearly 40,000 were directly ready to embark on a crowd. And at this moment, whoever moves me to dominate, he must be killed. It must be killed. The sky's killing intent exploded in the sky, and the soldiers of the Hongfeng Empire, looking up, suddenly all their eyes shrank, a little frightened and shocked. Chapter 689. Chapter 687, Who dares to hurt my master? I must kill it. Give me all. Kill them. The general lying on the ground howled frantically. Immediately, the nearly 40,000 soldiers of the Hongfeng Empire prepared to take up their weapons. They all headed towards Yi Tan. Why? The people around exclaimed, if so many troops surround Yi Tan, will there be a way to survive? Yi Tan must die. This is a sentence from the hearts of everyone. They feel that no one can survive with so many troops. Even the Aleville Strong can't do it. Only the Sleeville Real Strong can break the giant mountain with one punch. In order to survive under the siege of so many troops. Kill him. Seeing so many troops, the general suddenly became violent, very crazy. Yi Tan twisted his limbs. This kind of pain, Yi Tan must also taste this feeling. Avril Lavigne, standing next to Yi Tan, felt the oppression of death and held Yi Tan's hands tightly. Yi Tan also felt the trembling of Avril Lavigne's hands, and even some slight sweat. Gently patted Avril Lavigne's little hand, motioning her not to be afraid. Yi Tan turned his head, looked at the 7 brothers, and said with a smile, brothers, death is about to come. You will not regret following me afterwards, so you are not afraid. The 7 brothers themselves were very nervous and vigilant. When they heard Yi Tan's words, they all smiled, raised their heads and looked at Yi Tan laughing and shouted, Boss, what are you talking about? When did we regret it? A bunch of spicy chickens. I want to kill us too. Just kidding, even if I die, Huang Saiking will let the boss survive, so that the boss can take revenge for us in the future and destroy what shit Hongfeng Empire. Ha ha, that's right, we don't regret it. I'm very satisfied with following the boss. If it weren't for the boss, there would be nowhere we are today. Boss, in one sentence, I will fight them. The 7 brothers, 1 person and 1 sentence, made Yi Tan's heart warm and smiling at them. Brothers, rest assured, no one will die today. Only the one who deceives me will perish. Yi Tan said coldly, looking at the general lying on the ground in the distance. When the general heard this, he became even more irritated. A group of ants can be so united before they die. Okay, today I will let you go to hell together, let you unite in hell. The general shouted sullenly. On the densely packed Red Peak Empire's warriors made Ethan's surroundings impenetrable. 7 people, 2 women, Yaishan, without any fear on their faces. They all looked at the troops coldly. Kill. Tens of thousands of troops roared. They were about to launch weapons at Yitan and others. At this critical juncture, suddenly, there was a roar from the sky, and the sound was like thunder. Who would dare to hurt my ruler? Take my life. Wow! Those excited audiences outside, seeing this scene, were directly confused. What did they see? Even their eyes shrank suddenly. The general and their tens of thousands of soldiers also looked up, instantly dumbfounded. In the sky, dark clouds cover the sky. No, it can be said that there are nearly 500,000 warriors in the air, all wearing red armor, which is even more cool than Iron Man's armor. One by one hovered majestically in the air, and they all had energy weapons in their hands. These troops are called Yitan. Fuck. Is this too exciting? This is really going to challenge the Hongfeng Empire. Awesome. I just used the light brain to calculate. This time there are nearly 500,000 troops. Moreover, they are all Cleavel Peak warriors. What? This is incredible, right? The entire onlookers were shocked. They never thought that Yitan could have so many powerful soldiers. It's a soldier of the Tamron Empire. Huang Saikang and others were also shocked, and they did not expect the soldiers of the Tamron Empire to come here. It seems that there have been warships parked outside the Emperor Star, so they can support so quickly. It is no wonder that his boss is not afraid at all. He has already notified the troops. They're warriors of Tamron civilization. Huang Saikang and others all know, that is the truly powerful army. Can an army that can destroy the Osman civilization and the Aran civilization be ordinary? The general also saw the countless soldiers in the sky that day, and his whole body trembled. No, he is not his whole body now, only a torso is left. No, who are you? It is impossible for a low-level civilization to have such a powerful force. The general roared fiercely. His neck bulged with blue veins, and his whole person became that kind of angry beast. Who am I? I am the one who was insulted by you. Yitan squinted his eyes, and when he said that, a horrible light of killing intent burst out. The armies of the Hongfeng Empire all around me trembled and moved backwards. When the general heard Yitan's words, he almost spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Paralyzed. We bullied you? Isn't it the prince you killed first? If you don't kill our prince, will we find you for revenge? Also, tell us the prince who you are. Can the prince bully you without long eyes? It's a beeping dog. The general's heart can only describe it like this. His heart is now extremely regretful. He can feel the aura of the densely packed troops in the sky. That is the breath of an absolute strong. In the air, Yitan's troops. The soldier standing in the front had red eyes, and his whole person was like a demon. There was endless madness in his eyes. Kill. With the roar of the soldiers standing in front, in an instant, nearly 500,000 troops swarmed. The scene is extremely crazy. The troops of the Hongfeng Empire, they all use energy swords. On Tandwu Emperor Star, all civilizations cannot wear weapons. Even if they sell mechas, they can only sell models. These are the rules set by Danwu Academy. Everyone can only obey, and their Hongfeng Empire is no exception. The general desperate is, how could Yitan's troops have weapons to break into the Emperor's Star? Didn't anyone at the Martial Arts College notice that day? Where is the guard of Emperor's Star? Where are the guards? Are they all dead? The general was lying on the ground, looking at the soldiers of Tamron civilization, slaughtering his troops frantically. He was crazy. Boy, you dare to kill our Hongfeng Empire people? It is impossible for my Hongfeng Empire to forgive you. The general roared. Chapter 690. Chapter 688, The Fury of Lord He. Yitan smiled disdainfully when he heard this. Hundreds of red police soldiers beside him had already surrounded him firmly, guardian, so the people of the Red Peak Empire around him couldn't get close to Yi Tan's side at all. People are fire weapons. They are just Aurora swords. How to fight? I killed your princes. Do you think I will be afraid? You are dead today. You can't see how the headquarters of your Red Peak Empire was destroyed by me. Yi Tan stood in the distance, looking at the general and said coldly. The general was also firmly surrounded and guarded by his own troops, but when he heard Yi Tan's words, the general's eyes shrank suddenly. He knew that they had kicked the iron plate today. Kill them. After Yi Tan finished speaking coldly, holding Avril's little hand, he left here. And behind him, countless screams rang out. That sound was like hell. It's like being in hell. Those who listened to Melaniating people were all terrified. And in Tanwu Academy, in the dean's office. Dean, it's not good. It's not good. Something big happened. At the dean's door, the dean's secretary broke into the door directly. The man in black, the mysterious man who followed the dean, slammed his face. There was a sound of squeezing with both hands. When the dean heard this sound, his scalp numb, knowing that the mysterious man was angry. It's not that simple for a mysterious man to get angry. It's terrible. What's the matter, Xiao Wang? What are you going to do? If you don't give me a satisfactory answer today, let me see how I deal with you. The dean sat on the chair and said angrily. Secretary Wang seemed to feel that something was wrong, and shouted nervously and eagerly, Dean, that's it. The prince of the Hongfeng Empire was killed. What? Both the mysterious man and the dean shouted out together. Obviously they still value the Hongfeng Empire very much. When the dean heard this, the whole person's eyes shrank suddenly. He slapped the table angrily and stood up. What's the matter? Did other families do it? The dean said gloomily. In the Tanwu Star territory, the first to support their academy was the Hongfeng Empire, and it has developed into a member of that mysterious organization. To deal with the Martial Arts Academy in the future, the Hongfeng Empire also needs a piece of strength. If the Tanwu Star territory is in chaos at this time, this will have a serious impact on their plans. The dean, it's not from other civilizations and families, but Yi Tan from the Martial Arts Academy. Secretary Wang cried out in tears. Yi Tan, the dean of the Martial Star region, exclaimed that day. Why? You know this Yi Tan? The mysterious man standing aside said dissatisfiedly. Master this Yi Tan is the martial arts genius I told you. A genius with 5 talents. The dean said with a flashing expression. Yi Tan, a student, he liked very much, but the Martial Arts Academy seemed crazy at first, and it took such a high price to admit Yi Tan. Originally, when the Martial Arts Academy was destroyed, Yi Tan could easily be admitted to their academy. But unexpectedly, the prince who killed the Hongfeng Empire today turned out to be Yi Tan. This makes the dean of Tanwu College. Can he not exclaim, it's him? I've heard of him. He is so genius at a young age, so mysterious. However, he has already ruined our plan today. Such a genius can no longer be used by us. So, he burst out with a strong killing intent. Secretary Wang, who was standing in front of the dean, felt this powerful pressure and almost did not kneel down. Sweat on my forehead. The dean was also a little bit in his heart. This is to destroy Yi Tan. The dean's eyes flickered, and then he made up his mind and watched. Secretary Wang said coldly, immediately send the frigate to destroy Yi Tan. Prevent him from returning to the Martial Arts Academy. Secretary Wang was taken aback when he heard the dean's words. What are you still doing here? Seeing Secretary Wang like this, the dean suddenly became angry. In front of Master I was ashamed. After going down, the secretary must be killed. The dean already has the killing intent in his heart. President, no. One more thing, that is, Yi Tan has 500,000 Clevel fighters. They have gathered in the Emperor's Star, and they all wear weapons and armor. Our frigate, it is difficult to destroy. What? The dean and the black man trembled. The number of Clevel 500,000. How did this Nima come in? And isn't Yi Tan a 5th level civilization? Why do you suddenly have so many powerful troops? The mysterious man he suddenly came in front of Secretary Wang and pinched Secretary Wang's neck fiercely. Underneath his vague appearance, A pair of eyes stared at Secretary Wang coldly and said, "You are saying it again, Master." He couldn't believe this news at all. If it was true, their plan might really be ruined by Yi Tan. With 500,000 Clevel troops, such troops are enough to destroy the Danwu Star territory. Ahem, your lord, let go. Let go. Secretary Wang struggled and shouted. He only felt that the hands pinching his neck were almost like pliers. It was difficult to break free, and he could even choke himself to death. Say. The mysterious man, Mr. He, directly roared in anger, spitting out Secretary Wang's face. Secretary Wang trembled. He already felt the smell of death. My lord, it's true. They have gone to the headquarters of the Red Peak Empire. Yi Tan took the lead. The villain has seen it with his own eyes. It's true. They are all Clevel Pinnacle warriors. Ha ha. Ha ha. Dean Liu, is this the star field under your jurisdiction? A full 400,000 Clevel Pinnacle troops entered your star field fully armed, without even noticing it? Mr. He said finally, directly. Furious, slapped Secretary Wang's head fiercely. Boom! Secretary Wang's head exploded directly, and the bloody brain and ground meat splashed all over. Very disgusting. With a disgusting expression, the mysterious man threw away Secretary Wang's body and turned his head to look at the Dean of the Danwu Star territory. The Dean had already heard the words of Lord He, and his face was full of horror. Master He, I don't know about this. If I knew it, I would definitely stop it. Believe me, I will definitely solve this problem perfectly. The Dean lowered his head, wiping the sweat from his forehead, tremblingly shouted, "Trash!" Now the plan is destroyed, we can only move ahead. Mr. He's hoarse voice said grimly. Master. The Dean suddenly raised his head, staring at Master He. Chapter 691. Chapter 689. Plan ahead. My lord. The Dean raised his head. His eyes shrank suddenly. Is the plan about to begin? The Dean of Danwu Academy trembled. If the plan started, then the Martial Arts Academy would be destroyed. The delisting of the Do Academy is really terrifying. What's the matter? Mr. He turned his head and looked at the Dean of Danwu College with cold eyes. As if seeing Dean Danwu's concern, Mr. He, the man in black, showed a bloodthirsty expression at the corner of his mouth. He looked at the Dean of the Do Academy and said, I got news yesterday that the plan to eradicate the inner courtyard has already begun. When the Dean heard this, he took a deep breath, squinted his eyes, and said coldly, since Mr. He has already said this, the plan must be implemented, and Yi Tan, the shit cutter, must be wiped out. The headquarters of the Red Maple Empire is in a large forest in the northwest corner of the Emperor Star of the Danwu Star territory. This large forest is the land right bought by the Red Maple Empire. Very vast, even the military factories of the Red Maple Empire were built here. Of course, how could the Danwu Star territory let them build the military factories here in peace? That is here, with the garrison of the Danwu Star territory, strictly guarded every moment. This garrison is also part of the army of Danwu Academy. At the headquarters of this garrison, General, what's the matter? Why is the level 5 alarm issued above? What happened? A young general said worriedly, looking at the majestic minister. This young general is the son of the Red Maple Empire and a prince, but he does not have the real power of Prince Jigang. Prince Jigang is the most beloved prince of the Red Maple Empire, and he values it very much. Nor will the throne be succeeded to this general, but to Jigang. Oh, it's the year of the year. It's like this. Your Prince Jigang of the Hongfeng Empire was killed, and your family's guards were also massacred in the past. Those who killed your third brother are now moving towards come from the headquarters of your Red Maple Empire. The majestic general, seeing that it was Jigang, directly told Jinyan. When I heard the chronicle, the extension first shrank, and then a bright light burst out, and my heart was a little excited. Jigang is dead? Jigang is dead? In Jinyan's heart, his mother was just a maid in his civilized emperor's palace. When she was young, she was left behind by the drunk Jigang's father. My mother has no status and can only be sealed as a concubine, but the master of the Red Maple Empire has always been dissatisfied with him, no matter how good he is. he will not be satisfied. And Najigang, a dandy boy, drinks and picks up girls every day, doing all things, but that person loves him so much. For so many years, there has been no chance. Now, Jigang is dead. Jigang is dead. Jin Yan's heart was very excited, which can only be described as overwhelming. His face became even more hideous. When the majestic general saw the expression on Jin Yan's face, he thought that his fifth brother was dead and angry. In the year of the year, you go down and command the 3 armies immediately. After so many years, I watched you grow up. If you make a contribution this time, I believe the Lord of the Red Maple Empire will definitely look at you with admiration. I listen. Say, that army is fully armed. You must be careful. The majestic general said, patting Jin Yan on the shoulder. He also sighed in his heart. He saw Jin Yan's distorted face. He also knew that Jigang was dead, and Jin Yan's future life would not be better. The Lord of the Red Maple Empire had a terrifying temper, and he was a tyrant. When he was young, he was directly assigned to his troops by the Hongfeng Empire's master. His troops, but the troops in the Reign of Blood, can imagine how bad the Hongfeng Empire master was at that time. As for the years to die, at that time, he was only 5 years old. He grew up looking at him, and now he can only hand over the 3 armies to Jin Yan, so that after he kills those enemies who killed Jigang, he can still let the master of the Red Maple Empire not kill him. Otherwise, Chronicle's life in the future will definitely be very bitter. Maybe one day he will die. In the universe, as the martial artist becomes stronger, but the requirements for having children become particularly mean. But the principles of many civilizations are ordinary people. Even when they are old, they take life medicines to maintain their lives every day, constantly refreshing the cells. They can survive, so their sons are very many. Some have thousands, tens of thousands, and the dead are not heartache at all. And Jigang, the Red Maple Empire Lord, was old and had the last fruit, so he loved Jigang very much. After all, Jigang grew up by his side. And those sons of his are all ugly, and some even used evolution potions in order to win the throne, and became warriors, which made the Lord of the Red Maple Empire wary. Think about it, you are his son. After taking medicine, don't you want to seize power? As the master of civilization, his thoughts are particularly complicated, and he is skeptical of people. And Jigang is still young, and the leader of the Red Maple Empire is not old yet. He can live a few more years and enjoy life. And Jin Yan is already the second in command in the army, at least in the area, and the rank of martial artist is also very strong, so the most feared person is Jin Yan. If you want to save the life of the year, you can only let him lead the 3 armies. This is what this majestic old general thinks. Hearing the general let himself lead the 3 armies, he raised his head and looked at the majestic old general with a complicated expression, and he didn't know how to speak. The old general also saw the look of Jin Yan, and said helplessly, I am old. Someone should take my place. You must promise me that you must survive. When the old general finished speaking, he left the room and walked outside. Jin Yan looked at the figure of the old general with complicated expressions, feeling a heroic loneliness. Red Maple Empire, Jilimin, your throne, I want it. Jin Yan had already figured out everything in his heart, clenched his fists and said with a grim face, his whole person was like an awakened tiger. Turning on the Chronicles of Gwainbrain, he directly replied in the conversation with Gwainbrain, all troops are obedient to orders, and when encountering enemies, they are not allowed to shoot. Let them pass. Jin Yan said indifferently in Gwainmin. In this stationed army, the 3 armies all heard the voice of Jin Yan, each with cold eyes, obeying orders, is their bounden duty. And judging from the title of Light Brain just now, Jin Yan has become the general of their region. Although they didn't know where the old general went, they didn't think much. During the continued vigilance, there was not a trace of the feeling of going out. Chapter 692. Chapter 690, Master, where does the sword point? The story goes back to when Yitan troops killed the Imperial Guards. The general of the Imperial Guard had already been trampled on his head at this moment, and at the door of the entire 30 clubhouse, at this moment, it was a blood stream. The corpses were everywhere, and a strong smell of blood had spread. Ah, they are so cruel, they are simply not human. What nonsense! Shut up. Do you want those executioners to kill you all? I feel that the sky is about to change. Great things are about to happen in the Danwu Star territory. The crowd's onlookers, at this moment, it was a boil, screaming, how did they see such a scene? My heart is already trembling. If you dare to move my master, you will kill it. It must be killed. Yi Tan's army, like a murderous machine, raged into the sky, roared in rage, and crushed under his feet. The whole sky was covered with dark clouds, and thunder continued to sound. The last guard was killed. All the red police troops stopped. They were covered in blood and sticky blood in their hair. Everyone looked at Yi Tan. Their eyes are firm. Master, where does the sword point? Master, where does the sword point? One sound was louder than one sound, and the entire sky was humming. And every time they shouted, the sky burst once, making people deaf. Wow, Yi Tan hadn't spoken yet, but the crowd's onlookers were moved. They were all roaring with the blood, and they got goosebumps all over their bodies, but they were full of blood. Such troops are the real troops. Who can see such a united army? Such an army, I am afraid that the spirit of the army has already appeared. And the spirit of the army is the young man, Yi Tan. The army soul is an object of the army's loyalty, a spiritual support, and a place of faith. At this moment, the reinforcements from the Martial Arts Academy arrived. The leader was the Martial Arts Dean, behind him countless students in school uniforms, and the densely packed Martial Arts Academy army. They also happened to see the scene of Yi Tan's team roaring in unison. Everyone was dumbfounded. Is this the military spirit? The Dean took a breath of surprise. In 10,000 years, which civilization has a military spirit? Yi Tan, what kind of person is it? The Dean's heart can no longer be calm at this moment, and the whole person is pleasantly surprised and don't want it. At this moment, everyone's eyes were already fixed on Yi Tan. Sword finger. Yi Tan yelled the first two words coldly. In an instant, the air solidified and everyone was quiet, waiting for Yi Tan's words. Red beak. Wow, the crowd of onlookers eating melons went crazy. Their swords pointed at Hongfeng. Their swords pointed at Hongfeng. Everyone in the Martial Arts Academy had horrified eyes and horror in their hearts. Yi Tan is their junior. Crazy. The sword points to the red peak. The red police soldiers shouted loudly one by one when they heard the words of the master, and the whole space was buzzing. Yi Tan, are you crazy? The Red Maple Empire can't move. The Dean standing in the distance was anxious. He couldn't helplessly see a genius going to die. What is the Red Maple Empire? That is a real level 6 civilization. Yi Tan also heard the Dean's words, looked over there, and saw that all the students of the Martial Arts Academy were dispatched, and his heart warmed. They still have feelings. With a move by Yi Tan, the Red Police Corps became quiet. Yi Tan took a deep breath and looked at the Dean in the distance and shouted, Dean, this is not a shame for me alone. My army can't just watch my spiritual leader being oppressed. We can't swallow it. Nor can my army swallow it. I want to give my army an explanation. The Red Peak will be destroyed. Red Peak must die. The martial arts director felt a dam in his heart. Yi Tan is really crazy. Dean of martial arts is about to die of anger now, but there is no way. During this time, he has already learned a lot about Yi Tan's temper. This person is the one who said that he is the one who has revenge on the day. Once he wants to kill, no one can stop it. Looking at the information provided by the inner courtyard, those people can't wait any longer. The crowd onlookers and the students of the Martial Arts Academy all looked at the Dean and Yi Tan, thinking that they would give up. The Red Maple Empire is not a small civilization. and it will be destroyed if you say it is destroyed. People like them want to destroy the Red Maple Empire. How easy it is. Let alone the Red Maple Empire. The relationship between the Martial Arts Academy and the Red Maple Empire was quite good that day. If people are in trouble, will Dean Tanwu sit back and watch? Therefore, many people have already determined in their hearts that it is impossible for the martial arts chief to let Yi Tan go to the Red Maple Empire. Is that just the rhythm of hunting for death? And when everyone was determined in their hearts, the Dean exhaled a deep breath and closed his eyes to calm the boiling heart in his heart. He opened his eyes suddenly and looked at Yi Tan and shouted, "Yi Tan, today, my old bone, I will accompany you once. If we survive, the martial arts will survive. If we can't survive, I will desperately want to send you out. Never get close to the central star field." The Dean's words were passed tremblingly, and all the students and the people who ate melons were stunned. This martial artist. Hiss. Afterwards, the students of the Bdo Academy and the instructors of the Bdo students seemed to have the same thing, and they also understood. Every look was identified. "Yi Tan, he'll let you go. I am coming too." We all go. Wow. The people who eat melon are shocked and stunned. Is the Bdo Academy crazy? Are they all crazy? How can you trust a person so much? Are they really capable of defeating Hongfeng and Danwu? Everyone was shocked, and everyone was surging with blood. And Yi Tan is also a little foolish. I'm going to take revenge. Why you react so big, as if I can't beat them? Is there anything else at the Bdo Academy? Are there any enemies? Yi Tan was confused, and had no clue when it became popular. After all, this matter is very secretive. Everyone only knows that the Martial Arts Academy is about to lose, but no one knows that the Martial Arts Academy will be destroyed. Forget it. No matter, Yi Tan said in his heart, looking at the children, mentors, and deans of the Martial Arts Academy. His heart was slowly moved. "Okay, Dean, don't worry, we will definitely live." Yi Tan squinted and shouted. But the Dean just nodded firmly. He was ready for the martial arts to be annihilated and send Yi Tan out at any time. This should teach Yi Tan a lesson and change his temperament. It can be regarded as an explanation to Yi Tan, an explanation to the martial arts, and all the lives of all people are placed on Yi Tan. They all unconditionally believe that Yi Tan will rise. Chapter 693. Chapter 691. Jilimin's Wrath. Ambition for years. Let's go. Yi Tan waved his hand, and in an instant, the armor of countless soldiers directly activated the levitation function and assembled. And the troops of the Martial Arts Academy, directly from the Martial Arts Academy, mobilized all the shuttle transport ships, then flew in the direction of the Red Maple Empire. At this moment, among the crowd of melon-eating people, Secretary Wang rushed towards his Tanwu Academy. Only then did Master He's anger and angrily kill Secretary Wang. Dean Tanwu wanted to destroy the heart of the Martial Arts Academy. A 5th level alert is issued. When Jin Yan learned the news, he was ready to let Yi Tan pass. All this is just the beginning. Here in the garrison army in the Jin Yan area, Jin Yan is patrolling the army in each small area. He has now become the general, that is, the commander-in-chief of this area. It is necessary to wander around each barracks. Show your status. Of course, these troops are carefully trained by him, so there is no dissatisfaction with him. Besides, the old general and Jin Yan are very close, which is seen by all the troops. By Jin Yan's side, there are countless officers of all sizes with him. General, radar said that a large number of armed forces have entered our area. Jin Yan raised his head, squinted his eyes and said, "They are here. Let the troops not intercept them. Let them pass the level at will." After saying that, Jin Yan lowered his head and muttered to himself, "I hope they can. Otherwise, they can only. It's dead." The captains, large and small, were all close together, so they all heard this sentence clearly. They were shocked. They knew why the general would give such an order. This is to use the hands of others to kill his father and win the imperial power. The headquarters of the Red Maple Empire is here. This is also the imperial palace of the Red Maple Empire, and all the people living in it are imperial concubines. If this leveled this place, it would have gained imperial power. Understand the general, all the captains said with unwavering eyes. They are not expressing loyalty now, and no one will want to promote in the future. When Hongfeng is destroyed, only his age-old general can take the post of Hongfeng Emperor. At that time, the Tandwu Star region will also promote him to the throne. After all, this is a win-win result. In the air, Yi Tan also saw the dense military buildings from a distance, knowing that it was a garrison. Master, the important military site in front seems to be just a warning. All energy weapons are not loaded, so you can pass with confidence. The Red Dragon's voice appeared in Yi Tan's headset, and Yi Tan was taken aback on the spot. What else happened? Isn't this the garrison of the Tandwu Star territory? If they are going to deal with the Hongfeng Empire, will they take action? Is the basic relationship between them broken? Master, according to the investigation, the garrison now in charge of this area is the Prince of the Red Maple Empire, named Jin Yan, but his status in the Red Maple Empire is quite low, but according to the investigation, his ambition is not small. Hearing Red Dragon's explanation again, Yi Tan understood that he wanted to borrow a knife to kill people in this year. But it's okay, when the red peak is extinguished, you are extinguished. Yi Tan doesn't seem to be right with Tandwu. After all, they are the real bosses of the Tandwu Star territory. Go, let's just rush over, Yi Tan said coldly. Immediately, the army flew directly over the military stationed area, and the students of the Martial Arts Academy and their troops also flew over. The onlookers who followed behind were all dumbfounded. The plot is wrong. Don't you want to deal with them? Why is it happening like that? Isn't this the place of the Tandwu Star territory? This Nima. If it were normal, who would dare to fly over here would be looking for death, killing him on the spot. But now, it's really a beeping dog. Those onlookers looked at Yi Tan and they just flew past, not knowing whether to fly over or not. What if the garrison below attacked them? They didn't dare to move rashly. They could only stand far away, quietly watching Yi Tan and the others leave. In the Imperial Palace of the Red Maple Empire, at the moment, Lord Hongfeng, Jilimin has already learned the news. Roaring in the palace, trash is a bunch of trash. My dignified guard army was completely wiped out. And the reconnaissance fleet in the Tandwu Star territory was also trash. So many people broke into the Emperor Star with weapons, and they didn't even notice! That wailing roaring made the countless officials kneeling on the ground tremble all over. It's just Jilimin who dare not look up. Where are they now? Jilimin roared. Report, Lord, they have now reached the position of the Tandwu Star territory garrison. I guess they are fighting now. An army official raised his head and said. Jilimin nodded angrily and said, let the garrison wastes deal with them first. When my army arrives, it will be their death date. Jilimin said that at the end, his expression became grim. Just when all the officials thought that Yi Tan was going to fight the garrison, suddenly, the Imperial Palace broke into one person. Report, Master. 600,000 troops are greeted in front of them. They are all from the Martial Arts Academy, as well as the Dean of the Martial Arts, and the one who killed the prince. They are all inside. What? Impossible? The officials below boiled directly, standing up one by one, drinking coldly. And Jilimin also narrowed his eyes. This is impossible. This is an idea that popped out of his heart. This is impossible. How did they get through the garrison? Did the garrison lose? Jilimin roared. Reporter, the garrison, there is no movement, they are letting go. Release? Jilimin shook his body and his head went blank. How could this be possible? Is the Tandwu Star territory the same as the enemy who killed Ganja? They want to cross the river to demolish the bridge. No, they want to demolish the bridge before crossing the river. Lord. The officials below saw that Jilimin was faltering. They all hurriedly shouted. Jilimin stabilized his body, raised his head and looked at everyone, and shouted coldly, quickly invite the first general of the empire to come and guard the empire. When the officials below heard this, one hurried to the front and shouted, yes, Lord. There is the first general of the empire. They are all a group of ants. There was a touch of confidence on the official's face. The first general of the empire, that was an evil beginner warrior, the entire emperor's star, but few existed. The entire imperial palace of the Hongfeng Empire began to act, and many imperial citizens began to act. There are also countless imperial guards who have begun to guard closely, especially the defensive weapons, have begun to load up. Chapter 694 Chapter 692 Chu Zhao, a great elementary power, the first general, that is the legendary evil powerhouse. Looking at the entire 78-level civilization, there are only a few. In addition to the deans of the Tanwu Star territory, there are also the masters of 3 major civilizations. There are only 7 evil beginners in total. Moreover, the first general of the Red Maple Empire has reached the age of prosperity and decline, and is already old, unable to inspire the toughness of the peak period. But evil beginners are evil beginners. No matter how old they are stronger than ordinary evil peak powers. Chu Zhao, he is the only evil beginner powerhouse of the Red Maple Empire. He is a named powerhouse of the Red Maple Empire. The so-called public names are some powerful people who need resources and do not want to be disciplined. He also wants to have rights. Many powerful super-high civilizations will come to some medium civilizations and become famous powers of their civilization. Guard one side, and those middle-level civilizations need to tribute a lot of resources to such famous powers every year. If the resources are not enough, the strong names can leave at any time. Over the years, Chu Zhao has stayed in the Red Maple Empire for more than 10 years. Although the Red Maple Empire is not a 7th-level civilization, but resources are also given a lot. Chu Zhao is a warrior with a super-advanced civilization, without civilization and background, just like a wandering warrior. He is more than 200 years old this year, and he is no longer as strong as he was when he was young. So he is named in the Red Maple Empire, ready to eat and wait to die. Today, he received a message from the Lord of the Red Maple Empire, asking him to go to the Imperial Palace to protect the Lord, saying that there was a big crisis. Chu Zhao originally thought that other civilizations were attacking the Red Maple Empire, and he was ready to run away at any time. But only when he asked the guards beside him did he understand. People from the Bo Academy attacked. He knew about the Martial Arts Academy. He probably knew about the entire Emperor's Star. After all, he had lived on this planet for nearly 10 years. He also knew that the Martial Arts Academy had been declining in recent years, and there were no strong players. After all, it was not an inner courtyard. If it were the inner courtyard, Chu Zhao would just run away. The inner court is different from the outer court. The outer court is in the Tanwu Star territory, while the inner court is established in the super-advanced civilization, in the 9th level of civilization. The strong are like clouds. In the outer courtyard, the waves are scouring the sand, selecting geniuses for the inner courtyard among countless small civilizations. In the Imperial Palace, when Najilimin saw Chu Zhao coming, he immediately showed a happy expression on his face. "My lord is here, my lord is here," Jiliman shouted happily. Chu Zhao didn't show too much expression, just nodded gently. Jiliman's empire is a 6th-level civilization, but their civilization is not strong at all. So when facing Chu Zhao, Jiliman must be called an adult. This is the dignity and glory of the warrior. Offending an evil powerhouse is an act of seeking death. And one person can destroy your imperial palace. It can take half a year to slowly eradicate your entire civilization. If you offend a sped-type warrior, it goes without saying. For 1 month, you are guaranteed to wipe out your 6th-level civilization. This is the power of the strong. My lord, do you understand the situation? Their martial arts academy simply deceived people too much, killing my son, and now they want to destroy us. This hatred. The adults must help us, Jiliman shouted with gloomy eyes. Don't worry, although I am old, I am not bullied. Has the dean of the Martial Arts Academy come? When Chu Zhao said the first few words, he was very strong and not afraid at all, and said the last Martial Arts Academy. Is it long here? The tone seems a little confusing. Jilimin has been dazzled by the hatred, and now the only lifesaver is Chu Jiao, so he didn't hear the counsel of Chu Jiao. Here, everyone in their martial arts academy is here, Jilimin said directly. As soon as Chu Jiao heard it, there was no wrinkle. The dean of the martial arts outer academy was here, and that matter was not easy to handle. The dean of the outer academy was also an A-level beginner. Moreover, he is still in his strong age, and his strength is at his peak. How can he beat him? My lord. Jilimin asked worriedly, seeing some changes on Chu Chaos' face. In the past 10 years, he has not let Chu Jiao do it. He is afraid that if he does it, he will miss a chance. When he does it, he must be when his empire is in crisis. Now, when Jilimin saw the change on Chu Chaos' face, he was a little bit awkward. Does this old guy want to regret it? My lord, you are the name of our empire. If you don't help us, which civilization will let you hang? Jilimin said weakly. Chu Jiao reacted and looked at Jilimin and shouted angrily, are you threatening me? Hearing this, Jilimin trembled and shouted with some horror, my lord, how dare I? I'm just a bit eager for revenge. Although Jilimin said this, his calf was still trembling. He was afraid of anxiousness, afraid that this old man would suddenly make a move and kill himself with a palm. That would not be worth the loss. Chu Jiao squinted his eyes and looked at Jilimin grimly and said coldly, Chu Jiao, say no. Since I am the name of your empire, then I will help you kill them. Yes, thank you, sir. Don't worry, when the Martial Arts Academy is destroyed, the tribute this year will be doubled, and I heard that there are many beautiful girls in the Martial Arts Academy. Your lord, Jilimin said with a big smile. HMPH, this is the truth. Don't worry, no one can touch you today, Chu Jiao said with his gloomy eyes narrowed. Yi Tan led the crowd, had come above their empire at this moment. Looking at the dense crowd below, Yi Tan squinted at it. He knew that those people were the guards of the Red Maple Empire, their warriors who protected the Emperor Jilimin's palace. There are also many large buildings with many defensive weapons. These weapons can only be installed in their imperial palaces, not even large super weapons. This is the rule of the Danwu Star region. This weapon can only be defensive. Seeing the guards below, they all wore weapons. Yi Tan smiled disdainfully. The level 6 civilization generally only had less than 100,000 level high-end fighters, and the rest were all level fighters. It takes a lot of resources to train a level high-end fighter in the 6th level of civilization. So Yi Tan was very disdainful of the Red Maple Empire, because dealing with them was really simple and terribly simple. Master, the Red Maple Palace has 60,000 level fighters and 100,000 ordinary fighters. They have poor defense capabilities. However, according to the emitted energy detection, there is a strong man in their imperial palace who is A-level strong. The master must be more careful. Hong Long whispered in Yi Tan's headset. Yi Tan nodded. It is not shocking to have an A-level, it is very common. After all, he is a 6th level civilization and is in a medium-sized star field. For a big price, you can buy the A-class powerful slaves sold by the Supreme Civilization. This is all normal. Chapter 695 Chapter 693, The Preparation of Dean Danwu. A greater powerhouse shouldn't be a cause for concern, not to mention that we still have the martial arts chief. Yi Tan said with a smile. Squinted. Several people around heard Yi Tan's voice and they were stunned. There was an A-level powerhouse in the Red Maple Empire. They didn't even know. The Dean of Martial Arts knew that the Red Maple Empire had A-level powerhouses. After all, this kind of news only circulated in their high-level circles. But now from Yi Tan's mouth, the Dean was still a little horrified. And Yi Tan was able to discover the existence of the A-level powerhouse by his intellectual brain. This shows that Yi Tan has a super intellectual brain, and the level of intellectual brain is at least above the 7th level of civilization. Even the same as level 7 civilization. Yi Tan, what do we do now? The Dean walked to Yi Tan and asked directly. Yi Tan squinted his eyes and looked at the majestic imperial palace below. He did not speak for a while. but observed carefully. The Dean and others didn't bother Yi Tan either, they just watched the turbulent Red Maple Empire soldiers below quietly. The whole situation has become a little more subtle, and both sides are watching the battle. In Tanwu Academy, Dean Wu and Master He were taking a shuttle to the Red Maple Empire that day. Why did they not lead soldiers? That's because the army is gathering outside the Emperor's Star. Moreover, in addition to their Tanwu, there is Tanyi. Shenji students are all preparing, and the deans of their two colleges have received news from Tanwu. Let them gather their troops and prepare to destroy the Martial Arts Academy. Their plan had been prepared 5 years ago, when they had not yet contacted the mysterious organization. The relationship with Bto Academy is very good. But 5 years ago, the 4 major inner courtyards once again competed, and the Martial Arts Academy lost nearly half of its senior genius disciples, directly causing the martial arts inner courtyard to suffer heavy losses. Decline, that is. Since then, on that day, the mysterious organization found the Dean of Tanwu in a courtyard and spied with him for nearly 3 hours. From that day on, Dean Tanwu found the deans of the other 2 university members and reached some cooperation. For example, destroying martial arts students, sharing their resources, etc. The other 2 academies originally didn't want to do it. After all, martial arts is the deepest foundation of the 4 academies. And even the foundation is much stronger than them. If the 3 academies deal with martial arts, they will definitely lose a lot. But unexpectedly, the mysterious organization said they deal with the Martial Arts Academy, and the rest will be left to them. Suddenly, the 3 academies directly reached a cooperation. In the past few years, the Martial Arts Academy has suffered more and more losses, the extent to which the inner courtyard is about to collapse. This also made the 3 colleges see hope, and they are all waiting for opportunities. Today, I didn't expect that because of Yi Tan, his shit-chucking stick directly changed all the patterns. The action of destroying the inner court at this moment is in progress, and the outer court will be completely destroyed today. The 3 major academies are gathering the warships of the civilizations under their jurisdiction, all coming towards the Emperor Star of the Tanwu Star territory. There are 4 major academies and 3 major civilizations in the Emperor Star. Those 3 major civilizations are all 6th-level civilizations, among which is the Red Maple Empire. Now not only the 3 major academies deal with martial arts, but also the 2 6th-level civilizations are also gathering troops, preparing to destroy martial arts in one go. The situation of the entire Emperor Star became very dangerous, and Yi Tan didn't even notice the crisis of martial arts at this moment. In the shuttle of Dean Tanwu on the way to the Red Maple Empire. "How is it? Are you all ready?" he said coldly, wearing a black shirt, unable to see his appearance. "My lord, we are preparing." Now the other 2 academies and 2 civilizations have responded. They are all gathering troops outside the Emperor Star. As long as they are assembled, they will be able to take the martial arts in one go. The Dean of the Martial Star region that day said with excitement, "If the Martial Arts Academy is destroyed, the resources they obtain can increase by 30%, and all kinds of resources are rich." Hearing what he said, he nodded in satisfaction, and organized the task, which must be completed. Now the martial arts inner courtyard in the advanced civilization is almost finished, right? Mr. He squinted his cold eyes and thought. As if thinking of something, Master He turned his head, looked at Dean Tanwu and asked, "What happened to Yi Tan from the Martial Arts Academy?" Mr. He is always worried about the shit-chucking stick in his heart. He always feels that that person is the change of their mission. "My lord, that Yi Tan is now with the Dean of Martial Arts and is already above the Red Maple Empire. Now in a standoff state. I don't know if the Dean of Martial Arts has discovered anything, so he didn't do anything." "Oh, they are already on the Red Maple Empire? Didn't I ask you to order the troops to stop them first? Why did they arrive so quickly?" Mr. He said with a bit of dissatisfaction. Dean Tanwu hurriedly said, "My lord, it's like this. The general guarding the area, a son of the dead Red Maple Empire lord, according to the investigation, the general guarding there, chronicles, wants to use Yitan to eradicate Red Maple. Lord of the Empire, he himself can inherit the throne of the Red Maple Empire. After all, where the Red Maple Palace is, all the people who have the imperial power gather there. Hearing these words, Master Yi understood, and said disdainfully, "It's a good use, but it's okay." The Lord of the Red Maple Empire has always been suspicious of our organization, thinking that he has an evil. Can the beginner-level powerhouse despise everything? Master Yi's sarcasm made Dean Tenwu also very embarrassed. Let the troops gather faster. Can't wait any longer. The province has many nights and dreams. Yes, my lord. And at this moment, outside the Tandwu Emperor's Star, the huge battleships began to fly towards the Emperor's Star quickly. Their battleships looked like warships. Many interstellar merchants who were about to enter beyond the Emperor's Star were shocked when they saw the signs on those warships. Those warships are actually the superpowers of Emperor's Star. 3 colleges, 3 civilizations. What exactly happened? Why are there so many warships here? Is the Emperor's Star going to war? Many interstellar merchants, one by one, took their own battleships, far away from the Emperor's Star. They were afraid to get involved in it. It will be difficult to get out then. As for the scene outside the terrain, the war fortress on the moored aircraft carrier was all detected. And the Red Dragon also discovered the situation and knew it was not good. Immediately report to Yitan in the Emperor's Star. Chapter 696 Chapter 694, The turmoil from all sides, the 3 major courts, and the 3 major civilizations. In the Emperor's Star, above the Red Maple Palace, Yitan squinted his eyes and listened to what the Red Dragon explained. Master, outside the Emperor's Star, there are a large number of warships gathering. According to the survey, it is the warships of the 3 major civilizations and the warships of the 3 academies. Their goals seem to be the Martial Arts Academy above the Red Maple Empire and us. Moreover, according to our reconnaissance, their warships are all assembled in one place. Hearing Red Dragon's words, Yitan's pupils shrank. How could there be so many troops? Could it be that dealing with the Red Maple Empire angered other civilizations? There seems to be something wrong with this situation. Yitan turned his head to the martial arts chief and explained the whole situation. The Dean of Martial Arts was also shocked, and then looked at Yitan helplessly and said, "Those people are probably coming to our martial arts academy." In the past few years, our martial arts academy has been targeted by people in the Tandwu star field. Resources are also getting scarce, especially this year. They even bullied us to such a blatant degree. They can't wait now. Although our martial arts academy is weak and lonely, they can't be bullied. Yitan, don't worry, even if they attack our martial arts together today, we will let you survive. Looking at Yitan solemnly, said. His heart is trembling. Fight for the future of martial arts. When Yitan heard the words of the martial arts dean, he suddenly realized it, wondering why Honglong kept saying that the position of the martial arts academy was a bit awkward. Moreover, the newcomer competition is also very fast. This seems to be the rhythm of selecting qualified talents and preparing to evacuate. President, 3 major civilizations, 3 colleges. You have more people offended than me, Yitan said with a wry smile looking at the dean. Yitan, the 3 major academies are all wolf ambitions. I didn't believe it before, but now I believe it. If our martial arts academy were above 1 person, there would be nothing civilized about them. We helped them dig up the Tandwu Star territory. But now, the Dean of Tandwu students leads them to want to destroy us. Such wolf ambitions. It is really hateful. In the past few years, the gossip has been conveying the news that our martial arts academy is about to be swallowed by them. I didn't believe it at first, but they have suppressed us very seriously in the past few years. The plan they planned has been prepared for 5 full years. I thought that our academy could still persist for a few years. But I didn't expect that today's move would directly give them an opportunity, and there would also be an excuse to deal with us and accelerate the demise of our civilization. Destruction is inevitable, but I can hope that you, Yitan, can help us avenge in the future. This matter, only Deacon Wang and I know. The children of the Martial Arts Academy don't know that martial arts will be destroyed today. I hope you can protect the children of our students, leave here safely, and recast martial arts in the future. Yi Tan shook his whole body suddenly when he heard what the dean said. The first institution of higher learning was actually forced to such an extent. As a student, he felt ashamed. Hearing what the dean said, the coldness in Yi Tan's eyes became more gloomy. Let people around you feel like they are in an ice cellar. Yi Tan didn't pretend to be hypocritical, and said directly, Dean, today is the day when martial arts survive and die, and it is also the day when I live together. Yi Tan, don't worry, today I will live with everyone. Yi Tan. Yi Tan turned his head and looked at the countless children and mentors in martial arts school uniforms behind him, as well as the garrison troops of the Martial Arts Academy. There is an unspeakable feeling in my heart, because everyone in the Martial Arts Academy, their eyes are all ready to die. It seems that they felt something! Yi Tan thought in his heart. And the words Yi Tan just said were not arrogant. He was outside the Emperor's Star, with his own war fortress, but inside it was a base. As long as the base is there, you can redeem the portal, and send the 600 War Fortress army to it. When it is, see who perishes. But Yi Tan's idea was directly rejected by Honglong. Master, the army is now in the second conquest of the Star Territory. If you want to teleport, it will be difficult. There are a lot of warships scattered. It is extremely difficult to teleport all of them. It also requires a lot of portals. When Yi Tan heard this, his face turned dark. He had to pay a lot of portals, and a portal was worth a war fortress. At this moment, in the Imperial Palace of the Red Maple Empire, Najilimin received news from Dean Tanwu and learned that the 3 major colleges and the 2 other civilizations had come to support it. This filled Gillimin's heart with a sense of security that must be rich. As long as they are all here, how can a martial arts academy be afraid? Come on, give me the horn. I want to talk to their martial arts chief. Najilimin waved his hand and shouted coldly. In an instant, his subordinates set up huge speakers directly on the Imperial Palace. They used optical brains, and the people on the opposite side did not receive them. Now use the oldest method. That is delivered by voice. The martial arts dean on the opposite side, listen. My support from the Red Maple Empire is coming soon. They are all 3 major academies, and there are 2 other major civilizations. Your martial arts academy really want to do with our Red Maple Empire, right? Standing on a high platform, Najilimin yelled at the densely packed shuttle. When the martial arts dean heard what Jilimin said, he laughed sarcastically. It was really ironic how powerful the martial arts academy used to be, and the Red Maple Empire was a fart. Does he dare to say that to his martial arts academy? Of course, that was all in the past. For a time, many instructors were silent to death. Even the martial arts dean just sighed. And Jilimin continued to shout, Dance Academy, as long as you surrender the murderer who killed my son, I will let you go. Otherwise, when the support army comes, your martial arts academy will be destroyed and wait for death. Standing on the high platform, Jilimin shouted. At this moment, all the instructors and students were angry. Yi Tan's eyes were also gloomy, and his eyes were full of killing intent. In this case, then destroy one first. Red Dragon, the second largest Bloodstab mecha, is it finished? Yi Tan asked coldly. The construction of the Bloodstab mecha started yesterday, but Yi Tan did not have the authority to build in seconds, because that was a waste. But unexpectedly, such a crisis actually happened today. Master, 50 Bloodstab mechas have been built, ready to attack. Hearing Red Dragon's words, Yi Tan showed a hideous look on his face, and the corners of his mouth showed a bloodthirsty expression. Chapter 697. Chapter 695, the second generation of Bloodstab mecha, come out. Since the construction is complete, then destroy them. Yi Tan said bloodthirsty. Yes, dominate. Outside the Emperor's Star, the huge war fortress suddenly launched a white silver iron ball and flew towards the Emperor's star. One by one. Suddenly, the warships gathering outside Emperor's star were caught off guard. However, the scan revealed that they were all iron balls, which did not cause much harm, so they were not blocked in time. They still have a very important task now, which is to gather together and head towards the Emperor's star. Even if they intercept it, they may not be able to intercept it. 50 white and silver iron balls dashed across the atmosphere, with flames all over, heading towards the Red Maple Empire. Many Emperor Star residents raised their heads in the place where the 50 iron balls passed, watching indifferently. In their eyes, there are tens of thousands of shuttles flying back and forth in the sky every day. It's normal. But no one knew that these 50 iron balls turned out to be the nemesis of their Emperor Stars in the future, and even a weapon to destroy all civilizations. 50 iron balls headed in the direction of the Red Maple Empire. Above the Red Maple Empire, Yi Tan was listening to Jilimin's nonsense. People from the Do Academy, listen. Are you surrendering to kill my son? Just as Jilimin roared passionately, several generals standing aside narrowed their eyes and pointed to the sky and shouted, "Lord, look quickly, what is that?" All the warriors of the entire Red Maple Empire panicked, and the 50 iron balls came toward them in flames. Now Jilimin also saw the iron balls, and his eyes narrowed. What are these iron balls? Scan out their detailed data to see what it is. Jilimin shouted to the officer on the side. Yes, Lord. Not only was the Red Maple Empire panicked, but even the years guarding this area were also at a loss at this moment. Looking at the fast-flying iron balls in the sky, they didn't know what it was. In Star Wars, people are most afraid of biochemical weapons. Once the biochemical weapons are activated on the planet, it is simply a doomsday scenario. So many people are worried that it is a biological weapon. General, I scanned it. It was a liquefied iron ball. According to the scanning situation, I have not found what the inside of the iron ball looks like. I only know that this iron ball can change form at will. An operator stood beside Jinian and shouted loudly. Liquefied iron ball? It is very common in the universe to change the form at will. But there is no effect at all. It is just that it can be converted at will, and the hardness is not very strong. So in the universe, just make some small parts that can be replaced. It doesn't have a big effect. The most desirable material in advanced civilizations is memory metal. That thing is a real super material, plus liquidization. The effect is simply outrageous. However, it is a pity that no one in the entire 7th level civilization can have mature memory metal, and even some advanced civilizations can hardly have mature memory metal. It's too difficult to make. And those 50 iron balls are all liquid, which makes Jinian and Jilimin confused. Bang bang bang. In the Red Maple Palace, those defensive weapons all began to attack. Energy beams, all clamoring for the iron balls to fly away. At the edge of the area under the jurisdiction of the Chronicles, the people who eat melons have not left. Although they cannot watch the battle from close range, they can use the telescope in the shuttle to watch. Telescopes in the universe are much stronger than those on the Earth, so it's as if you are on the scene. Tusk, it's over. The 50 iron balls are just liquid. Even if they contain biochemical weapons, they will be broken directly. Only Yi Tan and the others died. Yeah, what do the Martial Arts Academy and Yi Tan think about using biochemical weapons to deal with the Red Maple Empire? Although they can directly poison the people of Hongfeng, if one is not good, even they will die. Hey! It seems that Yi Tan and the others are over. If you let the children of the Martial Arts Academy go out, you might be able to destroy Hongfeng. Those people who ate melons all sighed helplessly, thinking that Yi Tan was planted this time. Even Chronicle was disappointed. He didn't expect that those who could destroy the 40,000 guards of the Red Maple Empire would only use these things. If so, you can kill them yourself. Hey! See if they have any other weapons. If not, the old clapper is not dead, he is dead, his eyes flickering in the air, and he doesn't know what he is thinking. But it is certain that Jilimin, the Lord of the Red Maple Empire, must die. In the Red Maple Empire, Gilliman saw energy weapons flying toward the Iron Ball, and laughed wildly at the horn. Ha ha, Martial Arts Academy, are you all abolished? You only use such a spicy weapon? Isn't our Red Maple Empire underestimated? Sure enough, everyone said that your martial arts were going to be lonely, but unexpectedly, it was so lonely. Ha 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 ha. Trash, Martial Arts Academy, today I am a civilization, enough to destroy you. Now Gilliman's frantic laughter was transmitted to each shuttle. All the students and the army slammed the iron sheet of the shuttle with a punch, and became angry. And only the red police soldiers, with murderous intent on their faces, without any dissatisfaction. Because they all know that those 50 iron balls are their Red Police Empire, the latest super mecha. Ha ha, Martial Arts Academy, why don't you talk? Do you still have hopes for your iron ball? Boom, the light beam and the iron ball can collide together, but the iron ball has no sign of collapse. Even the energy beam directly penetrates the iron ball, but the iron ball is still flying down fast, and the iron ball is flying in the air. It turned out to be still. How can that be? Gilliman was shocked. This situation is really unexpected. Even the general of the garrison had an expression of horror throughout the years. Those who ate melons looked dumbfounded. Still, everything is still, the entire space. Only the screaming sound from the energy beam, and the airburst of the iron ball sliding fast. On the order of the master, destroy Hongfeng. Suddenly, above this space, there was a dull voice. There was no roar, no growl, no roar, only majesty, very dull, but everyone heard it clearly. In my mind, like a lightning strike, all raised their horrified eyes and looked at the 50 iron balls that were still in the air. Hongfeng, the voice suddenly became aloud, and everyone's hearts beat abruptly. The blood in the whole body started to boil with that voice. Chapter 698. Chapter 696. The shocking second-generation blood stab mesh. The voice suddenly became aloud, and everyone's hearts were beating. The blood in the whole body started to boil with that voice. The voice was deep and still very rigid, like a mechanical biological voice, but after people heard it, the heart became excited unconsciously. What is this? The Lord of the Red Maple Empire saw the iron ball and was shocked. The iron ball detected the inside, and there was no instrument at all. Why does it make a sound? Is there still a living person in it? If someone uttered these words next to Gilliman, Gilliman would definitely roar. Who draws a coin? Who has ever seen people hiding in a solid sealed iron ball? It's a beeping dog. But Gilliman thought so in his heart. He couldn't understand at all. How could there be someone inside the sealed iron ball? Even their brains can't detect the instruments inside. The intellectual brains of their Red Maple Empire, but the 5th level pinnacle, are all advanced radars. It stands to reason that there can be no mistakes. Even if they make mistakes, they should not be so outrageous. In the chronological military area, all the soldiers raised their heads dumbfounded and looked at the 50 iron balls in the sky, their eyes flickering. I don't know what Jin Yan is thinking in his mind. But the martial arts students behind Yi Tan were shocked. They didn't even know that Yi Tan still had this kind of thing. Although they didn't know what it was, it looked very tall. Well, inexplicable blood. Kill 50 iron balls of the second-generation blood stab mesh, with a roar inside, like a hell demon roar. After that, the entire 52nd-generation blood stab mechas directly began to change their forms. The white-silver iron ball slowly melted, as if it was waxy. But when the thick white liquid melted, it turned into a huge mecha shape. This is. Everyone narrowed their eyes and said in horror, the second-generation blood stab mesh changed form, and it only took less than 3 seconds. In an instant, a perfect blood stab mesh appeared. The color is no longer a single piece of silver, but a mixture of blood red and diamond, which looks very cool. As long as it is a man, they will fall in love with this mecha, because the color on their body makes people look like they want to fight blood in the battlefield. This is a mecha? Someone shouted in surprise. Now the second generation Bloodstab Mesh is perfectly exposed in front of everyone. The whole body is full of tiny barbs, pointed hooks, like steel thorns. The heads of Bloodstab mechas are very similar to those of Megatron and Transformers, because their brains are all mechanical put up, very precise. On the arms of the mecha, rows of barbs composed of scales change in height every second, turning into barbs in the opposite direction, and then into smooth scales. The whole body is like this. This scene makes the Bloodstab mecha directly seem to be alive, lifelike, more like a real human monster. At the bottom of the mecha, there is a tasting tail. This tail is not the tail of an ordinary creature, but a scorpion tail. The tail is composed of super sharp spikes. At the end of the tail, there are 3 sharp claws. It can easily break the chest of the armor in an instant, and directly kill the warrior inside. This is also an improvement of the second generation of Bloodstab mecha. 50 Bloodstab mechas, headed directly towards the Red Maple Emperor capital, without any slack, rushed directly to the destination. Guilliman, who was still admiring, was taken aback and shouted anxiously, "Defense, defense!" Hit them down. Guilliman was astonished in his heart. An iron ball could change form at will. This level of technology has surpassed their civilization. Is Yeaton's civilization a super advanced civilization? It's really amazing. The defensive equipment of the Hongfeng Imperial capital fired, and the energy beams seemed to be attacking frantically without money. Countless colorful rays of light soared into the sky, heading towards 50 Bloodstab mechas with precise strikes. But the second generation Bloodstab Mesh didn't mean to dodge at all, and rushed directly to those energy beams. Puff puff. Countless energy beams hit the second generation Bloodstab mecha, only a dull knocking sound, as if it was tickling it. Lord, our weapons have no effect at all. Their mechas and defensive power are so abnormal that we can't move them at all. A general of the Imperial Guard ran to Guilliman and shouted anxiously. This cannot be blamed on the fact that their Red Maple Empire is too weak. It can only be said that their Imperial Palace is installed on the Emperor Tanwu Star. If it is installed on their civilization, then their army can directly kill all the second generation Bloodstingers. But now things have changed. When Guilliman heard this news, his heart trembled. He also saw the scene just now. The only thing he can do now is to pray for the people from Tanwu Academy to come here and help them. Even Chu Jiao, who was standing by, looked at him with trepidation. Others didn't know why the mecha in the sky had such a strong defense. But he knew it. Wandering in the universe for such a long time, he has a lot of knowledge, and at the moment the iron ball appeared, he knew that the iron ball was not a shit liquid metal ball at all, but a real memory metal and liquefaction. This is simply subverting his 3 views. In the universe, being able to crack the code of memory metal is already considered very good. And being able to produce memory metal in large quantities is to master a wealth. And if these 2 metamorphic metals are merged together, it will take a scientist of supreme civilization to be able to do it, right? It is estimated that it is difficult for them to do it. In countless civilizations, who has seen a product created by liquefaction and memory metal kill? With a thunderous roar, the Chu Jiao evil beginner powerhouse reacted. Watching the 50 Bloodstab mechas, they had already broken through the line of defense and even entered their imperial capital. A slaughter is unfolding. Countless guards, as long as they approach the Bloodstab Mesh, there is no end to it. They are directly killed by the Bloodstab Mesh. No one can be a complete corpse. On the 5-meter high Bloodstab Mesh, there are bloody scarlet human intestines and pieces of minced meat. Lord, let's retreat quickly. When we meet up with the people from Tanwu Academy, they will be dead. A general stood beside Guilliman, took his hand, and eagerly shouted that the entire Imperial Palace was breached, which meant that they had no ability to resist. Chapter 699 Chapter 609 Tice even, destroy the dry, cut the tofu. But Guilliman's eyes were all grey at the moment. and he was already frightened. The 50 blood-stabbed mechas were like hell demons. When I came to the Imperial Palace, a crazy massacre was launched. No one can do anything to them. Kill everyone. Yi Tan stood in the air, wearing a golden armor with a 5-claw golden dragon embroidered on it. Very mighty. Hearing the command of the master, 50 blood-stabbed mechas became even more crazy, like a bamboo shattering, slicing tofu. No one can live under my sword. At the moment above the Jinyan military district, Jinyan has gathered all the troops and logged into the shuttle and transport ship, ready anytime. Beside their army, there were countless crowds who were eating melons and watching them with passion. In the Commander-in-Chief battleship of Chronicles, General Jinyan sat in the first place, saw that it was a scout, nodded and said, "How is the situation in the Red Maple Empire now? Does the Martial Arts Academy have any recognition?" Jinyan asked directly. The scout who was asked was taken aback for a moment, but his head hadn't reacted yet, because the powerful power erupted from the 50 blood-stab mechas just now was really terrifying. All in his heart, produced a great shadow. "General, I haven't seen the Martial Arts Academy, but I have seen Yi Tan. It is Yi Tan's troops who are currently competing against the Red Maple Empire." Hearing the words of the investigator, the Year was stunned and looked at the investigator. "Oh, Yi Tan's troops, can they beat the Red Maple Empire?" According to the information, the Yi Tan's troops are only 5-level civilization governs the races in the Star region. They all rose to their current status with Yi Tan. How could Yi Tan rely on some ants to wipe out the Red Maple Empire? It's so ridiculous. Ha ha ha. Jinyan looked up to the sky and laughed. His eyes filled with endless contempt, and he was not optimistic about those in the Martial Arts Academy in his heart. Over the years, the Bo Academy has not had the honor it once had, and even if you want to survive in the Tandwu Star territory, you must be serious. And the operator standing next to Jinyan was a little dazed. Wait, isn't Yi Tan's 50 mechas that can be transformed can be powerful? Didn't the general see that video? What's the matter? Am I wrong? Jinyan asked with a frown as he watched the operator. He saw the operator standing here in a daze. My heart suddenly became upset. Hearing the words of the general's ears, the scout reacted and looked at his newly appointed general and said, "The general, the capital of Red Maple, has been breached by Yi Tan, and their army can be dispatched inside at any time!" And it was 50 mechas that defeated them. What? 50 mechas? What are you doing? Jilimin shouted in disbelief. This news is really shocking. Can 50 mechas destroy level 6 intermediary civilization? And here is another Imperial Palace, it's their territory. Yes. The general, these are the little ones who have seen with their own eyes. The scout said weakly, standing beside Jilimin, but in his tone, he rushed in with excitement and bloodthirsty. Hearing the words of the scout again, Jilimin's eyes grew dark. He didn't expect that Yi Tan could have such a force. What a shock. However, Jinyan was still very satisfied in his heart. He thought that Yi Tan could kill everyone in the Red Maple Empire and crush the throne to death, but he did not expect it to be such an ending. But fortunately, they had taken the shot, and Chronicles had already had a plan in their minds. After Yi Tan failed, they would go up and wipe out all the members of the Red Maple Empire, and wash them all over. But who knows, Yi Tan is just a shit-chucking stick, and it will explode wherever he goes. General, the Imperial capital has now been breached, and the Lord of the Red Maple Empire will definitely run away, but do we need to help them? The operator standing by, watching Jinyan whispered. It depends on the situation. Now immediately watch the battlefield closely for me. No matter what happens, I must report it as soon as possible. Yes, General. The scout respectfully saluted the Year, with a very enthusiastic expression. Fight with the Red Police soldiers. In the Red Maple Empire, there is a terrifying extinction time being staged. The royal descendants wearing silk are all slaughtered clean by the red and gold blood-stabbed mecha. Master, all obstacles have been cleared. In Yi Tan's headset, the Red Dragon's voice appeared. Hearing what the Red Dragon said, Yi Tan was still a little happy, but fortunately, the Red Maple Empire did not bring the army. If they were brought, It was not necessarily them that died, but the real strength of the Red Maple Empire, which was quite powerful, and when combined with Yi Tan's mecha, it turned out that it was not easy to say so. Where is the main hiding place of the Red Maple Empire now? Yi Tan said with squinting eyes. Just when they slaughtered their imperial capital, that Guilliman actually took some people away, and now he has not found Guilliman on the entire battlefield. Master, Lord of the Red Maple Empire, Guilliman has now entered the basement. This basement is a small secret research average of the Red Maple Empire. In other words, a high-level production weapon construction area is extremely powerful, but Guilliman's weapons don't have so much energy at all and cannot be activated. Hearing the red dragon's buzzing sound like a mosquito, Yi Tan can now understand that the Red Maple Empire has no powerful weapons at all. As long as Guilliman is destroyed, the entire Red Maple Empire can be called their same turning point. At that time, as long as you shoot the second largest bloodstab mesh on the official website, it will definitely be a big deal. Go, we should see him too, Yi Tan said with a ferocious silver chill at the corner of his mouth. The group set off again, this time directly breaking into the bezel of the Red Maple Empire. This bezel is for everyone to see at a glance that this is the branch of the Red Maple Empire. No one wants to take it away. At the secret basement entrance, Yi Tan was standing at the door, squinting at them. Guilliman, now you come out on your stomach, I will forgive you. If you don't come out on your stomach, I think today is your death date. Yi Tan counterattacked and shouted coldly. This sentence was just said by Guilliman, and now Yi Tan is still going back. Guilliman, who was sitting in the secret room, was trembling all over, and his guard army was completely destroyed. Come on, come on. Guilliman in the secret room almost knelt on the ground and prayed. Okay, don't you come out. Then Guilliman, this is your burial place. Break through here and kill them. Yi Tan drank coldly. Yes, dominate. Yi Tan's eyes were full of murderous intent, because he felt that those in the academy were almost here. Chapter 698, Guilliman's Crisis. In the secret basement, Guilliman and Chu Jiao and others are standing together. This basement is the strongest secret room in their Hongfeng Emperor's palace. It can be said to be a 5th-level defense. As long as you don't go out, it's difficult to break this place. This is the same defense as the Supreme Civilized Bank. The materials are very difficult to buy. Lord, what shall we do now? A general said anxiously, standing beside Guilliman. Guilliman's face was very embarrassed now, and he was a little desperate inside. The guards in the Emperor Red Maple Palace, which was not a crank, were so easily wiped out. Listening to the series of screams above, Guilliman knew that his imperial palace was over, and how many people with the imperial power of the Hongfeng Empire were killed. This imperial palace is the gathering place for all the senior officials of the Red Maple Empire. If all the people here are killed, the Red Maple Empire can change hands at any time. Guilliman's face was extremely embarrassed. He clenched his fists tightly and made a clicking sound. He didn't dare to let Chu Jiao go up now. If Chu Jiao left, his life would be in danger. Standing by the side of Guilliman, Chu Jiao looked at Guilliman, who was once brilliant, but now he has become like this. There was a lot of emotion in his heart, but he didn't say anything. The whole room became quiet for a while, and the general closed his mouth when he saw that his master was not talking. Guilliman, okay, you don't come out, right? This is your burial place. Yi Tan's voice came from outside, and the people standing in the room heard a big change in their complexion. Are they going to use Ka to blow this place away? Ka, the so-called super weapon, the meaning of the super weapon, can destroy the stars, destroy the state, the kind of big damage weapon. How to do? It's over, we are all going to die here today. For a while, all the high-ranking officials in the entire secret room panicked, and only those officers who were on the battlefield all year round did not panic. It's just that I'm a little anxious, and I keep thinking about strategies in my mind. Chu Chaos' eyes were also flashing. He was thinking, if the opponent uses Ka, Should he just run away? The idea of running away reappeared in his mind. If Chu Chaos thoughts will let others know, he would definitely curse. Nemes, you are an evil beginner strong. Don't you want to run away when you are all right? Is it good? You are strong. Where is your dignity? Where is your glory? The evil powerhouse is like this. Shut up, you guys. Gilliman drank directly. The senior executives had lost their fighting spirit. Sitting on the ground only wailed bitterly, which made Gilliman furious. What's so terrible about death? Besides, our support army is coming soon. Why are you afraid? Hearing what Gilliman said, the high-ranking officials finally recovered some consciousness, but their hearts were still fearful, and their bodies were still shaking unconsciously. Boom! Suddenly, this secret basement shook with a shock, and countless fell from above at any time. What's the situation? Gilliman was shocked. Only a few people know this secret basement. How could the enemy know? Master. This time, even the several officers behind Gilliman looked at Gilliman with horror. Gilliman's face also turned blue, and he felt a little desperate. Is he going to die like this? Just when they were desperate. On the ground, the Martial Arts Academy led everyone to attack our dependent country. By the order of my heavenly martial master, come to destroy the Martial Arts Academy. The Martial Arts Academy has rebelled. Feng Shani Dean came to destroy the Martial Arts Academy. According to the order of the Dean of the Shinji Academy, come and destroy everyone in the Martial Arts Academy. Rough and frantic voices sounded over the entire Red Maple Empire. Yi Ten and the others squinted and looked up and found that the sky was already surrounded by countless warships, large and small, densely packed. The entire sky is full of that steel torrent. The master is the three major academies, and the two major civilizations are here. Red Dragon's voice rang in Yi Ten's headset. Yi Ten stared at the countless battleships in the sky with cold eyes. And the martial arts dean and the students, seeing the countless battleships in the sky, their eyes suddenly shrank, a little frightened, but then their eyes looked like death. They are ready to die. Under the gaze of Yi Ten and others, the transport ships directly opened the hatch, and then countless soldiers wearing mecha flew out of them, suspended in the air. The densely packed, all kinds of mechas add up to nearly 1 million. In front of these million mechas, 5 majestic elderly men on hoverboards appeared. As soon as these 5 majestic elders came out, the dean directly burst out with a strong killing intent. Yi Ten, who stood by, took a breath. This strong killing intent coerced. This was the first level of evil. The strong? It is no longer the same stage with the Bleevil Peak powerhouse. It feels like an evil beginner can kill 100 Bleevil Peak powerhouses. I don't know many warriors. The more you get to the back, the more difficult it is to upgrade. Even if you continue to strengthen the cells, to a certain level, the cells will no longer be able to continue to inspire. Every time the martial artist is upgraded, he needs to do something to break through himself in order to break the original state of all cells and mutate again. This is the general upgrade procedure for warriors. Yi Ten and the Red Police soldiers do not need these procedures. You guys, can't you wait anymore? The martial arts chief stood beside Yi Ten, roaring toward the sky and 5 people. The 5 majestic elders were Dean Tanwu, Dean Shenji, Dean Tani, and 2 other civilized masters. The black man, Lord, he did not appear. The 5 majestic chiefs looked at the angry martial arts chief below, and their hearts were a little guilty. Back then, if it weren't for their martial arts dean to beg for mercy, the former dean of the martial arts inner courtyard would wipe out all their students who were fighting against the martial arts academy. After all, there is no room for 2 tigers in one mountain, let alone there are many tigers. Their relationship with the Dean of Martial Arts is also very good, but they did not expect that they have become the enemy of the Dean of Martial Arts. Hey! Dean Tanwu sighed, and then his eyes suddenly burst into a strong sense of war. He looked at the Dean of Martial Arts below and shouted, Master of Martial Arts, I advise you not to resist. As long as you surrender, I make sure not to hurt your life. Why do you need it? Don't you know about this? The inner courtyard is no longer chaos in the depths. Boom. After hearing this, The martial arts chief shook his body a few times. The inner courtyard was destroyed? Chaos in the depths. How could this be? The Martial Arts Academy, with a sad expression, raised his resentful eyes and stared at the 5 deans coldly and drank. Don't be wishful thinking. Even if there is chaos in the depths, it is not you who are crossing the street rats that can control it.